Of course, I will be the bait. You are all the young inheritors of the will of fire who will protect the village in the future. Danzo, you and Monkey are always competing, but what is needed now is the unity among companions. Don't bring in personal grudges. It is true that you hesitate in making decisions. First, examine yourself and keep calm to understand yourself. If you're like this now, you will put your companions in crisis. In short, Danzo, Monkey, there is no need to rush at this age. That moment will always come. Before that, keep your life. Monkey, protect those who admire the village and trust you, and then train them to become people who can be entrusted to the next era. From tomorrow, you will be the Hokage. Monkey, Konoha, is in your hands. Flying thunder god technique boom, a flash of lightning flashed, and a figure appeared on the hillside behind the windmill village. Senju Tobarama suddenly woke up. It hurts. I'm not dead. Where's this? Shouldn't I be fighting with Kinkaku and Ginkaku? I wonder how Monkey and the others are doing. Looking at the unfamiliar things around me, my brain feels blank. He tried to sit up with his hands on the ground, but found that he had no strength at all. I have no chakra at all. I can't hold on any longer. Then he fainted on the hillside. A figure appeared not far away. A girl with short dark green hair and a headscarf was picking wild fruits on a mountain. She saw from a distance that it seemed like a figure fell to the ground and hurried over. Oh, someone fainted here, but this person's clothes are so strange, and he is covered in blood. He must be treated quickly, otherwise he will die. Then the girl called on her companions to help carry Senju Tobarama back home. After an unknown amount of time, Senju Tobarama slowly woke up. It's so warm, where is this? Who saved me again? Tobarama was thinking. Creaky, the door opened, and a girl with short dark green hair came over. Judging from her dress, she is not a ninja, but a civilian. Uncle, are you awake? The doctor has treated your wounds, and they will heal in a while. The girl smiled and handed him a bowl of water. Thank you for saving me. I don't know where this place is. Senju Tobarama took the water and drank it all in one gulp. This is Windmill Village. My name is Makino. Please take care of me. My name is Senju Tobarama. Please take care of me. Windmill Village. Which country does it belong to? Tobarama went through all the familiar place names in his mind, but couldn't find this name. Do you know how to get to the Fire Country, Konoha Ninja Village? Fire Country, Konoha, Ninja. I haven't heard of it. Makino shook his head. Suddenly, Makino thought of something. Ninja, could it be Wano Country? Wano Country? I haven't heard of it. I don't know. Then what place does this belong to? East China Sea. Windmill Village. It seems that he has come to another place. Seeing that Tobarama was lost in thought, Makino gave Tobarama a brief introduction. Let Tobarama get a general understanding of the situation in the pirate world. Unlike the ninja world, this place is very chaotic. The forces are complicated, thieves are rampant, and the people are suffering. Then Uncle Tobarama, you should take good care of your injuries here first. I have to go to the tavern to be busy. I can't leave there for too long. There is food in this cabinet, Makino said and turned away. So I came to a new world, the pirate world. Chapter 2. The bandit assault. After several days of recuperation, Tobarama's injuries had significantly improved. His wounds were nearly healed, and his chakra was almost restored. It was time to explore this new world. Rising from his rest, Tobarama opened the door and stepped outside. How peculiar is this individual's attire? Is that blue garb armor? What are those iron plates on his face and the emblem on his forehead? It is truly strange. Due to his dissimilar clothing compared to the villagers of Windmill Village. People pointed and whispered as Tobarama wandered aimlessly through the village. He soon came across a tavern. This must be Miss Machino's establishment. I shall take a look inside. During his convalescence, Machino had taken great care of him, and they had grown quite familiar with one another. Uncle Tobarama, your injuries seem nearly healed, and you appear to be in good spirits. Machino greeted him as he entered. Machino, you ought to show some decorum. How can you call me uncle? The village chief was also present in the tavern. Oh, but calling you uncle feels more intimate. Besides, look at Uncle Tobarama. His hair is completely white. He must be of considerable age. Machino teased, sticking out her tongue. My hair is naturally white. Call me what you wish, Tobarama replied, conceding to her playful familiarity. Mr. Tobarama, are you finding your stay here comfortable? The village chief inquired. Indeed, it is quite pleasant. Machino has been very kind to me, Tobarama responded. That's good to hear. Please continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to, the village chief said before departing. Uncle Tobarama, since you're here, would you like something to drink? It's on me. Machino offered warmly. I shall pass. I merely came to see if I could assist in any way, especially after your kindness over the past few days, Tobarama said, scratching his head. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Let me see what you can do. Perhaps you could help deliver some drinks. As I am in need of a delivery person, Machino suggested. Her tavern was the sole one in Windmill Village, and deliveries were sometimes necessary. Very well, that sounds splendid. It will be a good opportunity to test my chakra in this world, Tobarama thought to himself as he followed Machino to the tavern storage. These are the items. You can go deliver them. Here is a map to help you familiarize yourself with the village, Machino said, pushing a small cart filled with several barrels of liquor towards him, along with a map. Not a problem, I shall take care of it. Tobarama replied as he set off with the cart. As he ventured into a secluded area, he performed the shadow clone technique. With a burst, 2 identical Tobaramas appeared. Ah! The chakra consumption for summoning shadow clones has diminished. Could this be a consequence of this world's nature? I'll test it again. Using the Flying Thunder God technique. He noted the reduced consumption and increased potency of the technique. In the following days, Tobarama continued to assist at Machino's tavern, delivering drinks and gradually becoming acquainted with the villagers. Are you off to deliver more drinks? One villager inquired. Indeed, ma'am, Tobarama replied. Don't forget my order, Tobarama. Another called out. Yes, uncle. He exchanged greetings with nearly everyone he encountered. Suddenly, a member of the village's guard rushed in, breathless. The bandits are coming. What should we do? Recently, the bandits had caused considerable losses to the guard, and new recruits had yet to arrive. They're heading towards the tavern. A villager exclaimed in panic. What a predicament. Machino. Since arriving in this world, Tobarama had discreetly left a mark of the Flying Thunder God in the tavern for emergencies. At that moment, the bandits kicked open the tavern door. Be sensible. Today we only seek money. Hand over everything of value. Machino trembled with fear. Usually, the village guard protected them, making it rare for bandits to invade. Yet today, the guard was absent. Hey, tavern keeper, hand over the money. A bandit brandished his knife, threatening Machino. If you don't comply, I'll kill you. He snarled, raising his weapon. In a moment of dire urgency, Tobarama intervened, executing the Flying Thunder God slash. A flash of steel illuminated the room as the bandit collapsed, clutching his throat. Nanny, who is this? Machino, are you unharmed? Tobarama emerged in the tavern, his blade dripping with blood. I'm fine, Uncle Tobarama. What brings you here? Machino gazed at him in bewilderment. Chapter 3 The first battle. Machino stared at Tobarama, bewildered by his sudden appearance, which had taken her by surprise. I sensed you were in danger, so I came, he declared, brimming with determination. All right, leave the rest to me, Machino. At last, I have a chance to fight. Where on earth did this guy spring from? It feels like he just materialized. Not only was Machino startled, but the bandits were equally taken aback. You dare to provoke us, mountain bandits? You must want to die? Men, charge, commanded a leader among the bandits. As they surged forward, Machino shouted nervously from behind. Tobarama, be careful. Don't worry, Tobarama reassured her, having already discerned through his chakra sensing that, aside from the leader, the rest of the bandits were barely stronger than Jinin, with the leader himself teetering between the ranks of Jinin and Chunin. With a swift motion, he executed the Konoha fluid technique, and in an instant, the charging bandits were all felled to the ground. Why you? Don't come any closer. I am a subordinate of the Bandit King, Nichikoma. I warn you. Don't provoke me. The leader of the bandits, now terrified, fell to the ground in fear. Why you wait? I will call our boss. You're finished, kid. With that, the leader fled, not forgetting to issue threats as he retreated. Tobarama, you're incredible. Even if the guard squad came, it would take them a while to deal with these bandits, Machino exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. All right, Machino, let us tidy up the tavern. He has gone to fetch reinforcements. He probably won't return for a while. Tobarama, I've heard that the Bandit King is quite formidable. Perhaps you should hide. Machino expressed her concerns. Rest assured, your Tobarama is strong, he replied confidently. Then why were you so badly injured when I found you? Ah, that was an accident, merely an accident, he chuckled. The next day, panic ensued. Oh no, the bandits are back. And there are even more than yesterday. The Bandit King, Nichikoma, has arrived. A villager rushed in, flustered. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will protect you all. Tobarama smiled at the villagers. Mr. Tobarama, can you handle it? Let us all fight alongside him against the bandits. The villagers were concerned yet hopeful. Trust me, I stake my reputation as the second Hokage on this. With that, he dashed towards the village entrance. Everyone, go home and grab your weapons. Follow Tobarama. Someone shouted enthusiastically. At the village entrance, brother, that wretched man is in this village. He has killed so many of our brothers. You must avenge us. The previously frightened leader complained to the bandit king. There he is, brother. That's the one, white hair, dressed in blue armor. As Tobarama arrived at the entrance, he observed dozens of bandits advancing towards the village. Kid, are you the one who killed my subordinates? State your name. I do not slay nameless foes, roared the bandit king, Nichikuma. Huh, a dying man is not worthy of knowing my name. Tobarama retorted, unfazed. You infuriate me. Men, charge and slay him. Nichikuma bellowed in frustration. Having already assessed the situation with his chakra sensing technique, Tobarama discerned that aside from Nichikuma, the rest of the bandits were all below the Chunin level. With that, he began to weave hand signs. Rat, dragon, rabbit, tiger. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A colossal water dragon, towering over 10 meters, emerged before him, surging towards the bandits. What in the world is this? This is madness. Who did we provoke? Run for it. The bandits were left dumbfounded as the water dragon sped towards them, crashing down with tremendous force. Oh my goodness. Help. By the time the villagers of Kazaguruma arrived, armed and ready, all the bandits had been incapacitated, and Tobarama was busy collecting the spoils of their raid. Due to the nature of the jutsu, most of it was unusable, leaving only a small portion. Here, this should suffice to cover the tavern and Appo's losses. The rest can be entrusted to the village chief, Tobarama said, handing a bag of treasure to Makino. Uncle Tobarama, did you do all this? Makino gazed in astonishment at the fallen bandits. Indeed, I told you, I am quite strong, he replied with a satisfied smile. Chapter 4. Red-haired Shanks. The villagers of Windmill Village gazed in astonishment at Tobarama, unable to fathom how the person who had been swathed in bandages just days prior could exhibit such formidable prowess. They had witnessed the water dragon from a distance, an extraordinary feat that surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary individual. I and Appo's seen a lieutenant from the East Blue Navy in action, and he pales in comparison to that lad Tobarama, exclaimed one astonished villager. Earth release, groundquake core. What on earth is happening? Is Tobarama planning to eliminate us to silence our tongues? Goodness, why think such things? I merely intend to dispose of the corpses of these bandits, Tobarama replied, his expression one of disbelief at the villagers and Appo's vivid imaginations. As they observed the massive pit he had created, they could only marvel. Tobarama, wait. Let us keep the bandit leader alive. He has a bounty on his head and can be exchanged for money at the Navy branch. The villagers were shocked that such a feeble individual could still hold value. Tobarama, you must be a devil fruit user, right? The village chief, having traveled to the Grand Line in his youth, inquired with curiosity. Devil fruit? No, what I possess is called ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? A ninja? From the land of Wano? The chief assumed Tobarama was reluctant to divulge more, thus refraining from further questioning. Following this incident, the villagers held Tobarama in even greater esteem. In gratitude for the villagers and Appo's life-saving assistance, he became the instructor for the Windmill Village Guard, occasionally lending a hand at Makino and Appo's tavern. Pirates. A member of the guard stationed at the port reported via Den Mushi. Understood. All hands assemble and prepare for battle. Head to the port. It's time to assess the results of your training, Tobarama instructed the entire guard. Upon reaching the port, they were surprised to find the village chief, Makino, and many villagers gathered there, displaying no signs of fear. What is going on? Why is everyone so unafraid of the pirates? Tobarama inquired curiously. Well, it's not that. Mainly, Shanks has arrived. He previously protected our village and has a good rapport with the villagers, Makino explained. As they spoke, the full silhouette of a majestic ship came into view, its prow adorned with a striking red dragon. The vessel glided gracefully to shore, and a young man with vibrant red hair descended, flanked by several crew members. Long time no see, everyone. Red-haired Shanks greeted the villagers warmly. Indeed, Shanks. It's been several months. You've matured, one villager responded with a chuckle. Have I? You too, haha. Come, let us head to Makino and Appo's tavern for a drink. It's on me. Shanks jovially invited everyone. At Makino and Appo's tavern, Shanks regaled the crowd with tales from his recent voyages, filling the establishment with lively chatter. Tobarama sat quietly in a corner, enjoying his drink, as he was unfamiliar with Shanks. At that moment, Makino approached Shanks and led him to Tobarama and Appo's table. This is Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates. And this is Tobarama Senju, A formidable individual. Nice to meet you. They both exchanged pleasantries. This man is quite powerful. He possesses an extraordinary aura, more intimidating than what my brother conveyed. Makino pondered who might be the stronger of the two, unaware that they were already sizing each other up in silence. The village chief then approached Shanks, stating, Mr. Tobarama and Amp, Appos, strength is no ordinary matter. He dispatched the bandits with a mere gesture. This only served to ignite the competitive spirits of both men. Tobarama, may I refer to you as such? Would you be interested in a sparring match? Shanks and Amp, Appos, eyes gleamed with fervor, for it was rare to encounter such a formidable opponent in the weakest sea, the East Blue. Very well, let us engage, Tobarama replied, eager to test his strength, having found a worthy adversary at last. After all, in the world of Naruto, his prowess was indeed among the elite. Chapter 5. A duel with Shanks. Very well. However, our duel cannot take place in Windmill Village. There is a deserted island nearby. What do you think? Shanks inquired enthusiastically of Tobarama. All right, that island is a fair distance from Windmill Village. Perhaps we could take my ship? Tobarama suggested. No need, came Shanks' curt and succinct reply. This man is surely destined to befriend my hawk. Since he refuses my offer, I shall observe how he reaches the island. Shanks gazed discontentedly in the direction Tobarama had departed. Suddenly, Tobarama turned and asked, which direction is the island? To the northeast. With a swift technique, Tobarama vanished in an instant. Where did he go? Shanks asked, bewildered. Upon reaching the port, Shanks questioned the ship and Amp, Appos, as sharpshooter, Jesus Burgess. Jesus handed him the telescope, revealing Tobarama racing swiftly across the sea, running across the ocean. This man must either possess the powers of a Logia fruit or a similar ability to Admiral Akiji. How terrifying. All right, lads, set sail. When Shanks finally arrived on the island, Tobarama had been waiting for quite some time. Shall we begin? Yes, indeed, Shanks replied with an apologetic smile. With that, Tobarama began forming hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon, larger than before, surged toward Shanks. As expected, the power of water style is amplified near the ocean, Tobarama thought. How could this be? Is he a water fruit user? Shanks pondered while drawing his sword, Griffin, and unleashing several slashes of sword energy to dispel the water dragon. Such strength in the water dragon? Armed Haki. Shanks and Amp, Appos, prize sword, Griffin, was enveloped in Haki. His sword energy, reminiscent of the warriors from the Land of Iron? Tobarama activated the body flicker technique and engaged Shanks in close combat. Leaf Whirlwind. This blade is remarkably sturdy. This man possesses immense strength. Shanks unleashed several more slashes, but Tobarama transformed into a splash of water upon being struck. What on earth is this? The voice of Tobarama echoed in Shanks' ear. Flying Thunder God Slash. Clang. Shanks swiftly enveloped himself in Haki, feeling the danger looming. What is that black, armor-like entity? Since close combat proved ineffective, Tobarama initiated another technique. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. Layers of ocean surged forward toward Shanks. Good heavens, is this still human? Perhaps he was a sea creature in his past life. I must not underestimate him. With the Conqueror's Haki entwined around his sword energy, Shanks retaliated with greater force, dispersing the water. Oh, it and Amp, Appos, has been dispersed. Then let us continue. Water style, Great Water Wave. Once again, Shanks unleashed several sword slashes. Water style, Water Severing Wave. Not only does he possess area attacks, but single target assaults as well. Shanks, utilizing Griffin and the Conqueror's Haki, successfully defended against Tobarama's techniques, countering with a series of sword strikes. Water style, Water Barrier. Shanks' attacks, bolstered by the Conqueror's Haki, were immensely powerful, breaking through the water barrier. Tobarama evaded with Water style, Water Clone technique, and countered with Water style, Hard Vortex Water Blade. Unyielding, Shanks responded with several sword strikes. The two clashed from morning until afternoon, leaving the small island riddled with sword scars and pockmarked water puddles. Enough, enough. Huh. Both were left breathless, and Shanks was the first to propose a draw. Your abilities are quite extraordinary. Tobarama, equally fatigued and nearly drained of chakra, agreed. Very well. A draw. Let's head back. I cannot bear to walk across the sea again. Come, take my ship. Shanks once more invited Tobarama aboard. No need, replied Tobarama. Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash, Tobarama left a mark in Windmill Village. What the? Where did he go? He vanished again? Shanks was utterly bewildered. Chapter 6. Different paths do not conspire together. Red-haired Shanks returned to the ship, panting. The first mate, Beckman, remarked, I just observed your battle. This individual possesses unfathomable strength. His mastery of water techniques is flamboyant, making him a veritable nemesis for those with abilities. Moreover, he has techniques for long-distance movement, which can be employed for either assassination or escape. He is not someone we should engage with as an enemy. If the captain could recruit him onto our ship, it would significantly bolster our crew and amp Oppo's power. I and amp Oppo's LL do my best, Shanks replied. However, this person is even more aloof than Hawkeye and hardly speaks a word. Set sail for Windmill Village. I need to rest for a moment. The Flying Thunder God technique was inscribed in Makino and amp Oppo's tavern, and the sudden appearance of Tobarama startled the patrons enjoying their drinks. Upon recognizing him, they eagerly inquired about the outcome of the duel. It ended in a draw. Tobarama replied nonchalantly. Makino, 2 drinks, please, red-haired Shanks said as he returned. He ordered one for Tobarama as well, for he intended to persuade him to join his pirate crew. Come on, Tobarama, you can't truly know someone without a fight. Let's share a toast, Shanks insisted, unabashedly seeking to establish a rapport with him. Tobarama, you are currently alone, are you not? Shanks queried. Tobarama shook his head. Then join my pirate crew. After our duel, I've gained new insights. Within a few years, you could challenge the 4 emperors. Are you not interested in the treasure of One Piece? Shanks spoke with fervor. Not interested. What is One Piece? And what are the 4 emperors? Tobarama asked, perplexed. At this moment, Makino interjected, Uncle Tobarama, he might have lost his memory and forgotten everything. Shanks, perhaps you should enlighten him further. Very well, Shanks continued. The world of pirates is divided into 4 seas, east, west, south, and north, separated by the Red Line. Crossing the Red Line leads to the first half of the Grand Line, while the latter half is known as the New World. We are currently in the East Blue, within the Goa Kingdom, specifically Windmill Village. He took a sip of his drink and elaborated. The power structures include the world government, with the celestial dragons as the supreme rulers, alongside the navy which serves the world government, as well as pirates and the Revolutionary Army. The 4 emperors are the 4 sovereigns of the New World, also the most formidable contenders for the treasure of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, known as One Piece. My aspiration is to become one of these 4 sovereigns, to reign over the New World and seize One Piece. Thus, I invite you to join us, Tobarama. Tobarama met Shanks and amp Oppo's gaze and replied, No, I shall not join you. Pirates will always be pirates, forever driven by the desire to pillage and destroy. I seek to join the righteous navy. But is the navy truly righteous? Many within its ranks secretly collude with pirates, Shanks countered. Do you understand what justice is? There is a saying, justice will prevail, but conversely, it is the victors who define justice. First comes victory, then justice. Only the victors can inscribe their version of justice. Hence, one must first achieve victory, and the navy serves as an excellent platform for that. Do you comprehend what I am saying, red-haired Shanks? Upon finishing his drink, Tobarama turned to leave. As he reached the door, he added, When we meet again, we shall be enemies. I will not show mercy as I did today. Your wine is delightful. Thank you and farewell. Left in contemplation, Shanks remained seated, slowly regaining his composure, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. The demise of pirates may be drawing near. Chapter 7. The first encounter with Carp. The following day, at the port of Windmill Village, the red-haired pirates completed their supplies and prepared to set sail. The villagers of Windmill Village arrived at the port to bid farewell. Seeing Tobarama present, Red-haired approached him and declared, I have understood your resolve. Our next meeting shall be as foes. With that, he turned and departed. Set sail, everyone. The red-haired ship, the Red, slowly drifted away from the port. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, distant cannon fire erupted, with cannonballs splashing around the Red, creating immense geysers of water. The Navy, having spotted the red-haired pirate's lookout, shouted, Damn red-haired, don't run. I shall sink you to the depths of the sea. As the Navy ship gradually approached, a colossal warship came into view, its bow adorned with the head of a dog clutching a bone. A figure stood at the ship's prow, shouting through a megaphone toward red-haired. Hero of the Navy, Carp. What brings him here? Increase speed, let us retreat. Red-haired exclaimed, startled, promptly instructing his crew to hasten their escape. It's Vice Admiral Carp. He must be here to visit his grandson. The villagers of Windmill Village surmised upon seeing the warship. Boom, boom, boom. As the red-haired ship accelerated, Carp could not keep up and ultimately ceased the pursuit, steering slowly towards Windmill Village. The dog-headed warship gradually docked at the port, and from it emerged a robust elder donned in a dog-headed hat. I shall stay in Windmill Village for a few days. You continue with your tasks. Contact me via Din Din Mushi if needed. Carp called out to those aboard the warship. Subsequently, the vessel departed from Windmill Village. Hey, village chief, it's been a while. Carp greeted everyone warmly. Carp, you've come to see Luffy, haven't you? Indeed, that rascal, influenced by red-haired, has been incessantly declaring he wants to be the pirate king. I intend to use my iron fist of love to correct his mindset and make him a valiant marine. Port Gasti, Ace has already set sail. Windmill Village can no longer produce any pirates, the village chief lamented. Oh, Makino, how is business at the tavern? And this young man with white hair? Is he your new recruit? Mr. Carp, this is Uncle Tobarama. He is here to help. Uncle Tobarama, this is Vice Admiral Carp, the hero of the Navy. Uh-huh. This young man aspires to join the Navy, does he? Quite ambitious. But joining the Navy is no easy feat, Mr. Carp. Please don't underestimate Uncle Tobarama. He is remarkably strong. Just yesterday, he held his own against red-haired. Managed to hold his own against red-haired? Carp exclaimed, astonished. However, my primary task now is to educate my grandson. Since I'll be here for a few days, we can discuss your matters later, Carp stated before departing. Uncle Tobarama. That's just how Carp is. Don't take it to heart. Makino quickly explained as she noticed Tobarama's irritation at Carp's disregard. Strong individuals often have their tempers. Just now, Tobarama sensed Carp's aura, which was unfathomably deep. Even combined with red-haired, they might not be a match for him, she continued. By the way, Makino, what do you mean by referring to him as a hero of the Navy? Mr. Carp has repeatedly cornered the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, into desperate situations, Makino elucidated. Having received a thorough explanation from red-haired the previous day, Tobarama now possessed a general understanding of the strength of the Pirate King and the Four Emperors. Chapter 8. Joining the Navy during this period. Having first encountered the red-haired Shanks and now the formidable Carp, Tobarama gained a clear understanding of his own abilities. He realized that he needed to enhance his strength. Thus, he dedicated the past few days to rigorous training, neglecting his usual assistance at Magino's tavern. It is no wonder that my elder brother once told me, there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. It seems he has already touched upon higher thresholds. Now, in my quest for power, ninjutsu alone is insufficient. I must embrace the abilities of this world, and the Navy serves as an excellent platform. Should I consider summoning my brother through the Edo Tensei technique? During my previous skirmish with the mountain bandits, I spared one of their lives to experiment with the forbidden jutsu, discovering that I could indeed summon him. What remains unachieved in the ninja world may find fruition here. Having spent some time in this world, I have witnessed its profound injustices and darkness. Hence, I am determined to instigate change. What I lack is the very power necessary to transform this world. The key lies in strengthening my abilities. For the might of one's fist speaks volumes. Tobarama, Mr. Carp is looking for you. Magino panted as she rushed over. Oh, it seems he has finished educating his grandson. Let us proceed. Tobarama followed Magino to the tavern, where he observed an elderly man and a young boy devouring food voraciously. Haha, Luffy, eat well, grow strong, and become a brave marine. Grandpa, I Don and Appos. Do you want to be a marine? I want to be a pirate. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Ah, Luffy, today I shall awaken that twisted mindset of yours. Iron Fist of Love. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Luffy cried, clutching his head. Seeing Tobarama enter, Carp exclaimed, Ah, the lad has arrived. I hear you fought Shanks to a standstill. Come. Let me see what you've got. Very well. Let me witness the strength of the man who once defeated the Pirate King. Tobarama replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Haha, kid. The last person who said that is probably 6 feet under by now. Let's head to that deserted island where you sparred with Shanks. All right, let us go. Tobarama wished to showcase his skills before Carp. In the blink of an eye, Tobarama teleported behind Carp. Do not resist. In that brief moment of confusion for Carp, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them both to the deserted island. Spatial travel? Are you a user of the space fruit? Carp asked, astonished. No. It is ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Such remarkable techniques exist in Wano? Carp mistakenly assumed Tobarama hailed from Wano. Do you need a break, Tobarama? Don't tell me you intend to take advantage of me, Carp speculated, believing this jutsu required immense stamina. No need. Let us begin. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Tobarama swiftly formed 4 hand seals, sending a water dragon surging towards Carp. Is this a fruit ability? This is the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Iron Fist of Love. Carp, astonished, unleashed a single punch that shattered the water dragon, while Shanks required multiple sword strikes to disperse it. Carp accomplished this with a mere fist. The disparity in strength was evident. Kid, impressive. Bring it on. Water style, great waterfall technique. Tobarama unleashed a powerful wave, resembling a tsunami. What is this peculiar power? Meteor shower of punches. Carp swung his fists, generating countless gusts that shattered the massive wave. I must engage him in close combat. Carp instantly appeared before Tobarama. Iron Fist of Love. With a single blow, Tobarama was sent flying, unable to even utilize his water body technique. How swift! Such immense strength. These were the 2 sensations that struck Tobarama as he absorbed the force of the punch. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he realized this was the first time he had been injured since arriving in this world. Leaf Gale. Leaf body technique. Iron block. Thud. It felt as though he had kicked an iron wall. Haha, kid. Your strength is commendable, but you still lack the power to break through my iron block. Again, let us alternate between ninjutsu and physical techniques, Tobarama insisted. Yet his ninjutsu was repeatedly dispelled by Carp's powerful punches, rendering his kicks ineffective against the iron defense. He endured several blows, employing nearly every technique at his disposal until his chakra was completely drained. I concede, I cannot continue. How does one fight against such a formidable opponent? It feels akin to battling a turtle shell, and the turtle occasionally bites back with excruciating pain. Haha, your strength likely lies between that of a captain and a rear admiral. If you master hockey, you'll be on par with an admiral. And look, I have injuries from our bout as well. Carp remarked, pulling back his shirt to reveal his wounds. Are you truly not a devil fruit user? Perhaps I should swim in the sea for you? No need, I believe you. You wish to join the Navy, do you not? I shall consult Sengoku. If he has no objections, you may accompany me. Now, shall we return? Do you still have the stamina to execute that ninjutsu? Tobarama shot Carp a sidelong glance, thinking, this old rascal is quite cunning. Chapter 9. The Rear Admiral upon returning to Windmill Village. Carp instructed Tobarama to take a respite at the tavern while he hurried off to engage in a telephone conversation with Sengoku. Bring. Carp, you scoundrel. You've once again abandoned your mission. And now you dare to call? Do you believe I shall consume all the senbei you have hidden away? As soon as the call connected, a cascade of elegant salutations erupted, transforming the telephone bug into an embodiment of Sengoku's fury. Sengoku, cease your tirade. I am here on a mission to scout promising talent for our Navy. Who would believe that? You must be off visiting your grandson again, taking on a mission in the East Blue. Sengoku's expression was one of disbelief. Ah, well, sort of. It was on the way. Carp stammered. But I truly have discovered an exceptional candidate. Oh, pray tell. After some probing, I suspect he hails from Wano country, adept in ninjutsu, capable of manipulating seawater. And his strength lies between that of a captain and a vice admiral, devoid of hockey. Though Carp often appeared carefree, he proved to be remarkably reliable in critical moments. Is his background clear? He isn't an undercover agent from another faction, is he? His origins are shrouded in mystery. He seems to have lost his memory. According to the villagers of Windmill Village, he appeared suddenly, and when he did, he appeared gravely injured. I shall have the intelligence department investigate. If all checks out, he may accompany you. Describe his features. Sengoku retrieved another telephone bug, which was linked to the intelligence department. Tobarama Senju, silver hair, crimson eyes. Adorned with a forehead protector resembling a mask, 3 red markings on his cheeks, and clad in blue armor. Please hold. I will inquire with the intelligence department. Bring. What news, Sengoku? Nothing conclusive. It feels as though he materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace. However, given his prowess, he would be considered high-end combat power within any other faction, making it unlikely for him to serve as an undercover agent. Then he shall fall under your command, Carp. Keep a close watch. Sengoku, being the fleet admiral, had to consider the future of the Navy. The addition of high-end combat power would be greatly beneficial. What about his rank? We cannot let him serve as mere cannon fodder. Let us grant him the rank of Rear Admiral for now, given his evident strength. You can observe him, and once he earns merit, I shall petition the Gorosei for his promotion. In the Navy, ranks above captain are limited in number. Very well. Let it be thus. Wait, Carp. What is it now? Upon completing your mission, return to headquarters post-haste. A new elite training camp is about to commence, and I intend for him to learn hockey under ZF. And for heaven's sake, refrain from causing me more trouble. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, had to remain vigilant for the Navy and Appo's future. Understood, understood. Carp hung up the phone, eagerly making his way to the tavern. Tobarama, my boy. Sengoku has given his approval. You shall serve under me. When the warship arrives tomorrow, we shall set forth, and upon completing our mission, we will return to Navy headquarters, where I will have tasks for you. Before Carp even entered the tavern, his voice resonated. Haha, I managed to secure you a rank from Sengoku, Rear Admiral. What do you think? Surely, this merits a drink on your behalf. Haha. Marikino, bring me the finest wine in the establishment. Tobarama was rendered speechless by the old rascal, who was nothing more than a ruffian in a Navy uniform, taking advantage of free food and drink without contributing a penny. Chapter 10. Purging the East Sea, Part 1. The young lad returned to pack his belongings, as they were to gather at the port the following day in preparation for departure. I shall have another word with my beloved grandson, Carp, who staggered out of the tavern and headed towards the back mountains. The next day, Carp's dog-headed warship slowly approached Windmill Village. All right, the warship has arrived. Let us go? Tobarama, Carp said. Uncle Tobarama, follow Vice Admiral Carp and do your best. Hey, Luffy, aren't you going to say goodbye to your grandpa? Carp remarked to the boy beside him. Luffy pouted, unwilling to engage with Carp. Ever since Carp and Appo's arrival, Luffy had found himself on the receiving end of numerous beatings, which Carp euphemistically termed as education, but in reality was merely a good thrashing. Ow, that hurts. Luffy clutched his head, tears welling in his eyes. Goodbye. Grandpa. Only then was Carp satisfied to board the warship, which soon departed from Windmill Village. Grandpa, I want to become a Marine. I am destined to be the king of pirates, Luffy shouted, somehow managing to procure a horn as he called out to the receding Carp. Luffy, just wait until I catch you. You're driving me mad. Carp, upon hearing this, went into a frenzy, ready to turn back. Vice Admiral Carp, calm down. Admiral Sengoku has instructed us to return to headquarters promptly. Carp's aide hastily restrained him. You little rascal, if you dare set sail, I'll make sure to capture you. Carp could only utter a threatening remark in resignation. Bogart, how is the mission progressing? Report, Vice Admiral Carp. We have currently identified 23 pirate crews operating in the East Sea, with only Captain Clock of the Black Cat Pirates possessing a bounty exceeding 10 million. It turned out that Carp's mission was to eradicate the pirate presence in the East Sea. Ever since the pirate king Gold Roger was publicly executed by the Navy, the secret of One Piece was revealed, leading to a surge of treasure seekers, especially in the East Sea, the birthplace of the pirate king. Consequently, the Navy headquarters periodically dispatched personnel to the East Sea to apprehend pirates, which led to the region being dubbed the weakest sea. This individual beside me is the newly recruited Major Tobarama. He will be responsible for the forthcoming combat operations. Bogart continued along their course. I shall take a moment to rest. Educating my grandson is quite exhausting. Carp introduced Tobarama to the others, gave his instructions, and retreated to his quarters. From now on, we shall be colleagues, Major Tobarama. I look forward to your guidance. Major Bogart, I shall also rely on your support. Major Tobarama, allow me to elucidate the nature of our mission. We are tasked with eliminating the pirate forces in the East Sea, which currently hosts numerous pirate crews, both large and small. Our primary targets are those with bounties exceeding 10 million, while the remainder will be handled by the East Sea branch. According to our intelligence, the confirmed pirate crews with bounties over 10 million include the Black Cat Pirates, the Dragon Pirates, the Krieg Pirates, and the Buggy Pirates. The Black Cat Pirates have already been apprehended. Our first target is the Dragon Pirates, based in Cocoa West Village, led by Captain Dragon, who boasts the highest bounty in the East Sea to date, amounting to 20 million berries. Very well, you shall command this operation, while I shall focus on capturing the foes. Major Bogart, Tobarama, we have spotted a colossal sea creature ahead, a soldier reported as he rushed over. Due to Carp's direct appointment of rank without demonstrating his abilities, the soldier held little regard for Tobarama. A massive sea beast, let us take a look. Curiosity piqued. Tobarama approached the bow of the ship and beheld a creature resembling an enormous bull before the warship, as soldiers nervously aimed their rifles. Everyone, remain calm. Leave this to me. It is natural for one to harbor a primal fear towards such immense entities. In an instant, Tobarama flashed before the sea beast. With a swift kick from the leaf whirlwind technique, he sent the creature flying into the distant waters, motionless. This power, even a rear admiral from headquarters would struggle to achieve such a feat. What sort of anomaly has Karp recruited? Bogart was astounded. Remarkable. Major Tobarama. The soldiers were thoroughly impressed by Tobarama and Apos' display of strength, for in their world, prowess was the ultimate currency. Chapter 11. The Purge of East Sea, Part 2. Upon returning to the ship, Tobarama was met with the adoring gazes of the soldiers. The sensation of his kick landing solidly on flesh left everyone in a daze. Admiral Tobarama, your rank does not align with your prowess, Bogart remarked with a hint of awe. Admiral Karp must have his own considerations, Tobarama replied with a smile. Let us proceed. Tobarama was in the midst of devising a combat strategy with Bogart when a soldier knocked and entered. Report. We will soon arrive at Cocoa West Village. So soon? Tobarama exclaimed. Let us execute the plan we discussed earlier. Indeed, may Admiral Tobarama achieve victory at the onset, Bogart responded. The operational plan was rather straightforward. Tobarama would charge into battle while Bogart and the soldiers secured the perimeter to prevent any escape. Tobarama made his way to the main street of Cocoa West Village, intending to inquire about the location of the Dragon Pirates and Apos' hideout. However, upon mentioning the name of the dragon, the villagers fled in terror. After several futile inquiries, Tobarama resigned himself to search independently. He leaped onto the rooftops and scanned the distance. Spotting a courtyard deep within the village, marked by a building adorned with a shark emblem, that must be the place. At that moment, the Dragon Pirates were reveling in their latest haul of treasures. A sudden crash startled the fishmen. Who dares to come here and stir trouble? A fishman officer boasted. In an instant, he was sent flying, his fate uncertain. Fishmen? What grotesque creatures! Tobarama expressed his disdain. Let us resolve this swiftly. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The attack was devastating. Even the fishmen and Apos' formidable physique could not withstand the torrent, rendering them unconscious. Subsequently, Tobarama summoned a snail phone to notify Bogart to apprehend the culprits. The villagers of Cocoa West were shaken by the thunderous noise and approached cautiously to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the Dragon Pirates subdued, years of repressed emotions erupted. The Dragon Pirates have been defeated. Hooray! I must share this good news with everyone. In the distance, a contingent of Navy soldiers approached, led by a rather disheveled Navy colonel. How despicable! They defeated the dragon. I was relying on him for my earnings. Who are you? What are you doing here? He demanded. I, Colonel Mouse of the Navy and Apos' 16th Division, am here to arrest you. Since Tobarama had yet to be formally commissioned and lacked the Navy uniform, his naval affiliation was not immediately apparent. I am a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. A Rear Admiral, you say? Without a uniform, I shall take you into custody. Stand down. Bogart arrived just in time with his soldiers. Colonel Mouse had previously encountered Bogart at the East Sea Branch. Colonel Mouse. Admiral Tobarama has not yet been commissioned and thus lacks a uniform, but he is indeed a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The colonel was left speechless. At that moment, the villagers of Cocoa West gathered around. The dragon has been defeated. Long live the Navy. They cheered. An elder approached to express gratitude to the Navy for vanquishing the dragon and liberating Cocoa West Village. No need for thanks. We are the Navy, representatives of justice. Bogart replied with righteous fervor. Now, let us regroup. The Navy escorted the captured Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse back to the warship. Chapter 12. The Purge of the East Sea, Int. Upon returning to the warship, Karp awaited their arrival at the dock. Aha! You did remarkably well, kid. I and Apos' just received intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the Creek Pirates. Let us hasten our departure to the Treasure Island waters. In the Treasure Island waters, a fleet of approximately 50 vessels lay anchored. A man clad in golden armor shouted from his ship, Charge, annihilate, plunder, and burn. How dare anyone refuse to pay the protection fee to me, the sovereign of the East Sea, Creek. Instantly, several villages in the vicinity fell victim to catastrophic devastation. Their cries, the sounds of explosions, and the raucous laughter of pirates melding into a cacophony. Admiral Creek, the Navy is approaching, shouted a lookout. Oh, the East Sea branch of the Navy? How many have come? Only one ship. Ha! Just a single vessel? Is the Navy here to meet their demise? Or do they look down upon me, Admiral Creek? At that moment, the significance of intelligence became apparent. Karp and Apos' warship was renowned throughout the Grand Line, and even the Yonko would steer clear of it, save for the obstinate Kaido. Yet Creek had never ventured beyond the East Sea, mistakenly believing the Navy to be as feeble as its East Sea branch. Once within cannon range, sink it, commanded Creek. As Creek and Oppos' orders disseminated, the fleet and Oppos' cannons all aligned towards the direction of the Navy's ship. No wonder the East Sea branch had struggled against the Creek pirates, with so many ships. A single barrage could easily obliterate anything in its path. Carp mused, peering through his telescope. Upon reaching cannon range, fire. With a single command, the entire fleet unleashed a barrage. The sight of over 50 vessels firing simultaneously was indeed breathtaking, resembling a dark rain cascading down. However, the soldiers aboard Carp and Oppos' ship remained undaunted. They were elite sailors, having traversed countless battles alongside Carp. Armed and resolute, they stood their ground. As the cannonballs approached, various combat teams readied themselves for their respective zones. Bogart stood at the forefront, directing the soldiers. Water release, water barrier. Just as the cannonballs made contact with the ship, a barrier of water emerged to intercept them. Who is it? A devil fruit user? The soldiers queried, searching for the source. Haha, Tobarama, splendid work. Carp recognized the technique, having witnessed it before. Admiral Tobarama, you are truly formidable, cheered the soldiers. Is Tobarama a devil fruit user? Bogart was equally astonished. Admiral Carp, leave this pirate crew to me, Tobarama requested. Go ahead. With that, Tobarama leaped off the ship. The soldiers were perplexed. How can Tobarama reach them when the ships are so far apart? Is he going to swim? Look, Tobarama can actually run on the water. Impressive, with roughly 50 ships. The numbers were overwhelming. It was time for shadow clones. Tobarama swiftly devised a battle strategy. Shadow clone technique. With a series of puffs, 20 shadow clones of Tobarama appeared on the surface of the water, spread out to every corner of the fleet. Upon reaching their designated positions, Tobarama began to form seals. And all the shadow clones followed suit. What is this? 20 individuals think they can take on my fleet? How laughable. Creek scoffed, utterly confused, believing it was a futile endeavor. Carp, observing through his telescope, commanded the soldiers, fall back to a safe distance. Water release, water surge X-21. The tranquil sea began to churn, growing increasingly tumultuous, swirling into water tornadoes, which cascaded downward like waterfalls, forming a massive river that surged toward the fleet. In an instant, 21 rivers, empowered by the ocean's might, created towering waves that crashed upon the beleaguered Creek fleet. Is this a trick? Can mere mortals conjure such power? Creek was utterly dumbfounded. Help! The fleet is in disarray. Against the cataclysmic might of the ninjutsu, human efforts seemed utterly insignificant. With a thunderous crash, the waves obliterated the fleet in an instant. What manner of person have you brought, Admiral Carp? Fortunately, Carp had ordered the ships to retreat, sparing them from the chaos. Suddenly, Tobarama reappeared on the ship, as the soldiers remained in a state of shock. We can go rescue them now, Tobarama prompted. Tobarama, when did you return? The soldiers finally reacted. As the sea returned to calm, only fragments of the ships remained afloat. How terrifying. The soldiers exerted great effort to restore order to the battlefield. Well, the mission to purge the East Sea is complete. Return to Marineford. Carp commanded. Wait, what about that other one? The buggy pirates are still hidden, and we currently lack intelligence on them. Let us depart for headquarters. Chapter 13. Marineford. After several days of navigation, we finally reached our destination, the naval headquarters, Marineford. In the distance, a colossal crescent-shaped island rose majestically from the sea. Within the harbor, hundreds of warships were anchored. On the island stood a massive military fortress, emblazoned with the insignia of the Navy. Between the two characters was the emblem of a seagull grasping a scale, symbolizing the preservation of peace and order in the world. Atop the fortress was a multi-tiered wooden structure, the heart of the Navy, where high-ranking officers conducted their business. Dock at Port 3, commanded the island's officer, orchestrating the entrance and exit of the vessels with precision. Mission accomplished. All personnel are dismissed for a week of rest. The crew aboard the warships were permanent members, required to engage in daily training even in the absence of missions. Bogart, prepare the mission report and submit it to me. Fugaku, follow me. Sengoku wishes to meet you. Fugaku trailed behind Carp into the vast naval stronghold, winding through corridors until they reached one of the offices at the top of the fortress. Without knocking, Carp burst through the door. Haha, Sengoku, have you missed me? His booming voice startled Sengoku, causing him to drop the documents he had been perusing. A nearby goat, mistaking the fallen papers for food, eagerly attempted to consume them. Hey, I wasn't an amp, oppos, T finished with that. Don and amp, oppos, T eat it. Carp exclaimed, you old rascal. Sengoku then noticed Fugaku standing behind Carp. This must be Senju Fugaku. I and oppos. VE heard from Carp about your formidable prowess. Indeed, you exude righteousness. Haha, am I wrong in my judgment? Carp replied, pulling out a bag of sweets to munch on. Carp, are you eating my snacks in my office again? Hand them over. Sengoku snatched the bag, devouring its contents in one go. Ah, you scoundrel Sengoku. You stole my snacks. The two engaged in a playful scuffle over the sweets. Just then, another figure entered the office, a middle-aged man with violet hair. Observing Carp and Sengoku wrestling, he appeared utterly bemused. You two have been at this for half a lifetime. And you and Oppos, still fighting? How tiresome. Fugaku, this is former Admiral Zephyr, now the chief instructor of the Navy Elite Training Camp, Sengoku introduced. I would like you to train rigorously under Commander Zephyr. Come, let us spar to gauge your strength. Before Fugaku could respond, Zephyr spoke. Intrigued by the individual who was to be bestowed with the rank of Rear Admiral. Let us proceed to the training ground. Not unless you want to renovate the training facility. Carp protested. There are a few small islands nearby. I previously trained there. Let and Oppos, head to those. Carp proposed. Very well. They agreed, and the group boarded a warship bound for the small islands. Zephyr and Fugaku made their way to the island, while the others remained aboard to observe. Present were Sengoku, Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Admiral Akiji, and several rear admirals stationed at headquarters. Carp, are you heading back to the East Blue? Akiji greeted Carp. Kazan, are you on duty at headquarters this month? Carp replied. The Navy mandated that at least one admiral remain at headquarters at all times to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Ah well, Akainu and Borisolino have gone to the G1 branch in the New World. There has been friction between Whitebeard and Kaido. The New World is in chaos, Akiji explained. Are you ready? Zephyr asked Fugaku. Ready. Then let us begin. Chapter 14. Joining the Elite Training Camp. Battle imminent. The atmosphere remained unchanged, as Toby began by employing the Water Dragon Bullet technique as a means of probing. This ninjutsu had nearly become a metric for assessing combat prowess. Before attaining the status of a Yonko, only red-haired Shanks could disperse it with several sword strikes, while Carp shattered it with a single punch. The moment this technique was unleashed, it left everyone, aside from Carp, utterly astounded. Carp, you didn't and Oppos. T mentioned he was a devil fruit user. Sengoku exclaimed, turning towards Carp. Could this possibly be the legendary water fruit? Akiji murmured to himself. This is truly the nemesis of devil fruit users. Sengoku remarked. Carp. He is not a devil fruit user. He claims this is merely a ninjutsu, Carp clarified. Ninjutsu? Does he hail from Wano country? Sengoku inquired, intrigued. But Wano has been isolated for many years. Furthermore, I have encountered ninjas from Wano, and their attire is entirely different. Not to mention their ninjutsu lacks such formidable power. Their techniques seem more akin to mere sleight of hand, unlike this overwhelming force. Akiji, do you believe you can freeze his ninjutsu? Rear Admiral Crane asked Akiji. It and Oppos. It's hard to say, Akiji replied, glancing at the scene with uncertainty. Just watch closely. This kid has an array of tricks up his sleeve that will surely astonish you. Carp said, pulling out a pack of sunbae from his coat pocket and savoring them with delight. Zifa was taken aback by the water dragon, but as an admiral, he had witnessed his fair share of spectacles. Channeling his haki, he unleashed two powerful punches that shattered the water dragon. A master of martial arts like Carp, he understood that direct confrontation was unwise. Toby continued to form hand seals, water release, great exploding water wave, water release, water wave, water release, water bullets, water release, hard vortex water blade. A series of water ninjutsu surged towards Zifa. What an odd ability, so much water. Zifa thought, resigned to fiercely countering with his fists. I must engage in close combat, he resolved, being a master of the Marine and Oppos' S6 powers. Zifa braved the onslaught of water ninjutsu, closing the distance and using Soru to appear directly before Toby, thrusting his finger like a spear. Bang! The moment Zifa and Oppos' finger struck Toby, he transformed into a puddle of water. Water release, water prison technique. Zifa found himself ensnared within a water sphere. As the voice faded, Toby and Imp, Appos, S form gradually coalesced from the water, demonstrating a remarkable exchange of blows with Zifa, who appeared to be at a disadvantage. Although Zifa had been relegated to a secondary role for years, his strength should still have been commensurate with that of a candidate for admiral. Sengoku watched in astonishment. 6 powers, King Gun. Bang. Zifa broke free from the water prison. Wow, this kid is quite impressive. Zifa gasped, panting heavily. Age had begun to take its toll on his stamina. This old man is formidable indeed. Very well, let's call it a day. If this continues, we shall both be worse for wear. Sengoku interjected to halt the battle. Kid, are you a devil fruit user? Zifa queried Toby. No, all of this is ninjutsu. Toby replied. Sengoku, this kid has the potential to defeat me, the chief instructor. What does he seek in the elite training camp? Zifa expressed his confusion. I wish to learn the Marine and Amp, Appos, S6 powers, and hockey from you. Toby stated earnestly. Karp had discreetly informed Toby that Zifa was capable of teaching the current 3 admirals and most of the vice admirals, possessing unparalleled instructional abilities. Oh, if that is the case, then come forth. I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Having already trained 3 admirals, it would be splendid to produce a 4th. Zifa mused, recognizing that even without his direct guidance, Toby would reach admiral-level strength within 3 years. Why not foster his growth? Very well. The ceremony for Toby's rank will be conducted after the training camp concludes, but he shall enjoy the privileges of a rear admiral. Here are the keys to your assigned quarters, Sengoku said, handing Toby a key. One must admit, the benefits of the Marine are exceptional. Even family members are accommodated with jobs, alleviating any concerns. Tomorrow morning at 8, assemble at the training grounds. Do not be late, Zifa instructed, patting Toby on the shoulder before turning to leave. Chapter 15, The Navy and Amp, Appos, S6 Styles and Dominance, Part 1. Tobarama held the key to his new abode and, guided by the number inscribed upon it, discovered his assigned residence, a quaint, independent courtyard. The room was adequately furnished with essential living amenities, embodying the essence of a fully equipped accommodation. It was impeccably clean, suggesting it was regularly maintained. Was the treatment for a major general truly so splendid? One couldn't and Amp, Appos, help but ponder what privileges might be afforded to a lieutenant general or admiral. The following day, after rising early for a workout, Tobarama hastened towards the training grounds, only to suddenly realize he had neglected to inquire about their location the previous day. Excuse me, could you tell me where the elite training campus training grounds are? He inquired of a young boy with silver hair, who had a cigar dangling from his mouth, exuding a somewhat rogue demeanor. Oh, you and Amp, Appos, were you also part of the elite training camp? Come along, so am I. Well, sort of. Thank you. Let us hurry. It's nearly 8 o'clock, and Teacher Zephyr detests tardiness. The two sprinted towards the training grounds, arriving just in time before the clock struck 8. Smoker, you're late. Tina is furious. A pink-haired girl approached, delivering a sharp rap to his head. Not really. I still have a minute before 8. Smoker protested, cradling his head in dismay. The instructor said to arrive 5 minutes early today. Who told you to sneak away from yesterday and Amp, Appos, S training? Toot toot. That's the signal for assembly. Hurry up. In a brief span, all the trainees lined up in formation. Come over here. Teacher Zephyr gets very upset when he sees someone disregarding the rules, Smoker called out. Noticing Tobarama still standing idly. It and Appos, S alright, I can stand here. That's unacceptable. Teacher Zephyr's strikes are quite painful. Smoker forcibly dragged Tobarama into line. Zephyr entered with several instructors, commencing a tedious lecture, while Smoker stood beside him, stifling yawns. All right, that's enough of that. Let us begin training. First, run 100 laps around the training ground to warm up. Tobarama, come here. You need not participate in the training. Zephyr beckoned Tobarama, drawing the attention of all the trainees. Why doesn't he have to train? Smoker pondered, confusion clouding his mind. Stay focused, Smoker. Don't lose your concentration. The instructor admonished. Tobarama followed Zephyr to a small training room, which was constructed from the finest materials. Given your formidable strength, practicing outside might be challenging for you to control. Thus, we shall train indoors. Feel free to exert yourself. However, refrain from employing your water jutsu, lest you create a deluge beyond reason. I shall now elucidate the Navy S6 styles, Zephyr continued. These techniques were developed by our predecessors through their own experiences, integrating defense, agility, offense, and evasion into a cohesive combat style. The styles comprise shave, paper drawing, iron block, finger gun, gale foot, and moonwalk. Among these, shave and moonwalk are mobility techniques, while finger gun and gale foot serve offensive purposes, and paper drawing and iron block are defensive techniques. Notably, iron block, shaved, and paper drawing are the most critical skills. Iron block and paper drawing are both deceptively simple yet profoundly complex. Mastering them greatly enhances your bodily control. But they require personal exploration, which I shall not reiterate. As for shave, I will slow down my speed. Observe closely. With that, Zephyr propelled himself forward, covering nearly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Oh, I see now. In his encounters with Garp and Zephyr, Tobirama had witnessed shave employed multiple times. He had meticulously studied it, believing it to be merely a series of rapid footfalls. Now, he comprehended that this technique transcended mere force. It was fundamentally about bodily coordination. As Zephyr executed shave, Tobirama discerned that the power exerted was not overwhelming. Instead, it relied on the subtle tremors of his leg muscles in that fleeting moment. Chapter 16. The Six Forms of the Navy and Hockey, Part 2. After witnessing Zephyr and Appo's demonstration, Tobirama fell into contemplation, realizing the significance of having a good teacher. One can indeed achieve success in cultivation by following the experiences of those who came before. Noticing that Tobirama had regained his focus, Zephyr handed him a book containing insights on cultivation. Through our battle yesterday, I discerned that what you currently lack is the method to master yourself. The six forms of the Navy are the culmination of a century and Appo's worth of refinement, representing an ultimate martial art. It transcends mere techniques. It is designed to facilitate a more perfect self-mastery. After you become acquainted with shave, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger gun, do not neglect the practice of iron block and paper drawing. This book contains some of my summarized insights. You may find them beneficial. Zephyr continued. Hockey is a latent power inherent in all humans, akin to an instinctual ability that encompasses presence and intimidation. However, the vast majority of individuals remain unaware of this power, or strive to harness it, but fail throughout their lives. Hockey is categorized into three forms: observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror and Appo's hockey. Observation hockey sharpens one and Appo's five senses, allowing one to perceive the aura and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, enabling the anticipation and evasion of danger. It is said that those who master observation hockey to its zenith can even foresee the future. Armament hockey enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities, aside from sea stone. It is the only means to capture the fluidity of a Logia user's body. As he spoke, Zephyr's arm darkened, demonstrating armament hockey to Tobirama. Lastly, Conqueror's hockey is unique. As it cannot be cultivated through effort, it is a mark of royal disposition. I can only instruct you in the cultivation of observation and armament hockey. Although hockey remains enigmatic, there exists a comprehensive theoretical framework regarding when and how to cultivate it, as well as methods for strengthening it. Zephyr offered a brief introduction to the practice of hockey. Familiarize yourself with the basics. Mastery is not achieved overnight. When the time comes for your training, I shall provide specific guidance. That is all for today. You may commence your training. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out. With that, Zephyr prepared to depart, mindful of the many students awaiting his attention. Very well, Master Zephyr, Tobirama responded. Shave, iron block, paper drawing. Shave is an explosive movement technique, while moonwalk is an extension of shave, and finger gun can be seen as a precursor to iron block. Reflecting on Zephyr and Appo's words, Tobirama silently rehearsed the various techniques of the six forms. Then let us begin with the practice of shave. Shave fundamentally differs from body flicker technique, which relies on chakra, as shave depends on the control of one's own physical power. Mastering the six forms of the Navy will lay a solid foundation for the subsequent study of hockey. The training of shave is both challenging and not particularly difficult. Beyond the stringent requirement of surpassing human physical limits, it is even more crucial to refrain from activating chakra. Reluctantly, Tobirama sealed off his chakra temporarily to prevent its flow. He relaxed his body, adjusting his state to its optimal condition. With a powerful push of his feet, a large crater emerged beneath him, propelling him forward like a shadow. He collided with the wall with a resounding crash, creating yet another pit. No, do it again. Bang. Still not right. Bang, bang. The thunderous noise startled those training outside. Training is a protracted journey, filled with repeated attempts, adjustments, and a training room now riddled with craters. The heartache of the Warring States period echoed in his mind. Just from the perspective of Shave and Amp, Oppo's practice, one could glimpse the overall difficulty of mastering the six forms. This single technique proved exceedingly elusive. Zephyr's earlier remarks had understated the challenge. The six forms demand an exceptional combination of physical strength, power, speed, endurance, and muscle coordination, all essential components. Only after exhausting his entire body did Tobarama cease his training for the day. It had been a long time since he felt this sense of depletion. Chapter 17. The Six Forms of the Navy and Hockey. Final. As night fell, Zephyr arrived at the training room utilized by Tobarama, his lips twitching in dismay. It was evident that he was not there to hone skills, but rather to wreak havoc. The training room was riddled with craters and uneven patches. The following day, Tobarama received a message from Zephyr indicating that the previous training facility required a thorough cleaning and that a new location had been secured for practice. Upon arrival, he discovered that the site was none other than the island where he had sparred with Zephyr. Zephyr learned that Tobarama was now training on the deserted island. Let him practice as he pleases, Zephyr thought, undeterred. That day, he enlisted workers to repair the training room, only to be told that it was beyond salvage. My retirement fund, Zephyr lamented, his heart bleeding for the loss. Although the elite training camp had a dedicated budget, it was still woefully insufficient, compelling Zephyr to dig into his own pockets to cover the expenses. As time passed, a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the deserted island, Tobarama stood opposite Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, the time has come to assess the results. During Tobarama and Oppo's training, Zephyr often came to provide guidance. Tobarama and Oppo's innate talent was remarkable. Zephyr had anticipated 6 months of learning, yet Tobarama had mastered it in merely 1 month. Come now, let me see how your training has progressed. Tobarama swiftly closed the distance, launching an attack with his finger pistol. Well executed, but still insufficient. Zephyr countered with paper drawing to evade the strike. Tobarama continued his assault with Gale Step. Oh, you and Amp, Oppo's, VE even mastered Gale Step. Impressive. Zephyr braced himself with Iron Block, barely withstanding the blow. Your attack power is commendable. That nearly tested my limits, Zephyr remarked with admiration. Now how is your defense? With a series of techniques, finger pistol, paper drawing, Gale Step, and Iron Block, Tobarama had essentially grasped the fundamentals of the six forms. The remaining refinement could only be achieved through combat. Next, we will embark on the training of hockey. We shall begin with armament hockey, as mastering observation hockey requires assistance, Zephyr said with a sly grin. Now, to the matter at hand. I have provided a general overview previously, so I shall not dwell on it further. Armament hockey's defensive and offensive capabilities depend not only on your proficiency, but also on the enhancement of your physical strength. Zephyr removed his shirt, revealing a tapestry of gruesome scars, his forearms turning pitch black. Armament hockey is solely about the application of envelopment. The essence lies in strength. When your hockey is potent enough and the density of coverage is high, the ensconced object will naturally harden. Even my capacity for hardening is merely the result of enveloping hockey around my hands, achieving hardening in the process. Successfully developing armament hockey, to the point of simply wrapping it around your hands or objects, indicates an initial understanding. To achieve high-density wrapping that forms a black layer on the surface of your body and objects signifies true mastery of armament hockey. The training of armament hockey does not demand extensive technical prowess. Aside from physical strength, it revolves around mere wrapping and re-wrapping. Zephyr continued his elaborate explanation. Additionally, armament hockey can only be applied to your body or weapons. Do not attempt to apply it to your water-style ninjutsu. A month passed. Tobarama sat on the ground, eyes closed, concentrating all his energy into his hands. In the next moment, armament hockey. A hum resonated, akin to a magical vibration, filling the air with a buzzing sound. The aura enveloping his hands began to compress and solidify, and in the blink of an eye, Tobarama's hands turned entirely black. With a forceful punch, Tobarama struck the ground, causing it to fracture instantly. Is this the power endowed by armament hockey? Truly formidable. During this month of training, Tobarama finally comprehended that hockey was indeed a manifestation of energy. In the world of One Piece, individuals were often unfamiliar with the utilization of energy, especially the sensation of energy flowing within and outside the body, a concept foreign to most. Yet for him, it felt akin to the cultivation of chakra. which made his mastery of hockey all the more seamless. At the outset of his training, he found it challenging to merge hockey with chakra. However, through persistent effort, Tobarama had successfully integrated the two. While training chakra, he simultaneously honed his armament hockey, which now exhibited characteristics of hockey. Very well, my training is nearly complete. I shall return to seek teacher Zephyr's guidance on the cultivation of observation hockey. Tobarama recalled Zephyr's devious expression, sensing that the old man might have a trick up his sleeve. Chapter 18. Graduation Assessment. Tobarama sailed back to the Navy headquarters, seeking Zephyr at the elite training camp to inquire about the cultivation method for observation hockey. Come along. I have just established a training room for observation hockey, and you will be the first to experience it. Zephyr remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. Am I just a guinea pig to you? Tobarama retorted, speechless. Ha ha ha. Indeed. Come forth, little guinea pig. Zephyr led Tobarama to a training room filled with suspended wooden spheres. Upon pressing a switch, the spheres began to move erratically. Observation hockey is employed to predict and evade enemy attacks. This apparatus is quite suitable for that purpose. Now, take a seat and give it a try, Zephyr instructed. Tobarama settled in the center of the room as Zephyr activated the device. The wooden spheres commenced their chaotic movements. Ah! Tobarama screamed in agony as the machine started, being struck repeatedly by the spheres. Upon hearing his cries, Zephyr hurriedly halted the apparatus. Tobarama's face bore the marks of the relentless assault. Ha ha ha. You look utterly disheveled, Tobarama. Zephyr laughed heartily. Tobarama shot him a fierce glare. Let us try again, this time covering your entire body with armament hockey. It's beneficial to cultivate both at once, Zephyr suggested. With a reluctant sigh, Tobarama prepared himself. Ready to go, Tobarama? Zephyr called out. This time, rather than cries of distress, the room resonated with the sound of impacts as the wooden spheres collided with Tobarama, shattering upon contact. Soon, all the spheres lay in ruins, leaving only the strings swaying in the air. This, with armament hockey enveloping his body. Tobarama and App's form was akin to steel. The spheres were reduced to mere eggs against a stone, Zephyr remarked, exasperated. Have you wrecked another training session? Tobarama. Are you part of a demolition crew? Zephyr exclaimed in frustration. Tobarama's practice resulted in destruction each time. Who could endure such a toll? Smoker and Tina were summoned to the second training ground. Zephyr instructed the soldiers nearby. The elite training camp boasted 2 training grounds, a vast first training ground for daily training and a notably smaller second training ground, reserved for punishing misbehaving or underperforming students. The mere mention of the second training ground sent shivers down the spines of the elite students. Smoker, have you angered instructor Zephyr again? Tina inquired. Not at all. I and App's been diligently training lately. Smoker responded. Then why are we summoned to the second training ground? I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. Smoker shrugged, unperturbed by the potential consequences of their summons. At the second training ground, Smoker queried, Why did you call me here, old man? With a swift punch, Zephyr sent Smoker flying. Who are you calling an old man? Zephyr snapped, wrathful. I meant teacher Zephyr, Smoker replied, clutching his head, tears brimming in his eyes. Smoker was known for his stubbornness, and Zephyr seemed particularly irritable that day. I didn't summon you here to be beaten. I called you both to assist him in cultivating hockey, Zephyr declared. Wait, isn't that still getting hit? Smoker lamented. Silence. This time, you will aid him in training observation hockey. Now, get to it, Zephyr commanded, delivering another punch to Smoker. This is splendid, Smoker exclaimed. Hey, aren't you the one I met asking for directions the other day? Smoker recognized Tobarama. Enough chit-chat. Let us begin, Zephyr urged, seemingly enjoying the opportunity to strike Smoker once more. The two stood several meters away from Tobarama, surrounded by a pile of stones. They picked up the stones and hurled them at him. Just days ago, Tobarama had been left bruised and battered by their stone throwing, but by the third day, he had made some progress. He realized that chakra sensing techniques could only perceive living beings, not inanimate objects. By combining hockey energy with his sensing techniques, Tobarama gradually began to grasp observation hockey. A week passed, and Tobarama could now evade all the stones thrown at him. He had made significant strides in mastering observation hockey and was ready to enhance it further through practical combat experience. Excellent. You have now acquired the basics of the 6 forms of the Navy, along with observation and armament hockey. The elite training camp has little more to teach you. You may now apply for your graduation assessment, Zephyr announced. What does the graduation assessment entail? Tobarama inquired. Typically, it consists of a practical combat assessment, apprehending pirates. However, the strength of the pirates is usually aligned with the capabilities of the graduates. Given your unique circumstances, Sengoku will make the arrangements for you. Let us proceed to Sengoku's office. Chapter 19. The Anti-Pirate Cruise Star, Charlotte Cracker in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, alongside Marine Admirals Akainu and Kizuru, as well as Marine Vice Admiral Garp and Tsuru. A significant discussion unfolded. Tobira, welcome. Please, take a seat, Sengoku invited. Zeph should have informed you that. Given your unique circumstances, I will personally assign you your graduation assessment task. He handed Tobira a bounty poster, which depicted a middle-aged warrior with a long mustache. The inscription read, Charlotte Cracker, with a bounty of 860 million berries. This individual has been selected based on the evaluation of strength by myself, Garp, Zeph, and Tsuru. Is this person my graduation assessment task? Tobira inquired. Allow me to clarify, Sengoku began. Charlotte Cracker is one of the sweet commanders of the Yonko Big Mom Pirates, the 10th son of the Charlotte family, and the Minister of Biscuit in Tato Land. He possesses the powers of the biscuit fruit, with a bounty of 860 million, ranking 4th among the Big Mom Pirates. It is said that he usually conceals himself within his own biscuit soldiers, and to this day, no one has witnessed his true form. His strength is assessed to be between that of a vice admiral and a candidate for admiral. This is precisely why you have been chosen for this task, Sengoku elucidated. Upon hearing that Tobira possessed the strength of an admiral candidate, both Akainu and Kizuru exchanged glances, surprised that this diminutive figure harbored such prowess, as Tobira's stature was indeed considered short within the realm of pirates. Furthermore, there is another reason. Under normal circumstances, you would not be dispatched, as they typically operate within their own territories. Even dispatching an admiral would likely result in a one-way journey. However, according to the intelligence brought back by Sakazuki, the Yonko Big Mom's tea party is approaching, and she has an insatiable craving for sweets, particularly the delicacies from Fishman Island. Sending Cracker to Fishman Island for the sweets will draw him out of Big Mom's territorial reach, presenting us with an opportunity, Sengoku explained. Recently, following the conflict among the Yonko, our G1 branch has suffered considerable losses. They are becoming increasingly audacious. It is time to teach them a lesson, Akainu declared, slapping the table, his temper flaring. Rest assured, this is not an unrequited endeavor. Upon your successful completion of the task, I shall grant you the rank of Rear Admiral. Sengoku proposed enticingly. Isn't there a limit of 16 positions for Rear Admirals? Tsuru inquired. Do not fret. I will consult with the Gorosei, Sengoku reassured. What say you, Tobira? Very well, I shall go, Tobira affirmed. Excellent. Time is of the essence. Return and prepare your belongings. We depart this afternoon, Sengoku commanded. In the afternoon, Tobira arrived at the port, where he found Sengoku, Garp, and Akainu present. Why is the fleet admiral personally involved in this mission? Tobira jested. I wish I could join, but the fleet admiral cannot leave without a compelling reason, Sengoku replied, somewhat helpless. Garp will accompany you as your assessment officer. Remember, if he intervenes during your battle, it signifies your failure in the assessment, Sengoku reminded. Akainu was to return to the G1 branch to continue guarding the New World, providing them with a favorable ship. In Sengoku's eyes, Tobira was a promising candidate with immense potential, and the Navy urgently required high-caliber combatants. Thus, Garp's presence served both as a supervisor and protector for Tobira. Set sail for the New World, Garp commanded, as the dog-headed warship gently departed from Marineford. Nervous? Are you, Tobira? Come, have a drink. I pilfered this fine wine from Sengoku. Garp jested as he approached Tobira's cabin, observing him in training. Save it for the celebration, once I complete my mission, Tobira replied. Ah, that's the spirit. This wine shall be reserved for you. Garp laughed heartily. In truth, it was impossible not to feel anxious. This battle would mark Tobira's true debut in this world, as his previous encounters with Garp, Zeph, and Shanks had merely been sparring sessions. Chapter 20. Cookie Man Cracker. After numerous days of sailing, Tobarama and his companions finally traversed the Red Earth continent, arriving at the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World. This region is notorious for its unpredictable weather, where a moment's carelessness could lead to shipwreck and loss of life. Following their navigational compass, they reached the Navy's G1 branch. According to intelligence from an informant, Cracker had departed from Whole Cake Island and would soon exit the territory of Tato Land. Prepare to set sail. Akainu instructed Tobarama. Tato Land, established by Big Mom, is the territory of the Big Mom pirates, centered around Whole Cake Island, surrounded by 34 islands governed by 34 ministers. Tobarama held the transponder snail, ready to communicate at any moment. Garp handed him a transponder snail, advising him to keep it safe. Tobarama boarded the small vessel prepared for him and set off. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Fishman Island, on a desolate isle, Cracker commanded his crew to coat their pirate ship for the journey to Fishman Island. Due to its depths, the vessel required a protective layer, otherwise, the immense pressure of the ocean would crush it. Not far from this locale, Tobarama and Appo's ship was approaching. Having finally tracked down Cracker and Appo's whereabouts after days of diligent searching, Lord Cracker, a ship is approaching us, reported the lookout pirate. Oh, our movements have not been exposed. Could it be lost pirates? Cracker pondered. Lord Cracker, it's a warship. As the ships drew closer, their forms became increasingly discernible. What? The Navy? Prepare for battle. Cracker swiftly issued commands. The encounter between pirates and the Navy invariably led to conflict. You stay here. Getting too close risks being caught in the fray. Tobarama ordered the warship to anchor offshore while he proceeded on foot. In an instant, Tobarama arrived on the island. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Utilizing his observation haki, Tobarama sensed the presence of approximately 100 pirates and resolved to eliminate the smaller foes first. With a powerful crash, a water dragon descended upon Cracker and his crew, leaving only Cracker unharmed while the rest perished or were severely injured. Who are you? I am Cracker of the Big Mom Pirates, and I apologize if I have offended you. Cracker, noticing Tobarama's lack of a Navy uniform, yet sensing his formidable strength, assumed he was there for revenge. I am here to take your life, Tobarama retorted, revealing his intent. You scoundrel. Cracker realized that diplomacy was futile. Under the influence of the seawater, Cracker and Appo's biscuit soldiers began to soften, revealing their true form. A towering figure over 3 meters tall emerged, with purple hair styled in 3 clusters, one resembling a long loaf atop his head, while the tips of the 2 clusters at the back sparked with energy. Indeed, he looks nothing like the bounty poster. Tobarama mused, comparing the figure to the wanted notice. It seemed this individual could either be a Navy officer or a pirate hunter, possessing the ability to summon water. This realization made Cracker wary. With armed haki, Tobarama swiftly appeared before Cracker. Finger gun, shatter. This was an advanced technique he had developed. Cracker, using biscuits, quickly conjured a shield reinforced with haki to block the attack. Damn it, he is certainly a Navy officer. Upon witnessing Tobarama employ the 6 powers of the Navy, Cracker understood that only the Navy and the world government could wield such techniques. Chapter 21. Confrontation with Cracker. The insidious Navy seeks to capture me. I must prepare for the worst. Biscuit fragments, biscuit soldiers. With each clap of Cracker and Appo's hands, the summoned biscuits gradually coalesce into formidable biscuit soldiers. You despicable scoundrel, you shall pay dearly for this. Cracker commands his soldiers to charge at Tobarama. Gonna fracture. Gale foot of destruction. The biscuit soldiers are remarkably resilient. Despite Tobarama and Appo's efforts to shatter one, the broken piece swiftly regenerates. Haha, my biscuit soldiers are invincible. Clapping his hands once more, Cracker conjures another wave of biscuit soldiers, encircling Tobarama. Prepare to perish. This is the fate of those who provoke the Big Mom Pirates. However, as the soldiers' swords descend, no cries of agony emerge as Cracker had anticipated. Just as confusion sets in, a water vortex forms amidst the biscuit soldiers, swiftly transforming into a lake. Cracker and Appo's biscuit soldiers are rendered ineffective, softened by the water. Could it be that he possesses the legendary water fruit? Cracker is taken aback. At that moment, Tobarama charges forward. Cracker is compelled to unsheath his sword to engage Tobarama in combat. His fruit abilities are nullified. For each time, he summons biscuit soldiers. Tobarama counters with his water techniques, rendering his efforts futile and draining his stamina. Roll of salted pretzel. Cracker spins his sword at high speed, enveloping it with haki, and thrusts forward, unleashing a spiraling blade of energy with tremendous force. Tobarama wisely avoids a direct confrontation, employing the body flicker technique to evade, and retaliates with a water technique. Wave of salted pretzel. Cracker hastily draws his sword, unleashing a flurry of blade energy to counter. Engaging in close combat, Tobirama, empowered by Haki, finds himself increasingly adept in both armament and observation Haki. Meanwhile, Cracker grows increasingly cautious, seeking any opportunity to escape. Cracker despises pain, even flinching at the thought of needles. Thus he constantly envelopes himself with biscuit soldiers. At last, he seizes an opportunity. With a swift roll of salted pretzel, he forces Tobirama back and darts towards the shore. Unbeknownst to him, a particularly formidable pirate among the ones Tobirama had spared is gradually regaining consciousness. Receiving Cracker and Appo's orders to prepare the pirate ship for departure. As Cracker hastens towards the ship, he remains oblivious to the fact that this moment allows Tobirama's water techniques to manifest. Cracker believes Tobirama is merely a devil fruit user, fearing the ocean's influence upon him. Cracker reaches the ship just before Tobirama can catch up. Wait, the Big Mom pirates will not let you go. Thinking himself safe aboard, Cracker hurls threats at Tobirama. Water technique, water cutter. Tobirama expels a high-pressure stream of water, cleaving Cracker and Appo's ship in twain. Cracker tumbles into the ocean, his body rendered weak and powerless. Water prison technique. Tobirama swiftly confines Cracker within a water prison. How could he remain unaffected in the water? Is he not also a devil fruit user? This is the singular thought that crosses Cracker and Appo's mind as he slips into unconsciousness. Cake Island at the island and Appo's center, within a colossal castle. A gigantic woman clad in a pink gown is voraciously indulging in confections. Mother, this is bad. A young woman with short violet hair rushes in. She is Charlotte Custard, Cracker and Appo's twin sister. If you have no urgent news to convey, you might as well perish. The formidable Big Mom detests being disturbed while savoring her treats. Cracker's life card is beginning to burn. Custard presents a slowly igniting life card to her mother. Where has Cracker gone? He went to Fishman Island to procure sweets, Custard whispers. Mama, how dare anyone touch my desserts? A powerful aura radiates from Big Mom, instantly incapacitating most of those present on Cake Island. How terrifying. Who has provoked Mother? The onlookers tremble in fear. Zeus, Napoleon, Prometheus, we must depart. Zeus enlarges, carrying Big Mom towards the location indicated by the life card. Chapter 22. The arrival of Big Mom. Tobirama hoisted the unconscious Kureha onto the warship, leaving everyone aboard utterly astounded. In merely half a day's time, they had successfully captured Kureha, one of the sweet commanders of the fearsome Big Mom pirates, a figure revered in the New World. The soldiers on the warship shackled him with sea-stone handcuffs and further restrained him with chains against the wall to prevent any chance of escape. The vessel then commenced its return journey. The soldiers aboard frequently cast furtive glances at Tobirama, eager to ascertain the identity of this remarkable individual. Unbeknownst to Tobirama, they were well aware of his significance. In this region of the New World, it was unprecedented for such a formidable figure to be captured alive. Typically, they were slain on the spot, as capturing them alive proved far more challenging. Reclining on the deck, Tobirama reflected upon the recent battle, recognizing that it was primarily his abilities that had effectively countered Kureha and Appo's devil fruit powers. Had it been a pure martial arts confrontation or a clash of other devil fruit abilities, it would have undoubtedly required much greater effort. Tobirama resolved to further hone his own martial skills, acknowledging that although he had made progress in this encounter, it was still insufficient, leaving much to be desired. At that moment, Tobirama remained oblivious to the fact that Big Mom was hastening towards his direction, heralding the imminent approach of a significant crisis. As he contemplated his future training, he was suddenly alerted by his observation Haki, sensing a terrifying presence drawing near. Expanding his Haki outward, he detected a colossal aura that sent chills coursing through him. It seemed he had been detected. Indeed, defeating Kureha was no trivial feat. Big Mom had already sensed Tobirama's probing. Whose territory are we in? Tobirama inquired of the soldiers, who were far more familiar with the New World than he was. The closest territory to our current course belongs to the Emperor, Big Mom. How far are we from the G1 base? Approximately an hour and Appo's journey. Then let us accelerate our speed. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally. I sense a formidable presence approaching us. I cannot confirm if it is targeting us, but given that we are in Big Mom's territory, it is highly probable, Tobirama responded in a grave tone. He then retrieved the transponder snail given to him by Garp and dialed the number. Brew brew, the line connected. Tobarama, what is the situation? Did you fail the mission? Vice Admiral Garp, the mission was successful. Koreha has been captured, but Big Mom is en route. What? How far are you from the base? About an hour. Increase your speed and hold your ground. I will depart from the base immediately, Garp replied gravely. Just as Tobarama ended the call, he received another incoming transmission. This is Akainu. Provide me with your coordinates. I am near Big Mom and Amp. Apos, S territory, and will arrive shortly. Tobarama promptly relayed the coordinates to Akainu. Meanwhile, Big Mom was drawing ever closer to the warship. Oh, why is there only one warship? Whose subordinates are so audacious? Prometheus, unleash your fiery wrath. As she commanded, the red homie, Prometheus, expelled 3 fireballs. Big Mom, possessing the powers of the soul fruit, wielded the ability to manipulate souls at will, allowing them to inhabit various objects, thereby animating them. These anthropomorphized entities were known as homies. Among her allies, Prometheus hovered nearby, while Zeus, the thundercloud beneath her feet, and Napoleon, the hat atop her head, were also homies. Chapter 23. Fierce battle with Big Mom. Big Mom summoned Prometheus to launch an attack, as fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the battleship. It's over. Big Mom is coming. The soldiers on the ship, struck with terror, hurriedly attempted to flee. Yet, in the vast expanse of the ocean, where could they escape? Fear not, for I am here. Tobarama stepped forward to steady the soldiers' nerves. They recalled that there was a formidable warrior aboard the ship capable of defeating the 4 commanders. While he may not be able to vanquish Big Mom, he could at least delay her until Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Garp arrived. The fireballs drew ever closer. Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. At the very moment the fireball was about to strike the battleship, a massive wall of water surged up, thwarting the attack. Oh, it seems Cracker's defeat was not unwarranted. Is this also a power of the devil fruit? Big Mom regarded Tobarama with keen interest. No, he is not a devil fruit user. He stands upon the sea. Completely unscathed. You all hurry to regroup with Admiral Akainu. I will hold off Big Mom. Tobarama shouted to the soldiers aboard the battleship. Tobarama-sensei, please take care. Although it was somewhat cruel, they understood that remaining there would only be a burden. They were unqualified to interfere in such a battle of titans. The battleship accelerated once more, heading towards the Navy's base. Hey, water-playing brat, do you think you can stop me alone? Big Mom called out. Prometheus, pursue that battleship and rescue Cracker. Yes, Mama. Prometheus swiftly flew toward the direction of the battleship. Tobarama could only let him go. Unable to intervene with Big Mom and Apos, S menacing presence looming nearby, all he could do was pray that the soldiers could run fast enough to evade capture. Mama, water-playing brat. Let us continue. Big Mom's expression transformed into that of a cat toying with a mouse. Zeus unleashed the thunder. The storm clouds beneath her darkened, crackling with lightning as a colossal bolt surged toward Tobarama. Damn it, water can conduct electricity. I must evade. With no other choice, Tobarama utilized the body flicker technique, narrowly dodging but still being affected by the residual energy. He could only rely on his haki for defense. Yet, enduring the wrath of an emperor was no simple feat. Despite his haki, his body felt numb and tingled. This is unacceptable. I cannot simply sit idly by. I must bring her down from that storm cloud. Big Mom, a devil fruit user, could not touch the seawater, forcing her to float in the air atop Zeus. This presented an opportunity for Tobarama. Water release, water bullet technique. Water release, twin dragon's bite. Water release, hard vortex water blade. Suddenly, the ocean roared as the water-based ninjutsu amplified its power. Countless water bullets surged toward Big Mom, followed by 2 water dragons crashing down upon her. In the ensuing chaos, Tobarama charged at Big Mom with a spinning water spear. Damn it, this brat can manipulate the sea. Big Mom found herself struck by the water, leaving her momentarily weakened. In an instant, Tobarama's follow-up attack arrived. Mama, be careful, Zeus warned. Bang! Although Tobarama's hard vortex water blade made contact, it merely caused Big Mom to stagger back a step, leaving her unharmed. What Tobarama did not know was that Big Mom possessed an incredibly resilient body with formidable defensive capabilities. Even a blade from the giant race had shattered against her at the tender age of 5. Neither bullets nor blades could mar her skin, rendering her as impervious as an iron balloon, an innate strength. How dare you provoke me, water-playing brat? Big Mom roared in fury. Napoleon. Her pirate hat transformed into a longsword. Elbaf gun, nation and Apos. S might. With a tremendous swing, Big Mom unleashed a massive sword wave. I cannot evade. I shall counter. The best defense is a good offense. Tobirama resolved. Shadow clone technique. He created 10 shadow clones. Water release. Water severing wave. 11 boom boom boom. 11 high-pressure water columns clashed against the massive sword wave. Tobirama unleashed his strongest single-target attack. Boom, boom. Ultimately, neither side could overpower the other. Tobirama gasped for breath on the water's surface, having exhausted considerable energy with that last maneuver. Chapter 24. Akainu's support. The boy playing in the water has done remarkably well. He has managed to withstand my formidable might. At that moment, Prometheus returned from afar, clutching the unconscious Krija. Mother, I have brought back Krija. Well done, Prometheus. The boy playing in the water, having defeated Krija, piqued my interest. I shall grant you his position of General Star. Seeing Tobirama's formidable strength, Big Mom felt a pang of regret for the talent she was about to lose. Water release. Waterfall's cry was the response from Tobirama, utilizing his water release ninjutsu. A barrage of water needles shot forth from his mouth, targeting Big Mom's vital points with incredible precision, injuring her for the first time in their encounter. You wretched boy, is this your answer? You refuse my invitation, and yet you dare to wound me? Prepare to meet your end. Big Mom, incensed by the rejection and her injury, exploded in fury. Prometheus then entwined itself around Napoleon's sword, causing it to elongate and sprout fangs. Emperor's sword, broken blade. Big Mom charged at Tobirama, her sword swinging with deadly intent. Water release, water barrier. Tobirama hastily erected a defense, but it was cleaved apart in an instant. He could only rely on his armament haki to withstand the blow. But it was futile. He was sent flying by the strike. Zeus. Lightning coursed through the sword as Big Mom pursued Tobirama, her weapon imbued with the ferocity of thunder and flame. Damn it, there is no escaping this. Having sustained heavy injuries from Big Mom and Appo's previous attack, Tobirama faced imminent peril as her strike was about to land. Great fire. A colossal fist composed of magma erupted, dispersing Big Mom's sword energy. Just in time, Admiral Sakazuki arrived on the scene. He assessed the situation, noting Tobirama's endurance against Big Mom. Impressive, to withstand Big Mom for such an extended period. Sakazuki's expression revealed his admiration for Tobirama's resilience. Sakazuki, this is indeed the work of your navy, having long safeguarded the navy's branch in the New World. Sakazuki had frequently clashed with the four emperors and had engaged in numerous battles against their pirate crews. It's unavoidable. Who could ever hope to best us in the navy? Sakazuki, I swear you shall remain in the New World today. Like cannon. A laser shot from Big Mom's hand toward Akainu. Dog bite, crimson lotus. Akainu's arm transformed into magma, taking the shape of a dog's head as he extended his molten limb towards Big Mom. The clash of their attacks resulted in a violent explosion. Truly, the magma fruit boasts unparalleled offensive power, as Akainu and Big Mom exchanged blows with fervor. Tobirama recognized the gap between his strength and that of an admiral. Underworld dog. Seizing an opportunity, Akainu struck Big Mom, sending her crashing down from the thunderclouds with Zeus. Water release, water blade slash. Tobirama capitalized on the moment to launch an attack at Big Mom. Water release, wave riding. He manipulated the currents to pull Big Mom into the depths. Water release, water prison technique. Beneath the surface, a clone of Tobirama awaited, ensnaring Big Mom in a watery prison. Akainu was astonished. Within such a brief span, they had managed to trap Big Mom. You seized the moment splendidly. Akainu approached Tobirama, gazing at Big Mom imprisoned within the water sphere. You wretched boy, release me at once. Big Mom shouted in frustration. Though she was not in mortal danger, her powers rendered useless within the confines of the water. Now the question remains, even if I release her, we stand no chance against her. Tobirama inquired of Akainu. Let us wait for Vice Admiral Garp to arrive. For now, let us keep her confined. Akainu, resigned, agreed. Big Mom had battled fiercely against both Tobirama and Akainu, showing no signs of weakness. And her entrapment was merely a result of her own oversight. The power of the four emperors was indeed formidable. Chapter 25. Mission accomplished. Admiral. The imposing figure of Big Mom was confined within a colossal water sphere, expertly crafted by Tobirama, measuring nearly 10 meters in diameter. From a distance, it was indeed a remarkable sight. Inside the sphere, Big Mom incessantly hurled curses, yet neither Tobirama nor Akainu paid her any heed. focusing instead on recuperating their strength for the forthcoming battle. After a while, Karp, leading the fleet, arrived on the scene. "Well, it's the first time I've seen you in such a predicament," he laughed, gazing at Big Mom trapped within the water sphere. Both Karp and Big Mom were renowned powerhouses, having crossed paths numerous times as adversaries. Tobarama has done remarkably well to ensnare Big Mom. With a sudden explosion, cannon fire erupted around the trio. The ship fleet of the Big Mom pirates had also arrived, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs that obliterated Tobarama's clone, causing the water prison technique to dissipate. "That wretched brat. I shall have your head." With a furious glare, Big Mom charged toward Tobarama. For a formidable figure like her, being bested by another Yonko was one thing, but being outmaneuvered by a younger generation was a bitter pill to swallow. Elbaf's spear, Kingdom of Might. A tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth toward the trio. Hellhound, Water Release, Water Severing Wave, Iron Fist of Love. The three united to withstand Big Mom's ferocious assault. As she prepared for another strike, an interruption occurred, courtesy of Charlotte Katakuri, the linchpin of the family and the foremost commander of the Big Mom pirates. "Mother, cease your attack." "Enough. Katakuri, do not hinder me." "Mother." "The Navy has Karp and Akainu, along with that water-wielding brat. Engaging them will lead to mutual destruction." Big Mom, exhibiting a spark of rationality, recognized that a confrontation with the Navy would only result in devastation, especially with three emperors lurking nearby, coveting her territory. "Retreat. That water-wielding brat. I shall make you pay dearly in the new world." Reluctantly, Big Mom issued the order to withdraw. "Ah, Cracker has also been rescued. Do not fret. I have a plan." Tobarama smirked slyly. "We shall retreat and create a FAAD for the enemy." Observing the Navy fleet beginning to withdraw, the Big Mom pirates mirrored the action. Cracker, having been trapped within the water sphere alongside Big Mom, was now in a more dire state. As the Big Mom pirates relaxed their guard, Tobarama activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He had previously marked Cracker during the skirmish, preparing for such an eventuality. To his surprise, he found the opportunity had come sooner than anticipated. Tobarama teleported into the crew quarters of the Big Mom pirates, swiftly eliminating the crew members and stealthily extracting Cracker. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy ship, Akainu scrutinized the Flying Thunder God technique on the table, questioning Karp, "Is this feasible?" After all, he has fought alongside Tobarama and holds him in high esteem, believing it unworthy to risk a promising individual for just Cracker. "Rest assured, I have witnessed Tobarama employ this technique before. It is flawless." With a flash, the technique activated, and the figures of Tobarama and Cracker materialized within the cabin. It was only then that the Big Mom pirates realized Cracker had vanished, plunging them into chaos, utterly baffled. Reluctantly, they dispatched individuals to search indiscriminately. Seeing Tobarama return safely with Cracker in tow, Akainu's anxiety finally subsided. Karp contacted Sengoku. "Brew brew. Karp, has the mission been accomplished?" "Haha, indeed. Excellent. Let us hasten back to Marineford." "And what of Tobarama and Appo's rank?" "I have already reported to the Gorosei. They have consented. Tobarama is soon to be promoted as the 17th Admiral of the Navy, and a ceremony will be held upon his return." Chapter 26. Journey to the G1 branch. Please return to Marineford first. My duty at the G1 branch remains unfulfilled, and given the substantial loss Big Mom has suffered, she will undoubtedly harbor resentment. I must return to make the necessary preparations, Akainu declared as he boarded a naval vessel bound for the G1 branch. Karp and Tobarama continued their journey to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. After several days at sea, Karp and Tobarama finally arrived back at Marineford. "At long last, we have returned. H has caught up with me. A single mission leaves me utterly exhausted. You may seek out Sengoku on your own. I shall retire for some rest." Karp yawned. "Oh, I almost forgot. Someone, take Kureha to the interrogation room." Karp instructed the soldiers to escort Kureha off the ship and confine him to the interrogation room. Tobarama approached Sengoku and Appo's office, knocked on the door, and entered. Sengoku was diligently managing paperwork at his desk. "Tobarama, please have a seat. I must attend to some urgent documents first." Sengoku sighed, realizing that the responsibilities he bore were typically assigned to the admirals. Yet his subordinates were either constantly engaged in battles or were dreadfully lazy, leaving him to contend with these documents alone. He reflected on the irony of his situation. Even after being promoted to fleet admiral, he remained burdened by paperwork. By the time Tobarama had finished a pot of tea, Sengoku finally completed his tasks. Ah, at last. I am done. Those three rascals have shoved all their responsibilities onto me. I shall dock their pay. Sengoku grumbled to Tobarama. Meanwhile, one of the admirals, who had been trimming his nails in the office, suddenly shivered. Oh dear, I feel a bit unwell. I now have a valid excuse to leave early. The fleeting pleasure of shirking duties was all too tempting. Tobarama, Akaino has already briefed me on the battle. I am impressed by your prowess. Not only did you capture Kureha, but you also managed to contend with Big Mom and even momentarily trap Akainu alongside her, Sengoku praised. Here is a uniform tailored for you as a newly appointed Rear Admiral. Tomorrow, we will publicly judge Kureha, and we shall also hold your promotion ceremony then. Prepare yourself well. Sengoku handed Tobarama a uniform. Upon returning to his quarters, Tobarama opened the uniform package to find not only a justice coat, but also a light blue suit, reminiscent of the color of his previous armor. He understood that this marked the severing of past ties. He carefully stored away his former armor and headgear, donning the Navy-issued uniform along with the justice coat. The following day, the plaza at Marineford was teeming with people, all eager to hear of the young hero who had ventured deep into Big Mom and Appo's territory and returned with a captured star. Rumors spread that he had directly confronted Big Mom, embellishing Tobarama's deeds to the point of deification. At the execution platform, two soldiers escorted Kureha to stand trial. Shortly thereafter, Sengoku appeared, delivering a lengthy address about the evolution of the Marines, the perils posed by pirates, and enumerating Kureha's 10 heinous crimes. The verdict was life imprisonment at Impelled Down. Sengoku then invited Tobarama to the stage, formally introducing him as the esteemed Rear Admiral, our 17th Rear Admiral, Tobarama Senju. Clad in a blue suit and a justice cloak, with white hair and red eyes, Tobarama exuded an aura of cold elegance intertwined with gentleness. Undeniably a youthful figure of merit. Sengoku adorned Tobarama with the insignia of a Rear Admiral, thus completing the promotion ceremony. Following the ceremony, Tobarama visited Sengoku's office once more. Tobarama, you are now a Rear Admiral. Will you choose to remain at headquarters, or shall you be dispatched to another branch? Sengoku inquired. The Marine branches were categorized into two types: the Four Seas branch, where the highest rank was that of a captain, and the Grand Line branch, which was directly under the headquarters with the highest rank being Rear Admiral. The naming convention for these branches followed the format GX. The rank system in these branches was equivalent to that of headquarters. I shall go to the G1 branch. My current strength requires further honing, Tobarama thoughtfully replied. Excellent. With your capture of Kureha, the G1 branch has been experiencing frequent skirmishes with the Four Emperors. Akainu is also requesting support from headquarters, making you the perfect candidate for the assignment. Chapter 27. Rising to prominence at this moment. The Big Mom pirates were still fervently searching for clues regarding the whereabouts of Cracker. Mom, we have found the trace of Lord Cracker, exclaimed Cracker's sister as she rushed to report to Big Mom. Oh, you found him? Where is he? He's with the Navy. Castati trembled as he handed the newspaper to Big Mom. What? That detestable Senju Tobarama. That loathsome Sengoku. That vile Navy. Big Mom's conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping through the entirety of Whole Cake Island. Should you discover the whereabouts of Senju Tobarama in the New World, inform me immediately. I shall make him aware of the consequences of provoking the Big Mom pirates. Big Mom was consumed by impotent rage. For Cracker had been imprisoned in the notorious Impelled Down, known as the Fortress of Unyielding Strength. Thus, the four sweet commanders were reduced to three. At the red-haired pirate's base, a crew member rushed in, flustered. Captain, what is the matter that has you in such a tizzy? The person you sparred with in Windmill Village has become a vice admiral in the Navy. What? Let me see. He has captured Cracker alive. One of the four sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, a core officer of the Charlotte family. Even if you were to face Cracker, it wouldn't be so simple to capture him alive. Indeed, Shanks recalled his conversation with Tobarama in Windmill Village. Then it and farewell to the New World. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, a towering figure with a crescent-shaped white mustache was drinking. This was Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, revered as the strongest man in the world. Cracker, one of the four sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, has been captured by the Navy. Oh, which admiral took action? None of them. It was a vice admiral with an unfamiliar name. Cracker, the fourth in command of the Big Mom pirates, possesses the troublesome biscuit fruit ability. Could it be that the Navy has nurtured another powerhouse akin to the three admirals? Marco pondered. Grah, sons, let us feast and celebrate the Navy's newfound strength. Whitebeard remained unperturbed, embodying the spirit of a true warrior and the confidence of the world's strongest. On Onigashima in Wano country, in a cavern, a tremendously tall and robust man with long black hair and dragon-like horns was drinking. Admiral Kaido, what is it? Do not disturb my drinking. Cracker, one of the 4 sweet commanders of the Big Mom pirates, has been apprehended by a rookie vice admiral. Ugh, rookie Navy. Come and kill me. Gulp, gulp, bring me more wine. Kaido had 2 passions, drinking and self-destruction, yet he possessed unimaginable resilience and vitality. Revered as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, he had been captured by the Navy countless times, yet even under torture, he would break the chains. And even on the guillotine, he could shatter the blade. 9 enormous prison ships had sunk under his might. No one had ever been able to slay him. Not even he himself. Unbeknownst to Tobarama, due to his capture of Cracker, he had begun to garner a modest reputation in the New World, finally placing himself within the gaze of the powerful, allowing him to start making his mark. Chapter 28. The First Battle of the New World in the New World. At the G1 Naval Base, Admiral Akainu welcomed Vice Admiral Tobarama, who arrived with 3 warships on a mission to assist in the ongoing conflict. After several days at sea, they finally reached the G1 base, where Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Onamaru awaited their arrival. Welcome, Vice Admiral Tobarama, Akainu exclaimed, representing the highest authority of the G1 base. Ever since we apprehended Kaido, the Big Mom pirates have been in a frenzy, clashing with us daily and incurring heavy casualties on both sides. Currently, I am stationed here with 2 other vice admirals, and your presence should alleviate some of our burdens. Admiral Akainu, I am also new to the New World and unfamiliar with many aspects. Please issue the battle orders, and I shall execute them, Tobarama responded, indicating his intent to enhance his strength through combat, disregarding any other matters. Excellent. I appreciate your attitude, Akainu replied. Just then, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. Admiral Akainu, the frontline sentry reports that the beast pirates are attacking. Leading them is likely one of the Flying 6, page 1. Huh. The beast pirates are indeed a nuisance. Wherever there is conflict, they are sure to appear, Akainu remarked. Known as the Disruptor Pirates, the beast pirates earned this moniker from the Navy due to their tendency to intervene in battles, exacerbating the situation for the Navy. Since the confrontation between the Navy and the Big Mom pirates began, numerous skirmishes had resulted in significant losses attributed to the beast pirates' involvement, leaving the Navy short-staffed to respond effectively. Akainu had to remain vigilant regarding Big Mom's movements, while the 2 vice admirals kept a close watch on the sweet commanders to maintain a balance of power. The arrival of Tobarama, however, brought hope for improvement, as he would act as a fireman, addressing any crises that arose. With the beast pirates now attacking, Akainu and the other vice admirals could not afford to be distracted by potential assaults from Big Mom and Appo's crew, and thus entrusted this task to Tobarama. Go forth, Tobarama, and deliver a decisive blow to the arrogance of the beast pirates, Akainu commanded. Here is the intelligence we have gathered on the core members of the beast pirates. Familiarize yourself with it. With that, Tobarama set sail towards the beast pirates with his fleet from Marineford. Is this the vice admiral who captured Kaido? Onamaru inquired of Akainu. Indeed, that is him, Akainu confirmed. But with such formidable strength, why not send him to face Big Mom? This conflict was instigated by him, and Big Mom has placed a substantial bounty on Tobarama, indicating her fury towards him. I fear that if he enters the battlefield, she will go mad. Yet, this is not a viable solution. Big Mom will eventually discover his presence. We can only delay for so long. This is the new generation of our Navy, and we must protect them. If necessary, we will fight, Onamaru suggested. At that moment, Tobarama arrived at the frontline sentry, where soldiers were fiercely battling the beast pirates. They stood resolute, defending against the pirates. Fear not. Admiral Akainu has dispatched reinforcements. We must hold our ground until they arrive, a commanding officer urged. How naive, Navy. Akainu is undoubtedly preoccupied with Big Mom. How could he spare resources for you? A pirate with purple hair, styled to cover one side of his head, and sporting a white and green horned hat, laughed boisterously. This was page 1, one of the Flying 6, with a bounty of 290 million berries. Impossible. Admiral Akainu will come, a soldier insisted. What a laughable hope. Allow me to shatter your delusions, Page 1 declared, transforming into the form of an ancient Spinosaurus from the dragon fruit, sending a colossal creature into the fray. Die. Each of the Spinosaurus's strikes inflicted tremendous damage upon the Navy. Damn it. Where are the reinforcements? Page 1 cackled, reveling in the chaos. Apologies, Admiral Akainu. I have failed. A soldier cried out just as Tobarama arrived on the battlefield. Water release, water barrier. A massive wall of water emerged, deflecting Page 1's assault and saving the soldier. Well done. Rest now. I shall take over from here, Tobarama assured the soldier. The reinforcements from Admiral Akainu have arrived. The surviving soldiers cheered. Brothers, you've done well. Leave the rest to us, Tobarama declared. Huh, what does it matter? You will all die? Page 1 charged at Tobarama with arrogance. Water release, great water surge. Tobarama unleashed a torrent, dragging Page 1 into the depths and unleashing a barrage of strikes. Water release, water blade slash. Water release, hard vortex water blade. By the time the seawater receded, Page 1 lay unconscious on the ground. Page 1. The remaining pirates gasped in horror. Page 1 has been defeated. Run. They fled in disarray upon witnessing their leader and Apos' downfall. Chapter 29. Drought Disaster. Jack quickly clear the battlefield, rescue the wounded, and apprehend the pirates. Tobarama swiftly issued his commands. The soldiers hurriedly combed through the battlefield, aiding the injured and capturing those pirates who failed to escape. Unfortunately, Tobarama's reinforcements arrived too late, and the soldiers stationed at the outposts suffered heavy casualties, leaving only a handful of injured men. Tobarama made his way to the medical room to visit the wounded soldiers and approached the highest-ranking officer at the outpost. Rest assured, I have already reported the situation to Admiral Akainu. I will temporarily remain here to jointly withstand the assault from the beast pirates. Do not worry. In the distance, a colossal pirate ship loomed on the sea, its sails adorned with the flag of the beast's pirates. A battered small boat hastily fled the battlefield towards this ship. Lord Jack, a tall and robust figure with golden hair, bound in a ponytail and two braids, adorned with metallic jaw armor and ivory-like decorations, emerged. He was clad in a fur coat and wore a belt bearing the emblem of the beast pirates. This man was none other than Jack, one of the three calamities of the beast's pirates, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. What is it? He demanded. Lord Pejuan has been captured by the Navy, stammered a pirate who had escaped the battlefield. You useless fool. Why did you return alive? Lord Jack, spare me. With a swift motion, Jack crushed the pirate and Apos' throat. The beast's pirates, led by Drought Jack, had dispatched the Flying Six as the advance team. The status of the calamities was akin to that of the 3 stars within the Big Mom pirates, making them core figures of their crew. It was evident that Kaido took this matter seriously. Let us set sail, men, to the Navy and Apos' front outpost. It is time to teach them a lesson. It appears they have forgotten the terror of the beast pirates. Meanwhile, Tobarama was orchestrating the reconstruction of the outpost and Apos' defenses in preparation for the impending battle. Tobarama. A pirate ship has appeared on the distant sea, reported a lookout soldier. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. They and Apos, recoming in fast. Take aim. The pirate ship is firing. Boom, boom. The coastal soldiers returned fire at the pirate vessel. Bang. The cannonballs struck the ship. Counterattack. Give me a counterattack. The pirate ship also opened fire on the Navy. Change the ammunition to toxic gas Koro shells. Let the Navy experience the might of our new weapon. Jack, known for his treachery, would stop at nothing for victory. Boom. The gas-laden shells exploded on the Navy's position, releasing a purple toxic smoke that spread throughout their ranks. This smoke is poisonous. Everyone be careful. Many Navy soldiers succumbed to the poison. This is vile. How insidious. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Seeing the situation, Tobarama utilized his ninjutsu to dispel the toxic smoke, redirecting it towards the sea. This shift in wind direction inadvertently affected the pirates as well. How could this happen? The smoke is blowing towards us. Some weaker pirates fell unconscious from the toxic fumes. Cursit quickly reached the shore. Jack also inhaled a considerable amount of the toxic smoke, but to him, it was of little consequence. Chapter 30. The Billion Bounty and 900 Million Ivory Brothers. Charge. The mammoth approached the shore, and the pirates surged toward the Navy like a swarm. We cannot allow the pirates to set foot even a step closer. Forward. The Navy clashed with the pirates, and the battlefield was filled with the glint of blades and the continuous roar of gunfire. As both Navy and pirate fell to the ground, Jack confronted the unfamiliar figure of Toby. A newcomer in the Navy? Did Akainu leave you here to perish? Is it you who defeated that worthless Peggy 1? But capturing members of the Beast Pirates will come at a price. Jack declared arrogantly. Enough of your prattle. How dare you? Jack lunged at Toby. Bang. Toby blocked Jack's assault. Leave Hurricane. Toby executed a whip kick aimed at Jack. The two exchanged blows, their strengths evenly matched. Impressive. Now I shall become serious. Jack drew two weapons resembling straight swords from his waist and a scythe from his upper body. The battle intensified. Toby unsheathed his kunai, and they continued to clash, sparks flying as their weapons collided. The combat reached a stalemate. Let an amp, Oppos, end this here. Toby swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon surged toward Jack. Damn! A colossal mammoth appeared on the battlefield. Jack was an ancient Zoan-type user of the mammoth fruit, possessing immense strength, a massive physique, and formidable regenerative and defensive abilities. Relying on the mammoth's absurd defense, Jack withstood Toby's water dragon bullet. Haha, that tickles. With his overwhelming strength, Jack charged toward Toby. Water instantaneous technique. Jack felt as though he had collided with a puddle. Toby had evaded to the back of the mammoth. Water release, heavenly cry, utilizing the mammoth and amp, Oppos' cumbersome size to his advantage. Toby appeared behind it and unleashed a penetrating water needle. The needle pierced through the mammoth and amp, Oppos' defenses, injuring Jack. Damn it, how could you break through my defenses? Jack furiously turned, swinging his trunk at Toby. Whoosh! Once again, he struck nothing but water. Water release, water severing wave. Toby utilized the instantaneous technique to evade again and launched another attack. This time, it was a high-pressure water jet. Even more powerful. Roar, roar, damn. If you have the guts, face me directly. Toby exploited Jack and Amp, Oppos' sluggish movements, relentlessly attacking him. Jack, unable to keep pace with Toby's speed, was left with no outlet for his strength, forced to endure the blows. Before long, he was drenched in blood, covered in wounds inflicted by Toby. The substantial blood loss left Jack feeling dizzy, and his attack slowed. Damn it. Have the guts to fight me face to face instead of dodging everywhere. Jack seethed, rampaging aimlessly. Unbeknownst to them, they had fought their way to the shore. It is time to conclude this battle. Upon reaching the beach, Toby recognized an opportunity. Zoan users possess tough skin, and merely defeating them could take considerable time. But all Devil Fruit users are vulnerable to seawater. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Toby summoned a torrent of seawater toward Jack. Water release, wave riding strike. Toby melted into the water, using its force to propel Jack into the depths. The water blades sliced through the water swiftly, targeting Jack. Without his Devil Fruit abilities in the sea, Jack's defenses faltered, rendering him unable to withstand Toby's relentless onslaught. Water release, hard spiral water blade. Toby formed a spiraling water spear, delivering the final blow, sending Jack from the water back onto the land. Jack reverted from his mammoth form, collapsing unconscious. With Jack's defeat, morale surged among the Navy. Long live Vice Admiral Toby. The Navy cheered. Oh no, Lord Jack has been defeated. Quick, flee. The pirates and Oppos' spirits plummeted, losing all will to fight as they hastily retreated to their ships. The Navy pursued valiantly, and soon, the battle concluded, with most pirates captured, leaving only a handful to escape aboard their vessels. Toby held Jack's bounty notice, gazing at the bound Jack on the ground, pondering. He hardly put up a struggle against me. How could this guy warrant a bounty of 1 billion? Is the ivory truly worth 900 million? Chapter 31. The onslaught of Kaido Tobarama commanded his subordinates to swiftly clear the battlefield while he contacted Akainu to report the situation. Brulu. Tobarama. What is the status of the battlefield? Reporting to Admiral Akainu, the calamity known as Jack from the Beast Pirates and the Flying Six-member Page 1 have been captured. Please send someone to facilitate their transfer to Impel Down at once. What? You have defeated Jack as well? Akainu exclaimed in astonishment. Your strength has grown remarkably. It seems a seat among the admirals awaits you soon. I will promptly inform the fleet admiral. You are to escort the prisoners back to the G1 branch. Akainu instructed Tobarama. Brulu. Sengoku was handling affairs in his office. Fleet Admiral, what news do you have from the New World? Tobarama has engaged with the Beast Pirates, clashing with the Calamity Jack and Page 1. Both Jack and Page 1 have been apprehended. What? Having such capable subordinates poses its own challenges. Tobarama has just captured a significant figure from the Big Mom Pirates. And now he has also captured a notable member of the Beast Pirates, incurring the wrath of two emperors. Sengoku found himself scratching his head. Yet, how could the Navy fear mere pirates? Very well, I will dispatch Borsalino for immediate support, and I shall have Garp follow with the prison ship. Sengoku, being the fleet admiral, always considered matters comprehensively. Having dealt with the Beast Pirates for many years, he understood the reckless nature of Kaido. Upon learning of this, Kaido would undoubtedly attempt to rescue. Sengoku's intention in sending Kizaru and Garp was to apprehend Kaido as well. Understood. I will prepare the soldiers for battle. Akainu acknowledged Sengoku's intentions. Summon Borsalino and Garp. Sengoku commanded the soldier. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Borsalino, the Fleet Admiral seeks your presence. A soldier informed Borsalino, who was idly lounging in the office, reluctantly rising to his feet. Really? I want to be able to clock out on time today. In Sengoku's office. Garp had already arrived, sitting and munching on Sengoku's snacks while sipping his tea, much to Sengoku's annoyance. Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, you're here. Garp. Stop eating. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Tobarama has clashed with the Beast Pirates, and one of the calamities, Jack, has been captured and is currently detained at the G1 branch. Is this the new Rear Admiral who recently captured Cracker? How formidable. I fear that Kaido will certainly attempt to rescue Jack. My intention is to use Jack as bait to capture Kaido. Thus, Borsalino will head out first for support, followed by Garp leading the fleet. Fleet Admiral, may I inquire if there will be overtime pay for this mission? Borsalino asked with a lazy demeanor. Borsalino, right. Understood. Such a tiresome existence, my old limbs. Borsalino muttered. At this moment, the fleeing pirates finally returned to Onigashima, the stronghold of the Beast's pirates. Captain, Jack has been captured by the Navy. What? Kaido, drinking in a cave, exclaimed. I'm out of alcohol. Bring me more? Wah, Jack, Kaido lamented while crying. Suddenly, he seized the kanabo beside him and slammed it against the nearby pirates. Navy. With that, Kaido left the cave, transforming into a massive azure dragon and soaring into the sky, heading straight for the G1 branch. Chapter 32. Alliance against Kaido New World. Navy G1 branch. Ever since Tobarama escorted Jack and Page Wan to the G1 branch, the facility has been under strict martial law. They have evaded confrontation with the Big Mom Pirates, focusing all efforts on preparing for the Beast Pirates. Admiral Akainu, it has been several days. Surely Kaido will not make a move now? Inquired Vice Admiral Onizuka, puzzled. Recently, due to precautions against Kaido, encounters with the Big Mom Pirates had been limited to brief skirmishes before retreating, leading the Big Mom crew to mock the Navy, aggravating Onizuka and Appo's temper. Impossible. Based on our understanding of Kaido, he will undoubtedly come. However, since Onigashima is quite distant from our branch, he is likely still en route. What concerns me is whether Kaido will come alone or bring his crew, replied Admiral Sakazuki. Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Kizaru has arrived, announced a soldier as Yellow Monkey rushed in, appearing fatigued. Kizaru, thank you for your efforts, exclaimed Akainu. Has Kaido not arrived yet? Not yet, but it should be within the next few days. After all, the pirates who fled will need time to inform Kaido, Kizaru responded. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, Kaido has sunk our reconnaissance ship on his way here. This is the last report from the vessel, a soldier rushed in to inform. Kaido is nearing. Alert everyone to prepare for battle. Akainu commanded. Yes. Onizuka turned and exited. Fetch Vice Admiral Tobarama. We need to discuss how to confront Kaido. Akainu instructed the soldiers. The other Vice Admirals cannot be of much assistance. Vice Admiral Tobarama's water manipulation technique previously trapped Big Mom. We will require his aid in this battle. Can he manipulate water? Isn't he a devil fruit user? No. During his fight with Big Mom, he was utilizing the ocean, came the response. What a terrifying ability. As Sakazuki and Kizaru continued their discussion, Tobarama entered. Oh, so this is the rising star, Vice Admiral Tobarama, Kizaru jested. Nice to meet you, Admiral Kizaru. Enough with the small talk. Let us address the matter at hand. Akainu interjected, cutting off their exchange. We are here to strategize against Kaido. At this moment, Kaido was approaching the Navy base. Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Tobarama, Kaido is here. A soldier hurriedly reported. Let us proceed according to our plan. This time, we will capture Kaido. Kaido, transformed into a colossal azure dragon, surged towards the Navy base. Die, Navy! Breathe of fire. The dragon expelled a torrent of searing flames directly at the base. What is that? So terrifying. Most of the soldiers had never encountered Kaido's beast form. From a distance, a massive azure dragon spewing fire approached the base, causing the soldiers to scatter in sheer terror. Prepare to strike, Kizaru. Onizuka, defend. Water release, water barrier. Boom. Kaido and Appo's fiery breath collided with the water wall, sizzling and transforming into mist. The entire Navy base became enveloped in thick fog. Soldiers, retreat to the base. Onizuka commanded, as Kaido had come alone to the Navy base. It was best to withdraw the soldiers to prevent unnecessary casualties. Akainu and Kizaru engaged Kaido in battle. Bad winds. Kaido unleashed a barrage of slicing winds towards the two, but both Akainu and Kizaru, being Logia-type Devil Fruit users, evaded the attack through elemental transformation. Star Meteor Volcano. Both Akainu and Kizaru released their attacks aimed at Kaido's enormous form. Roar, roar. Even with Kaido's formidable defense, he could not withstand the assaults from the admirals, letting out cries of pain. However, in his beast form, despite his large size and high attack power, his agility was compromised, allowing the two to continuously bombard his massive body. Damn it, tornado! Kaido spun like a top, generating powerful tornadoes that hurled towards the two admirals, sending Akainu and Kizaru flying. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido unleashed another fiery breath towards them. Water release, water barrier. Tobirama timely intervened, blocking the fiery breath. As the mist dissipated, the mighty dragon vanished. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand in beast form, Kaido shifted to his hybrid form, a balance of human agility and beastly might, perfectly suited for combat. Well done, Tobirama. Akainu praised as Tobirama swiftly arrived to hold the line with his water techniques. That hurts. Navy scum. Kaido's muscles rippled, and his wounds began to heal. He glanced at Tobirama, the newcomer who had supposedly defeated the worthless Jack. Then let us continue this game. Chapter 33. Fierce battle with Kaido. Kaido transformed into his beast form, brandishing a spiked club, brazenly taunting the three of them. Hellhound. 8-span mirror. Laser. Water release. Water severing wave. A molten fist, a beam of light, and a jet of water surged towards Kaido. Now this is getting interesting. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido swung his spiked club, enveloped in Conqueror and Appo's haki, forward. The clash of their attacks produced shockwaves that altered the very color of the sky. Kizaru and Akainu were pushed back a step by the force, while Tobirama staggered several paces, remaining firm in his stance as Kaido stood unmoved, evidencing the disparity in their strength. Haha. Now this is exhilarating. Bring it on. Kaido and Appo's excitement grew with each blow. Receive my attack. Downward 3 worlds. Summon the abyss. Kaido leaped, spinning his iron club, which was wreathed in Conqueror's haki, and struck down upon the trio. The three could only muster their armament haki in defense. However, Tobirama's prowess lagged behind the others, nearly causing him to spew blood. Haha, that won't do. Kaido intensified his assault, sending Tobirama flying, while blood trickled from Akainu and Kizaru's lips. Weaken and Appo's. T remained passive any longer. We must strike. Akainu declared to Kizaru. Tobirama, are you alright? Kizaru inquired. I and Appo's am fine. Meteor volcano. Great fire. Akainu initiated the offensive. A molten fist descended from above, aiming for Kaido. 8-span jewel. 8-span mirror. Flash kick. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the air to launch light projectiles at Kaido. Water release. Water severing wave. Water release. Heavenly weep. A high-pressure water jet, accompanied by water needles, shot towards Kaido. As the trio and Appo's radiant attacks converged upon Kaido, he was instantly engulfed, with explosions resonating continuously. Continue the assault. Lava, lasers, and water do not relent. Tobirama gasped for breath. Having exhausted a considerable amount of chakra from employing numerous jutsus in quick succession, he finally recognized the gap between himself and the Admiral. His techniques lacked the potency required. Observing Akainu and Appo's strikes, he noted that even a mere touch could inflict injury. In this conflict, he had devolved into a supporting role, merely delaying Kaido and Appo's onslaught. It appeared he needed to develop more formidable techniques. As the smoke from the explosions began to dissipate, Kaido lay on the ground, covered in countless wounds. That bastard has finally fallen, right? Wait, look. His wounds are healing gradually. Damn it. You naval brats are truly merciless. Kaido exclaimed, rising to sit and rubbing his head. But the title of the strongest being is not merely for show. Curse it. It seems I must resort to another plan. We shall work together with Tobarama to drive him into the sea, where he can be restrained. All right. Shave, dog bite, scarlet lotus, laser flash kick. Akainu and Kazara dashed in front of Kaido, launching an assault aimed at his face. Kazara conjured a light sword, striking down at Kaido, who blocked it with his spiked club. Akainu, enveloped in armament haki, also struck at Kaido. This enraged Kaido. Great might, thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido channeled his conqueror's haki, retaliating against the two. Earth release, earthquake core. Suddenly, the ground beneath Kaido split open, causing him to plummet. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Tobarama summoned seawater to fill the opening. Water release, wave riding strike. Tobarama utilized the water flow to drag Kaido beneath the surface. Damn it, this is seawater. Kaido felt his strength drain as he was submerged, his beast form dissipating. Although his life was not in danger, he found himself immobile. Earth release, earthquake core. Tobarama raised the ground again. Water release, water prison technique. A massive water sphere formed, ensnaring Kaido within its depths. Phew, we have finally trapped Kaido. Akainu sighed in relief. Kizaru circled the water sphere, observing Kaido, now powerless within. If it were me in that position, I'd be finished. Tobarama, what a terrifying ability. Kizaru marveled. However, there remains a dilemma. Even though Kaido is confined, releasing him would still pose a threat, Akainu lamented. Kaido had a penchant for self-destruction. As a pirate, he had faced defeat 7 times, captured by the Navy and the 4 emperors 18 times, and had endured over 1,000 tortures, receiving 40 death sentences, all of which had failed to execute him. Thus, he earned the moniker of the strongest being across land, sea, and air. By the way, where is Captain Garp? His arrival should tip the scales against Kaido. He should be arriving soon. Tobarama, you must be able to hold out until Captain Garp comes. I will do my best. But maintaining such a large water sphere consumes an immense amount of energy. Chapter 34. The capture of Kaido. Tobarama was diligently maintaining the water prison technique. Yet as his chakra was gradually depleting, the replenishment could not keep pace with its dissipation, resulting in emerging flaws in the water sphere. Within the water prison, Kaido was also seeking these weaknesses, firmly believing that every technique must possess a vulnerability. Although Kaido appeared brutish, he was, in truth, highly astute and full of cunning strategies. He awaited the opportune moment to escape from the water sphere. Tobarama, noticing Kaido's intent, increased his chakra output to reinforce the water sphere, attempting to prevent Kaido's escape, albeit at the cost of his own stamina. However, Tobarama's calculations were flawed. Kaido was renowned as the strongest creature due to his extraordinary defensive capabilities and vitality. Only a lethal strike could bring him down. As time passed, Tobarama's chakra began to wane, and the water prison lost its initial fortitude. Seizing this moment, Kaido swung his kanabo with all his might. Bang! The water sphere shattered, and Tobarama was struck by the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gasping, Kaido emerged into the fresh air. Ah, you little water player, you are one of the rare few who have made me feel the threat of death. As a token of my gratitude, I shall first end your life. Kaido exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Thunder Bagua. This was an advanced version of the Thunder Bagua, even more potent than its predecessor. Tobarama, weakened by the earlier backlash and exhausted from exertion, lacked the strength to evade the attack. Shave. Great fire. Laser. 2 figures stood in front of Tobarama. Is Tobarama all right? Kizaru inquired. We have disappointed the admirals by failing to contain Kaido. You have done your best. There is no need for self-reproach. Let us instead focus on how to deal with Kaido, Akainu remarked. Come on, Navy brats. Use whatever techniques you have. Kaido taunted. We will take the lead. Tobarama, you focus on using seawater to hinder Kaido's attacks. Meanwhile, Akainu and Kazara took a moment to recover their stamina while Kaido was momentarily restrained. With that, the 3 charged towards Kaido. Kizaru, leading the charge, swiftly approached and struck Kaido's face with his Akiyama. Akainu transformed his fist into magma, aiming for Kaido. In retaliation, Kaido swung his kanabo at Akainu. Earth release, earthquake wave. At that moment, Tobarama employed a ninjutsu that caused the ground beneath Kaido to tremble, destabilizing him and causing his attack to miss. Well done, Tobarama, Akainu praised. The 4 engaged in a fierce battle. Akainu and Kizaru relentlessly assaulted Kaido while Tobarama seized every opportunity to manipulate the terrain or control Kaido. causing his strikes to veer off course. "Curse you, you wretched insects, dodging around like pests," Kaido growled, encountering this peculiar fighting style for the first time. If he attacked Tobirama, he would be met with Akainu and Kizaru's onslaughts. If he targeted them, Tobirama would disrupt or deflect his attacks. Kaido was utterly frustrated. He could neither land a blow nor cease being pummeled. Were it not for his formidable resilience and vitality, he would have surely been overwhelmed by now. The trio and Appo's efforts against Kaido resembled a video game boss battle, chipping away at his strength bit by bit. Kizaru unleashed a combination of laser blasts and flash kicks, then swiftly retreated, followed by Akainu's molten punch aimed at Kaido and Appo's face. Just as Kaido prepared to retaliate, Tobirama intervened with his ninjutsu, interrupting Kaido and Appo's assault. As Kaido sustained more wounds, his attack frequency dwindled and the rate of his healing slowed, depleting his life force significantly. Observing Kaido's deteriorating condition, the trio sensed their chance to defeat him. "Let us push harder. Kaido's condition is far from what it once was. This is our opportunity," Akainu urged. Despite Kaido's dire state, the trio was not faring much better, the prolonged, intense combat exhausting their stamina to its limits. At this juncture, the battle was a test of endurance. The first to falter would be the loser. "Damn it, my life force is dwindling too rapidly," Kaido lamented, observing the diminishing rate at which his wounds healed. In that moment of distraction, Akainu's strike landed squarely on Kaido, sending him crashing away and causing him to cough up blood. Stunned, Akainu had not anticipated such a powerful impact. Seizing the opportunity, Kizaru aimed for Kaido's lower body, intent on bringing him down, while Tobirama quietly prepared the water prison technique anew. Due to excessive blood loss, Kaido's mind grew hazy, and he took no notice that the trio had diminished to two. Now, he could only respond defensively and hastily. Akainu and Kizaru deliberately drove Kaido towards the coastline, guiding him to Tobirama's prepared ninjutsu. Boom! Kaido stepped into the trap that Tobirama had set. Water release, water prison technique. This time, Tobirama had mastered it, summoning two shadow clones to jointly control the water prison, enhancing its confinement power. This time, Kaido did not escape as he had before. Due to significant blood loss and the strain on his vitality, compounded by the side effects of his devil fruit, he succumbed to slumber. Even so, Akainu and Kizaru remained vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down. They immediately began to regain their stamina, preparing for any potential escape by Kaido. At last, they awaited the arrival of Garp. Upon seeing Kaido trapped within the water sphere and in a deep sleep, Garp exclaimed, "Haha, well done. Now, Tobirama, release Kaido." With Garp, the three readied themselves for battle, anticipating Kaido's violent awakening. However, their concerns proved unwarranted. Kaido remained in slumber. Soldiers secured Kaido with sea-stone handcuffs and chains, transporting him to the prison ship. "By the way, where is Jack? I want him taken as well." "Jack and Page 1 are detained at the G1 base." "Let us go to the G1 base." Garp took Jack and Page 1 aboard the pirate ship, proceeding directly back to headquarters alongside Kizaru. After all, the Navy's responsibilities extended beyond the New World to the Grand Line. One admiral sufficed for the New World, prompting headquarters to require Kizaru's return as well. 2 days later, newspapers reported that 2 admirals and a vice admiral had captured the Yonko Kaido and his subordinates, causing an uproar across the world. At the headquarters of the Big Mom pirates on Cake Island. "Ah, so he has already arrived in the New World. How did you incompetent fools miss this?" Big Mom furiously questioned her subordinates while brandishing the newspaper. Bang! "Mama, please spare me." One subordinate was drained of his life force by Big Mom. "Tobirama sent you. I will make you pay." Chapter 35. The trap of the Big Mom pirates, with the news of Kaido's capture by the Navy spreading like wildfire. The name of Tobirama once again resonated throughout the New World. However, this newfound fame also drew the ire of both the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates. The recent apprehension of the 4 emperors and their subordinates by the Navy has significantly bolstered the Navy and Appo's reputation, leading to an increase in enlistments. Conversely, the prestige of the 4 emperors has waned, compelling them to seek an opportunity to reassert their dominance. The most effective way to reclaim their standing is to strike a blow against the Navy. And Tobirama and Appo's involvement in these events has made him a prime target for the 4 emperors. Capturing a Navy admiral would be a costly endeavor, but seizing a vice admiral is a far more feasible task, thus placing Tobirama in their sights. At the headquarters of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima, a figure completely shrouded in black attire, including a mask and goggles, stood tall and robust, brandishing a long sword at his waist. This man, known as the top disaster of the Beast Pirates and nicknamed Flame Calamity, was Jean, who managed the internal affairs of the crew while Kaido indulged in self-destructive tendencies. Report. Lord Flame Calamity, Big Mom is calling. One of his subordinates rushed in, clutching a transponder snail. Brubru, is this Jean? What business does the Empress have? The Navy has been quite audacious lately, even capturing your commander Kaido. Does the Beast Pirates not have any plans in motion? Whether we have plans is a matter of our pirate crew's confidentiality. I have heard that your Big Mom's cracker has also been apprehended. Are you not taking any action? Mama, quite the sharp tongue you have. I have devised a plan against the Navy, and I wonder if you would be interested in participating. Thus, Big Mom and Jean formulated a lethal plan targeting both the Navy and Tobarama. Very well, let us proceed as you have suggested. Mama, what a delightful agreement. The two ended the call. Meanwhile, Tobarama was recuperating at the G1 branch after sustaining injuries from his previous battle with Kaido, yet he had also gained invaluable combat experience. Honing his skills further, little did he know, a trap was being meticulously laid out for him. During Tobarama's recovery, the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates continued their usual skirmishes, each side inflicting damage upon the other without escalating into a full-scale war, seemingly oblivious to Kaido's capture. At G1, Admiral Akainu was stationed, accompanied by Vice Admirals Tobarama and Doberman. Previously, Vice Admiral Spider had also been present, but he had sustained injuries in battle and returned to Marineford to recuperate. Admiral Akainu, the Beast Pirates led by Flame Calamity Jean are approaching our base. A soldier reported. Tobarama, I will engage them with Vice Admiral Doberman. You remain here to defend the base, Akainu ordered. Understood. Once Akainu and Doberman departed to confront the Beast Pirates, a soldier soon rushed in with urgent news. Vice Admiral Tobarama, the Big Mom Pirates are attacking. Was this part of their scheme? Tobarama felt a flicker of doubt, but dismissed it. Very well, let us move. Who is leading the charge? One of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Snag, with a bounty of 600 million berries. In the distance, a fleet of pirate ships was making its way toward the Navy base. Led by an exceedingly rotund man with a long nose and a gourd-like hairstyle, clad in a wool coat and a red and white striped scarf, with armor on his arms and a large katana on his back. This was none other than Charlotte Snag, one of the sweet commanders. Snag recalled Big Mom's instructions before their departure. Snag, he is stronger than you. Your task is to lure him near Biscuit Island. Mama seeks revenge for Cracker. Stronger than me. I shall prove otherwise. Snag's competitive spirit ignited. Tobarama's fleet soon arrived, and the two sides were on the brink of confrontation. Vice Admiral Tobarama, the enemy ships have entered firing range. Shall we open fire? Snag, the enemy ships are within range. Shall we fire? Fire. Fire. Both sides issued their commands simultaneously. Boom. 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 Water release. Water barrier. Tobarama discovered the utility of this ninjutsu, successfully deflecting the cannonballs with the water wall. Snag, drawing his katana, sliced through the cannonballs with his sword energy. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Tobarama, utilizing the advantage of the ocean, summoned a water dragon to charge at the pirate fleet, devastating their ships and inflicting heavy losses. Retreat. Retreat. Snag, recalling Big Mom's words, felt compelled to order the fleet to turn back. Vice Admiral Tobarama, the enemy ships are fleeing. Shall we pursue? A soldier inquired. Chase them. Following Tobarama and Appo's command, the naval vessels began their pursuit. Snag, glancing back and seeing the Navy ships in pursuit, took out a transponder snail to contact Big Mom. Mother. The bait has taken the hook. Mama, well done, Snag. The Navy ships pursued the pirates toward Biscuit Island. Tobarama cautioned his soldiers. We have now entered Big Mom's territory. Everyone must remain vigilant. Report. Vice Admiral Tobarama, we have detected the pirate ships. They have landed on the island ahead. A lookout soldier relayed. Stay put. I will go ashore alone. Tobarama, concerned for his subordinates and Appo's safety, decided to land on the island by himself. Vice Admiral Tobarama, please be careful, his subordinates urged. Rest assured. With a swift body flicker technique, Tobarama arrived on the island, yet he saw no sign of the pirates. At that moment, a fleet appeared on the sea nearby. Led by Big Mom's ship, the Queen's Hymn. Open fire and sink that naval vessel. Surround the island. Tobarama finally spotted Snag's presence. He used the body flicker technique to appear before Snag. Water release, water surge wave. Water release, water strike. Water release, water blade slash. Tobirama unleashed a series of attacks, knocking Snag to the ground. I've caught you now. Haha. Did you think I came to this island for no reason? Snag retorted. Suddenly, a sword energy from a shining sword surged toward Tobirama. He hastily defended himself, but was sent flying. Mama. Tobirama, you cannot escape now. Big Mom and her crew materialized before him. It was then that Tobirama realized he had walked straight into Big Mom and Appo's meticulously crafted trap. Chapter 36. The pursuit of Big Mom. As Tobirama surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the entire island had been encircled by the Big Mom pirates. It appeared that they were determined to capture him this time. Ha. Tobirama Senju, let us see how you escape this. Big Mom cackled. Men, attack. Pirates surged from all directions, launching an assault on Tobirama. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Tobirama executed his ninjutsu, creating a breach in the encirclement and sprinting towards the shore. After all, the sea was his domain. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he reached the coastline and aimed to sabotage the pirate ships, pondering how they would pursue him afterward. Water release, water surge. Tobirama summoned a water vortex to devastate the pirate vessels. However, before he could destroy many ships, the pirates came charging after him. Big Mom rode on Zeus, leading the charge. Zeus, unleash your lightning and strike him down. Yes, Mama. Thunder crackled as a purple bolt of lightning hurtled toward Tobirama. With a swift flicker, Tobirama evaded onto a pirate ship. Boom. The lightning obliterated the ship, but Tobirama narrowly escaped. Damn it. Tobirama thought of using Big Mom's attacks to dismantle the pirate ships. 10,000 great dazzling heavens. Observing Tobirama dodging, Big Mom commanded Zeus to bombard the area indiscriminately with lightning. Each bolt possessed a will of its own, capable of altering its trajectory to strike evasive targets. Thunder roared. Although some lightning struck Tobirama, the majority of the pirate ships suffered varying degrees of damage as he deliberately evaded onto the vessels, clearly intending to utilize Big Mom's onslaught to wreak havoc on them. Mama, stop. At this rate, our ships will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Big Mom ceased her attack, providing Tobirama with a moment to breathe. He utilized the water body flicker technique to reach the sea's surface and dash towards the base. Tobirama Senju, don't run. Big Mom pursued on Zeus, relentlessly hurling lightning and fireballs at him. Tobirama could only keep dodging, using water barriers for defense against the unavoidable strikes. Witnessing Big Mom's continuous assault ignited his anger. Just because the tiger doesn't roar. You think I'm Hello Kitty? Even if you are one of the 4 emperors, I'll knock a few of your teeth out. Tobirama had refrained from engaging Big Mom fiercely earlier because his internal injuries from the previous battle with Kaido had yet to heal. Enduring a strike from one of the 4 emperors was no trivial matter. A renewed confrontation could exacerbate his wounds. However, he was prepared to fight her, knowing he possessed a life-saving technique. The technique he referred to was the Flying Thunder God technique, having left a mark at the G1 base. Previously, the distance had prevented him from sensing it, but he could now feel the mark. If he couldn't win, he would teleport away. Water release, water bullets. Tobirama formed hand seals and launched water projectiles resembling cannonballs towards Big Mom. She swung Napoleon to block. Mama, that has seawater. It counters us. Napoleon exclaimed to Big Mom. Under the influence of the seawater, the flames on Napoleon diminished, as they were ultimately creations of Big Mom's soul fruit. Emperor Sword, Break Blade. Big Mom, seeing this, swung her weapon towards Tobirama. Water release, water surge. Tobirama maneuvered the water, conjuring a massive vortex that collided with Big Mom's attack. The clash of water and fire produced a hissing sound, enveloping the battlefield in thick mist. Elf BAF Spear, Will of the Nation. Big Mom unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy, piercing through the fog and flying towards Tobirama. Caught off guard, he was struck, blood spilling from his mouth as he was hurled away. Shining Light Sword. Big Mom, noticing Tobirama being blasted away, attempted to pursue for a finishing blow. Yet, Tobirama reacted swiftly. Water release, Twin Dragon Blast. 2 streams of water surged from the sea, coiling into dragons that ascended to strike Big Mom, sending her flying from her path towards Tobirama. Just as she was about to plunge into the ocean, Zeus arrived just in time to catch her. Huff, huff. Tobirama, having been hit by Big Mom's attack, felt his old wounds flare up, causing him to cough up more blood as he weakened and half-kneeled on the water's surface. Meanwhile, at the G1 Marine base, Akainu had just concluded a confrontation with the beast pirates and returned to the base when a soldier approached with a report. Report, Admiral Akainu. The fleet led by Vice Admiral Tobarama has gone silent. What? We called them moments ago, but received no response. Where could they have gone? They went to battle against the Big Mom pirates. Not good. Akainu realized Big Mom harbored a deep-seated grudge against Tobarama. He immediately summoned the fleet to set sail. Akainu had no time to rest and hurriedly departed. Damn it, my old wounds are still unhealed, and now I have new injuries. Enduring a direct hit from Big Mom's will of the nation had rendered Tobarama incapacitated. Ha ha, Tobarama Senju, surrender. Big Mom observed Tobarama's weakened state, believing he had run out of options. Surrender? You shall be sorely disappointed. Oh, then hurry and show me your moves. Water release, mist concealment technique. The surface of the sea was enveloped in thick mist emitted by Tobarama. What trickery will you employ now? Due to the versatility of Tobarama's ninjutsu, Big Mom remained wary, suspecting he was concocting something formidable. Charlotte Linlin, you wait. I shall remember this grudge. Goodbye, old hag. Next time we meet, I shall beat you to a pulp. Flying Thunder God technique. Tobarama vanished and reappeared at the G1 Marine base. Hearing Tobarama's words, Big Mom seethed with rage. She furiously slashed through the mist with her sword energy, but the surface of the sea revealed no trace of Tobarama. Damn you, Tobarama Senju. Big Mom exploded in anger, venting her fury upon the ocean. Despite her immense efforts this time, she had still failed to capture him, allowing him to escape. How would she face the world as one of the four emperors? It could be said that nearly half of her pirate crew had been mobilized to capture Tobarama, driven by the determination to secure a victory. Once the news spread, the Big Mom pirates would become the subject of ridicule by others, a four-emperor crew unable to capture a single Marine vice admiral. Tobarama returned to the Marine base, collapsing to the ground as the Flying Thunder God technique had drained his last chakra. Soldiers hurriedly transported him to the infirmary for medical attention. Chapter 37. Returned to Marineford when Tobarama awakened. 2 days had already passed. He had sustained grievous injuries from his encounters with two of the four emperors. During his battle with Kaido, he had been repeatedly struck by Kaido and Imp, Appos, as Thunder Bagua, and before his wounds had fully healed, he had ventured out to confront Big Mom, only to be hit by her cannon of sound. The combination of his previous injuries and the new wounds he had incurred was a cruel twist of fate, and he had barely managed to return on sheer will alone. Upon hearing of Tobarama's awakening, Akainu hurried to see him. After all, Tobarama had set out with a fleet, yet he had returned alone, barely clinging to life. Akainu and Imp, Appos' visit was twofold, to inquire about Tobarama and Imp, Appos' condition and to gather intelligence about the battlefield. Tobarama, you have finally awakened. Akainu exclaimed upon entering, observing the thick bandages enveloping Tobarama's body. You cannot imagine how shocked we were when you returned. You were in a coma for 2 whole days. Who did you encounter that resulted in the entire fleet returning without you? Akainu questioned, bewildered. I was ambushed by Big Mom's pirate crew. She sent one of her sweet commanders, Snack, as bait to lure me into a trap. Big Mom herself intervened, and I barely managed to escape. The fallen soldiers, Tobarama replied somberly. I did not expect Big Mom to harbor such deep resentment towards you. Based on your account, I suspect we fell victim to a strategy of distraction. Big Mom must have allied with the beast pirates. When I engaged with the beast pirates that day, it became clear they were not interested in a direct confrontation. They were merely stalling for time, likely to benefit Big Mom's crew, Akainu deduced. But why target me specifically? Tobarama wondered aloud. Since entering the New World, figures like Cracker, Katakuri, and Jack have been captured, leading to a significant loss of face for the emperors. The beast pirates are accustomed to such setbacks, but Big Mom is different. She personally rescued Cracker. Your actions could be perceived as a direct affront to her, especially since you vanished without a trace. This must have deeply humiliated her, and she is certain to resent you for it. Furthermore, with the subsequent events involving the beast pirates, your involvement cannot be overlooked. While capturing Kaido was a collaborative effort with Kizuru, apprehending an admiral is a formidable task. Even for an emperor, capturing a vice admiral is more feasible. Big Mom is truly calculating. Should she capture you, it would serve dual purposes, avenging her grievances while enhancing her prestige among the emperors, Akainu analyzed. Fortunately, it was you with your extraordinary survival skills. Had it been another vice admiral, Big Mom would have succeeded, Akainu continued. What are your intentions now? Given the scale of Big Mom's machinations, she may devise a more insidious plan against you in the future. Reflect carefully on whether to remain at the G1 base and continue fighting or return to Marineford. There is no need for deliberation. Once I have regained the ability to walk, I shall return to Marineford. The series of battles has made me aware of my limitations, and I have drawn too much attention in the new world, incurring numerous enemies. It would be prudent to retreat and focus on self-cultivation, Tobarama resolved. That is wise. You currently shine brightly in the new world, but overexposure can lead to downfall. Big Mom's hatred runs deep. It is best to take a step back for now. Akainu concurred. Through their time together, Tobarama and Akainu had forged a commendable friendship, united by their decisive natures and a shared commitment to vanquishing the ruthless pirates. Tobarama recuperated at the G1 base for nearly a month, and at last, his condition improved. He prepared to embark on his journey back to the Marine headquarters. At the Marineford port, Garp and Zephyr stood waiting for Tobarama's arrival. Tobarama should be arriving soon, Garp remarked, munching on senbei. I have already sent word to headquarters. He has entered the nearby waters, Zephyr replied. Given Tobarama's extended absence in the new world, it was fitting for his friends and mentors to welcome him back. In the distance, the sound of a ship's horn echoed, and a battered warship, stained with blood, slowly approached the port. The ship's exterior alone told tales of perilous journeys. Fire the cannons. Bang, bang, bang. The booming was not of battle, but of salutation. 21 cannon shots honored the soldiers who had fought valiantly in distant waters. Each voyage at sea was a gamble with life, and this salute was a tribute to their safe return. As the warship docked, Tobarama led his soldiers ashore. At last, we have returned. You have endured much along the way. Garp clapped Tobarama on the shoulder. The journey from the New World to Marine headquarters was long, requiring several days of navigation. Typically, the Navy would travel in fleets of 3 or more ships, but under these exceptional circumstances, only one warship had made the journey. An inherent conflict existed between pirates and the Navy. While the Navy sought to apprehend pirates, the latter would seize every opportunity to strike back. Upon spotting a solitary warship, the pirates charged forward in a frenzy. Even seasoned veterans aboard could not withstand the onslaught, and Tobarama was compelled to take action on multiple occasions. Mr. Garp, be gentle. You've reopened my wounds. Tobarama grimaced in pain. Haha, you are quite the actor. Garp laughed heartily. Do you not believe me? Tobarama retorted, unbuttoning his jacket to reveal blood-stained bandages. Garp, look at what you've done. Zephyr chided, delivering a playful smack to Garp's head. Zephyr held Tobarama in high regard. In truth, Tobarama's injuries had occurred during battle, his bandages having torn under the strain. Amidst the banter, Tobarama Kuden and Oppos. T help but smile at the quarrels between the two elder men. Zephyr, I knew he was just pretending. I know exactly how much strength I exerted, Garp said, feigning innocence as he looked at Tobarama. Bang! Tobarama innocently covered his head. Who taught you to be so cunning? Zephyr playfully punched Tobarama. Bang! Certainly not from Akainu. Garp chimed in, delivering a light punch of his own. Although it was all in jest, Tobarama felt a sense of loss. Having been playfully assaulted by the two elder men, the three of them, amidst laughter and camaraderie, made their way to Sengoku's office. Oh, if it isn't the water-playing Vice Admiral. Sengoku teased upon seeing Tobarama. The nickname water-playing Vice Admiral had been bestowed upon him by pirates in the New World, much to Tobarama's chagrin. Damn it, I was using ninjutsu to control water. Tobarama silently lamented. Haha, Akainu has already briefed me on the situation. I concur with his suggestion. Your expedition to the New World has angered 2 of the 4 Emperor pirate crews. Big Mom despises you vehemently, so it is prudent for you to avoid the New World for now. Perhaps when your strength allows you to ensure your own safety against her, you may return. Focus on healing your injuries completely to avoid any lingering effects. Chapter 38, The Enhancement of Power, Part 1. Tobarama arrived at the Navy hospital for a comprehensive physical examination. Indeed, the severe injuries sustained during the 2 battles had left him with lingering aftereffects. Without timely treatment, his future training would be significantly impacted. He lamented the medical standards of this branch, which were far inferior to those of the headquarters. Back at the G1 branch, the doctors were always ready to engage in battle, most of whom were Navy soldiers with basic medical training. They could not compare to the highly paid professionals at headquarters. Furthermore, the Navy headquarters boasted not only a hospital, but also a sanatorium. Currently, Tobarama resided in the sanatorium, as internal injuries required a gradual recovery. The medical conditions of the Navy were indeed superior to those of the pirates, which explained why Garp and Whitebeard, despite their similar ages, exhibited starkly different health statuses. Garp benefited from the Navy's excellent medical care, while Whitebeard, lacking a place to recuperate, was reliant on intravenous treatment, leading to a significant decline in his health. Tobarama spent over a month in the sanatorium, healing all his wounds. Upon his discharge, he visited Sengoku's office. "Ah, Tobarama has been discharged," Sengoku exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I have fully recovered," Tobarama replied. "So, what are your plans moving forward?" During his time in the hospital, Tobarama had reflected on his shortcomings in the recent battles. He realized that he lacked the ability to unleash instantaneous explosive attacks and deemed it essential to master the Flying Thunder God technique, a skill vital for his survival. "I wish to train for a while. The battles in the New World have provided me with profound insights," Tobarama answered earnestly. "Very well, focus on your training for now. I will refrain from assigning you any tasks for the time being." "Thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Haha. It is my intention to see you grow swiftly into a pillar of the Navy." After leaving Sengoku's office, Tobarama returned to his quarters and retrieved his previous ninja tool pouch, which contained shurikens, explosive tags, forbidden technique scrolls, among others. He had initially thought he would no longer need these items, but the recent battles had made him realize his oversight. As he began to organize his tools, he discovered that he had very few shurikens and explosive tags left, as he had not replenished his supplies after the last battle. Tobarama found himself troubled. While he could create explosive tags, he could not forge shurikens and kunai himself, having yet to encounter a blacksmith in this world. "Perhaps I should venture out and try my luck," Tobarama decided. After wandering around the Navy base without success, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Vice Admiral Tobarama." "Vice Admiral Tobarama." Smoker rushed towards him. "Oh, Smoker, are you not training at the camp today?" Let us not discuss that. You've returned from the New World," Smoker exclaimed, awed by Tobarama's impressive achievements in the New World, fostering a sense of admiration towards him. "Yes, I have returned. By the way, Smoker, since you have spent a considerable amount of time in Marineford, I just circled around but couldn't find any place for weapon forging. Do you know where I might find one?" Smoker, having grown up in Marineford, was quite familiar with the area. We do have a manufacturing department where soldiers typically go to repair their swords and knives. We could check there. Then let us go and take a look. By the way, Brother Tobarama, what are you planning to make?" Smoker asked, becoming more familiar with Tobarama. Tobarama handed him the kunai and shurikens. "Wow, such delicate items. Are these weapons?" Smoker examined them curiously. "I'll demonstrate them for you once we arrive," Tobarama replied as they continued walking towards the back of the Navy base, where people were bustling in and out. In the distance, a chimney was emitting smoke, indicating they had arrived at their destination. "Smoker, what brings you here?" Uncle Perry greeted them. "Uncle Perry, I brought Vice Admiral Tobarama here. He wants to forge some weapons," Smoker replied, clearly at ease with the man. "Vice Admiral Tobarama? Is that the one who made waves in the New World recently?" Uncle Perry recognized Tobarama's name. "What sort of weapons are you looking to create? Show me." Smoker handed the kunai and shurikens to Uncle Perry. "Such exquisite craftsmanship. You two wait here for news. I will examine these first." Uncle Perry, an experienced weapon forger, expressed keen interest. "Come on, you've been a tremendous help today. Let me treat you to a meal." With the weapon issue resolved, Tobarama felt grateful for Smoker's assistance and wished to take him out for dinner. As they walked towards a restaurant, they suddenly heard a loud thud. "Smoker, you little rascal. Skipping training again." Zifa had been searching for Smoker, only to find him and immediately landed a punch. "Zifa-sensei. I. Smoker covered his head in fear, glancing at Tobarama with a pitiful expression. "Zifa-sensei, it was I who asked Smoker for help," Tobarama interjected, deciding to come to Smoker's aid. "Really?" Zifa looked at the two skeptically. "Indeed. If you don't believe me, you can inquire at the manufacturing department. We just returned from there," Tobarama responded seriously. "Very well, I will let you off this time, but you must attend training tomorrow," Zifa stated before turning to leave. "Brother Tobarama, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have faced another beating. Let us eat." With the weapon situation settled, Tobarama turned his attention to the explosive tags. He discovered that in the pirate-infested world, both Navy and pirate alike possessed remarkable vitality. Ordinary explosive tags were utterly ineffective. Therefore, what Tobarama aimed to create was the interlocking explosive tag, a technique of his own invention. This A-rank infinite explosion ninjutsu utilized explosive tags to summon additional explosive tags continuously, triggering a concentrated series of explosions. Upon contact with a target, it would unleash a relentless barrage of detonations until the target was reduced to ashes. However, due to its immense power, carelessness could also endanger the user, which is why Tobirama classified it as a forbidden technique. Finally completed. Tobirama wiped the sweat from his forehead as he caught his breath. He gazed at the explosive tags in his hands, which were white with a seal consisting of one large character for explosion and 4 smaller ones, all interconnected by the sealing technique. Observing the stack of explosive tags he had created, Tobirama felt confident that they would suffice for a considerable time. With his weaponry and ninja tools prepared, it was time to focus on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 39. The Enhancement of Power, Part 2, the Flying Thunder God Technique. An S-rank space-time ninjutsu devised by Tobirama during the tumultuous era of the Shinobi World Wars allows for instantaneous movement. The practitioner leaves a special seal on a target, enabling them or any object that has indirect contact with their chakra to be teleported at will. Tobirama had previously utilized this technique to triumph over Izuna Uchiha, the younger brother of Madara Uchiha. However, since that time, his development of this ninjutsu had stagnated. Now, he sought to refine and enhance it. Currently, the offensive capabilities of the Flying Thunder God technique appeared rather limited. Tobirama typically employed it by marking a kunai or stealthily inscribing a seal upon an opponent during close combat, executing a lethal strike. Yet, in the recent skirmishes, he predominantly relied on the technique for evasion and self-preservation. The sole instance where he managed to capture an opponent was when he ensnared Kuroki, only to realize that his adversaries possessed formidable defenses and vitality, rendering his one-hit kills infrequent. Thus, Tobirama aspired to further augment this ninjutsu. In his view, the Flying Thunder God technique encompassed 3 distinct realms. The first realm involves utilizing specially crafted kunai embedded with the technique's seal to transcend spatial limitations, allowing for sudden teleportation beside the kunai, albeit with a distance constraint. The second realm permits the practitioner to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal upon an enemy during combat, enabling the transportation of others alongside the user and facilitating defensive maneuvers against enemy assaults. By employing the technique's unique spatial barrier, one could redirect incoming attacks. The third and ultimate level entails mastering the Flying Thunder God technique to the extent that the user creates their own space, rendering all surrounding space as their domain, where life and death of foes rest in their hands. At present, Tobirama had barely attained the second level. He could transport others, yet he was unable to utilize it defensively. This became the focal point of his forthcoming training. To minimize the disruption to others while honing his skills, he sought solitude on a desolate island near Marineford for his practice. Upon arriving at the island, Tobirama persistently employed the Flying Thunder God technique, moving tirelessly across its expanse. This relentless practice was essential for mastering the nuances of spatial manipulation. Thus, by day, he dedicated himself to training, and by night, he replenished his chakra while contemplating the method for performing the technique without hand seals. Time flowed, and after 6 months, Tobirama's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique ascended to the 3rd level, culminating in the completion of his painstaking research into the hand seal-less variant. This form of the technique negates the need for prior marking on adversaries to initiate an assault. However, it bore a limitation. It could only target foes within his line of sight, necessitating markings for those beyond his visual range. At last, the Flying Thunder God technique had been perfected. Through his previous encounters, Tobirama recognized a deficiency in explosive power within his water release techniques. Was it time to take that leap? He retrieved a sealed scroll from his ninja tool pouch, one personally sealed by his elder brother, Hashirama Senju, who had cautioned him against its use unless absolutely necessary. After much internal conflict, Tobirama resolved to form the necessary seals. Sealing. Unseal. Boom. The scroll burst open, revealing a vial of crimson liquid within. Chapter 40. Cells of the Senju. The crimson liquid within this vial is none other than the cells of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure and the leader of the Senju clan, handed down to his younger brother, Tobirama, at the brink of his demise. Within this vial lies my essence, Hashirama cautioned. It must not be utilized until the moment of life and death is upon us. It is widely acknowledged that Hashirama's cells serve as a formidable enhancement, as the reincarnation of Ashura and a sage body. Hashirama was able to confront Uchiha Madara and Appo's formidable Susanoo with his sage powers. Many who possess Hashirama and Appo's cellular essence experience a significant surge in strength, including figures such as Madara, Yamato, and Obito. The onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War is, to some extent, linked to the existence of Hashirama and Appo's cells. Thus, those who inherit Hashirama's cells find their combat abilities soaring to unprecedented heights. For instance, Uchiha Madara exchanged one of his eyes for Hashirama's cells, specifically the flesh from Hashirama's chest. This act led Madara to delve deeply into their potential, ultimately awakening the Rinnegan just before his death, subsequently entrusting his eyes to Nagato. Obito Uchiha, whose life became a series of extraordinary feats after acquiring Hashirama and Appo's cells, began to defy fate. Similarly, Yamato, upon receiving these cells, awakened would release, becoming the foremost developer in Konohagakure. The most lamentable figure, however, is Danzo, who possessed Hashirama's cells yet failed to utilize them effectively. The capabilities of Hashirama and Appo's cells include enhanced regenerative abilities. Hashirama himself possessed remarkable healing powers, capable of instantaneously mending any injury. Moreover, those who acquire Hashirama's cells are likely to inherit would release and the sage energy intrinsic to them. Hashirama's chakra is immense, and those who receive his cells will experience a corresponding increase in their chakra reserves. Tobirama gazed at the vial in his hand, engulfed in turmoil. After much contemplation, he ultimately uncorked the vial and injected Hashirama and Appo's cells into his own body. "Forgive me, brother," he cried out in anguish. At the moment of injection, an excruciating pain surged through his body, causing him to gasp and clutch his chest, trembling violently before collapsing to the ground, the vial slipping from his grasp. As he endured the agony, a brilliant green light erupted from within him, gradually enveloping his entire form, causing his trembling to subside. This luminous green radiance intensified, forming a sphere around him, rendering his body translucent and allowing the vibrant light to reshape him. Time passed, and the brilliance of the green sphere dimmed, eventually becoming transparent until it vanished completely, leaving only Tobirama behind. Yet, he remained unconscious, having succumbed to the overwhelming pain that rendered him oblivious to the events that followed. Unbeknownst to him, his suffering was a testament to the deep affection his brother, Hashirama, held for him. The cells within the vial were not mere cells. They were the essence of Hashirama's very being, a culmination of his formidable power. Aware of his impending fate, Hashirama had extracted a portion of his own life force, fully cognizant that Tobirama would inevitably absorb it. Chapter 41. Awakening of would release. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Tobirama gradually regained consciousness. To his surprise, he felt no pain whatsoever. A warm sensation coursed through his body, akin to a gentle current flowing within. Unbeknownst to him, the cells of Hashirama had transformed his physique into that of a sage. He now possessed the ability to wield would release and Hashirama's sage transformation. It could be said that his strength now rivaled that of Hashirama, heralding the emergence of yet another ninja god in the realm of shinobi. Tobirama replenished some of his stamina, for the recent fusion with Hashirama and Appo's cells had drained a considerable amount of his energy. He then began to perceive the changes within his body, soon discovering that his vitality had grown immensely powerful. With a swift motion, he sliced his arm with a blade. Yet, before any blood could flow, the wound began to mend itself slowly. Such is the formidable healing ability of my elder brother, Tobirama marveled. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved a scroll containing the recorded techniques of Hashirama's would release. Hashirama had left behind these techniques in hopes that future generations might awaken the would release, thereby revitalizing the glory of the Senju clan. Would release was a secret art created by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It belonged to the realm of bloodline limits, formed by the combination of earth and water chakra. Tobirama possessed both chakra types and had previously attempted to fuse them, but to no avail. This time, he was certain of success. As he concentrated, water chakra manifested in his left hand while earth chakra emerged in his right. Forming the necessary hand seals, he exclaimed, "Ha!" The chakra from both hands began to merge, culminating in a radiant green light. Before him sprouted a small sapling, brimming with the essence of life. "I did it. Ha!" Thus, Tobirama became a master of tree planting, tirelessly utilizing his would release abilities to cultivate trees upon the island. As he had just awakened this power, he was still unpracticed in combat techniques and could only focus on planting. Gradually, the island became lush and vibrant, all thanks to Tobarama and Appos' efforts. Once he felt sufficiently acclimated, he prepared to unleash a wood release technique. Wood release, birth of the forest. He formed the necessary seals with his hands. This technique, developed by Hashirama Senju, harnessed one's chakra as a source of life to rapidly grow multiple trees from the ground. In an instant, a forest could be conjured, with the practitioner controlling all aspects of offense and defense within its bounds, ensnaring foes with unparalleled prowess. This was also Hashirama's signature technique, one with which Tobarama was most familiar. The earth began to tremble as countless trees erupted from the ground, forming a dense forest. He could even dictate the manner in which the trees grew. Under Tobarama's careful guidance, the forest gradually enveloped the entire island. Is this the power of my brother's ninjutsu? Tobarama marveled. One could not truly appreciate the might of ninjutsu without experiencing it firsthand. For the following month, Tobarama practiced wood release techniques on the island, leaving it in disarray. Standing at the shore, he cast a final glance at the island where he had spent so much time. This shall be the end of my training here. It is time to return to headquarters. In total, Tobarama had resided on this island for nearly a year. It was indeed time to go home. Chapter 42. The Seven Warlords of the Sea, Flying Thunder God Technique. With a swift motion, Tobarama materialized in his residence at Marineford. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the thick layer of dust that had accumulated in his absence. Alas, it has been far too long. The place is in disarray. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he summoned several clones to tidy up while disregarding their disdainful glances. He then turned his attention toward the Marine headquarters building. After an extensive period of training, it was time to seek out Admiral Sengoku and resume his duties. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Sengoku's voice resonated through the office. Ah, Tobarama, it has been quite a while. It appears your training has yielded impressive results, Sengoku remarked. Sensing Tobarama and Appos' vibrant life force and restrained aura, Admiral Sengoku, I have grasped some new abilities during my training. Excellent. The future of the Navy looks promising with you as its successor, Sengoku said, patting Tobarama and Appos' shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Ha! I heard young Tobarama has returned from training. The jovial voice of Garp echoed in, followed by his entrance. Well, you seem to have built quite a physique during your training, Garp exclaimed, squeezing Tobarama and Appos' bicep and giving him a hearty pat on the back. Young man, would you care for a spar? Garp and Appos' eyes gleamed with competitive spirit. Absolutely. I am eager to test my newfound strength against you, Tobarama replied, ready to engage with Garp. You too. Ugh. Sengoku sighed, watching the duo. Every bout between them resulted in the need for repairs to the training grounds. Let us take our spar to a nearby deserted island, Tobarama suggested. That far? We would have to take a boat. I still have paperwork to finish, Sengoku protested. No need for a boat. Watch this, Tobarama proclaimed with a grin, placing a hand on Sengoku and Garp and Appos' shoulders. Flying Thunder God Technique. In an instant, the three vanished from Sengoku's office. Moments later, they arrived at a nearby deserted island. Tobarama, you've mastered the art of instantaneous movement to the point of being able to transport others, Garp marveled. Truly an impressive technique. With this alone, you could claim your place among the strong. Enough chatter, let in Appos' fight. Garp clenched his fist, ready for action. Then let the battle commence, Tobarama replied, equally eager. A barrier enveloped the entire island as Tobarama activated the Flying Thunder God technique to its fullest potential. Brace yourself. I shall strike first, Garp declared. With a resounding impact, Garp suddenly appeared before Tobarama, delivering a powerful punch. In a heartbeat, Tobarama vanished from sight, causing Garp's fist to smash into the ground, creating a massive crater. Ha! Vice Admiral Garp, take this, Tobarama shouted, reappearing behind Garp. Impressive, young man, Garp exclaimed as he turned to retaliate. But Tobarama evaded once more using the Flying Thunder God barrier. Such a practical technique, Sengoku observed, watching the two engage in their spar. From his perspective, Tobarama's figure flickered around Garp, who was unable to land a hit. Each time Garp's strike seemed imminent, Tobarama would slip away. Come on, Tobarama, don't just dodge, Garp shouted in frustration. Very well. Would release. Great shield technique. A massive green shield materialized before Tobarama. With a resounding impact, Garp's attack failed to shatter the shield, revealing its formidable strength. Before Garp could ponder further, Tobarama Unleashed would release, tree binding eternal burial. A sapling rapidly sprouted beneath Garp, ensnaring him. Well done. Is this your new ability? Garp remarked, struggling against the binding but finding himself unable to escape. With a powerful burst of haki, Garp broke free. All right, let us end the spar here. Sengoku interjected. Tobarama, your strength has grown significantly. With your current prowess, even the 4 emperors would be hard-pressed against you. Now, let us return. I have a mission for you. Sengoku instructed. Flying Thunder God Technique. Tobarama transported the trio back to Sengoku and Appo's office. From a pile of documents, Sengoku retrieved several wanted posters and handed them to Tobarama. Originally, I intended to wait for Akainu and the others to return before assigning this mission. But given your current capabilities, I believe you are ready to undertake it. Tobarama examined the wanted posters with intrigue. Are we to apprehend these pirates? Recently, at a meeting in Mariewa, the world government passed a resolution. Given the escalating power of pirates, they decided to seek collaboration with 7 formidable and influential pirates to alleviate pressure on the Navy and the world government. These 7 will be known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea. The wanted posters you hold are of the candidates selected by myself and the world government. The world and Appo's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, the tyrant king Bartholomew Kuma of the Sorbet Kingdom, Don Quixote da Flamingo, captain of the Don Quixote pirates with a bounty of 340 million berries. Gecko Moria, captain of the Thriller Bark pirates with a bounty of 320 million berries. Boa Hancock, the empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja pirates. Jinbei, the captain of the Sun pirates with a bounty of 438 million berries. Crocodile, known as Sir Crocodile. Currently, King Bartholomew Kuma has accepted the invitation, while the remaining 6 have yet to respond. It is imperative that you take action. If necessary, do not hesitate to employ extreme measures. Sengoku stated gravely. The extreme measures refer to defeating them. Regardless of the approach, our goal is the same, to bring them back under our banner. Sengoku handed Tobarama additional documentation containing the gathered intelligence on their abilities, whereabouts, and more. Time is of the essence. We shall review this en route. Your warship is ready. Prepare to set sail. Understood. I shall accomplish this mission. Upon returning to his quarters, Tobarama found the room spotless, thanks to his clones. This looks much more pleasing. In the afternoon, Tobarama arrived at the Navy and Appo's port, marveling at the rows of ships neatly docked. What a magnificent sight! Following the guidance of a seaman, he approached his warship, observing the crew busily loading supplies. Upon boarding, a naval major reported, Admiral Tobarama, all supplies have been loaded. Are we ready to depart? Set sail. Chapter 43. The 9 Snake Pirates. Major General Sicilian. Where shall we head first? Asked Tobian. Major General Tobian, we are currently navigating towards the Calm Belt, en route to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Major General Sicilian replied. Amazon Lily Kingdom? Captain Boa Hancock of the 9 Snake Pirates? Tobian recalled having reviewed some information about it, and he had a vague impression. The Calm Belt is a peculiar maritime region, devoid of wind and ocean currents, where the surface remains utterly tranquil. Once a sailing vessel enters this area, it becomes immobilized, rendered powerless. Moreover, it is home to a multitude of colossal sea kings. Their ship, a specialized vessel developed by the Navy for traversing the Calm Belt, is equipped with sea stone at its hull to shield against the Sea King's detection and boasts enormous external engines on either side to navigate through the windless waters. Report. Major General Tobian, suspicious vessels detected ahead. The lookout informed. It must be a ship belonging to the 9 Snake Pirates. In the Calm Belt, without wind, sailboats cannot move, and most pirate ships are sailing vessels. Moreover, the waters are rife with sea kings, so pirates typically avoid this route. However, the inhabitants of the Amazon Lily Kingdom are untroubled by such conditions. Their tamed snakes can propel their ships and serve as combat companions, Tobian noted from his research. As the suspicious vessel drew nearer, a massive red ship propelled by 2 enormous snakes emerged into view. Confirm the flag. It's the 9 Snake Pirates. All hands prepare for battle. Tobian commanded. On board the 9 Snake Pirates and Appo's ship, the Perfume Snake, stood a tall, stout woman with orange hair at the bow. She was Boa Marigold, the 3rd sister of Captain Boa Hancock. An eagle descended from the sky, landing on Marigold and Appo's hand, presumably delivering a message. This eagle, her pet, was responsible for reconnaissance. There and Appo's a warship ahead. The The little ones have raided their supplies. The Amazon Lily Kingdom, surrounded by sea, often faced material shortages, prompting them to venture out periodically to plunder. With a command from Marigold, the warriors aboard drew their bows, aiming at Tobian and Apo's warship. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows, imbued with formidable power, effortlessly pierced the warship and Apo's defenses. Armament hockey. These arrows were enveloped in armed color hockey. Tobian glanced at the arrows as the two ships approached. The lethality of the arrows posed a threat to his soldiers as well. Protect yourselves. Leave this to me, Tobian declared, opting to intervene personally to minimize casualties. Water release, water barrier. Tobian executed a technique to deflect the incoming attack. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Tobian appeared aboard the perfume snake. Enemy attack. The sudden appearance of Tobian threw the 9 snake pirates into disarray. Wood release, tree prison technique. Saplings sprouted beneath the feet of the 9 snake warriors, forming a cage. Curse it, what is this? Let us out. Where is your captain, Boa Hancock? Tobian inquired. Bang. A massive scythe swung towards Tobian. Instead of evading, he allowed the blade to cleave through him. Tobian was bisected, appearing as 2 wooden segments. Marigold looked on in confusion. Wood release, tree binding funeral. A sapling ensnared Marigold from behind. Lady Marigold. The 9 snake warriors gasped. Marigold and Apo's prowess was formidable within the 9 snake pirates, second only to her elder sister, Boa Hancock, and her second sister, Boa Sandisonia. Witnessing her easy subjugation sent the 9 snake warriors into a panic. I am Rear Admiral Tobian of the Navy headquarters. Where is Boa Hancock? I have come to recruit her into the 7 warlords of the sea. You must have received the Navy and Apo's invitation. Otherwise, you would not be alive. Tobian questioned Marigold. We will never join the 7 warlords. Marigold retorted fiercely. Your words hold no weight. Tobian located a transponder snail associated with Boa Hancock and dialed her. Chapter 44. Arrival at Amazon Lily Brew. Mary Gollett, is there something you need? A voice filled with allure emanated from the den mushy. My dear sister. Ignore him. Boa Hancock, I am Vice Admiral Senju Tobarama from the Naval Headquarters. By the order of Admiral Sengoku, I invite you to join the 7 warlords of the sea. The specifics have been previously communicated by the Navy. The 7 warlords of the sea? It sounds quite tempting. Yet I have no desire to join, though I wish to possess their power. So, does that signify your refusal? Prepare to collect the corpses of your subordinates. The outcome of the Navy capturing a pirate is invariably grim. Wait. Boa Hancock was taken aback by Tobarama and Apo's resolute stance. Vice Admiral Senju Tobarama, I shall await your arrival at Amazon Lily for negotiations, but you must ensure the safety of my subordinates. Boa Hancock compromised for the sake of her sister and her crew's lives. Sister, don't worry about me. Mary Gollett shouted from the side. Such a chatterbox. Bang. Tobarama swiftly knocked Mary Gollett unconscious. Boa Hancock feared that Tobarama had killed Mary Gollett. Fear not. I have merely rendered her unconscious. Then I shall await Vice Admiral Senju Tobarama at Amazon Lily. Subsequently, Tobarama released the warriors of the Kuja tribe, as he certainly could not navigate such a large vessel. The female warriors glared fiercely at him, yet knowing they were no match for him, they resorted to this method. What are you staring at? Get the ship moving. Tobarama disregarded them, signaling the warship to follow behind the pirate ship. He comfortably settled into Boa Hancock's exclusive throne, indulging in fruit. After a period of sailing, they finally arrived at the waters near Amazon Lily. In Amazon Lily, we are solely women, and no men have ever set foot on our island. Sister, you may enter alone. No one else is allowed. Mary Gollett stated to Tobarama. What a nuisance. Tobarama had no choice but to anchor the warship in these waters, as he was not there to fight. He sought to win them over with courtesy. Tobarama boarded the Kuja pirate ship to enter Amazon Lily. He was met with a line of Kuja warriors on either side, each drawing their bows and aiming at him. Indeed, they were all women. Tobarama utilized his observation hockey and confirmed that none were male. Each was poised for battle, ready to fight. An army of warriors. Tobarama exclaimed. How could a vice admiral of the Navy be afraid? Mary Gollett seized every opportunity to ridicule Tobarama. Unable to retaliate, she settled for verbal jabs. The ship gradually came to a halt, and a tall woman leaped aboard. Boa Hancock? Tobarama inquired tentatively. Indeed. It is I. Boa Hancock replied with pride. If you wish for me to join the 7 warlords of the sea, you must defeat me. Boa Hancock presented her condition. Then come forth. Tobarama, troubled by how to persuade her, declared. Sweet wind of love. Boa Hancock formed a heart shape with her hands, releasing beams of light. Whatever I do shall be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. Boa Hancock proclaimed narcissistically. Yet to her astonishment, Tobarama appeared behind her in an instant. Wood release, binding funeral. A sapling rapidly formed, entwining itself around Hancock. What? It's ineffective against this man. Hancock exclaimed in shock. Arrow of captivity. A multitude of pink arrows shot forth, petrifying the great tree. Wood release, pillar technique. Upon witnessing the incoming barrage of arrows, Tobarama raised a shield to defend himself. Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Flying Thunder God slash. Tobarama drew a kunai, transforming it into a gleaming blade, charging towards Hancock. Fragrant leg. Clang. The kunai was shattered by Hancock's kick. This woman possesses formidable strength. She is certainly not a mere vice admiral. How could a vice admiral be so powerful? Chapter 45. The 7 Warlords of the Sea. Empress Boa Hancock, what an extraordinary ability this woman possesses. She can turn throwing knives to stone. Indeed, in this vast world, marvels abound. Tobarama, witnessing the broken kunai, sighed in admiration. The fleet admiral was right. Boa Hancock. You are formidable. I shall now take this seriously. Come at me. No matter what I have done, I shall be forgiven, for I am simply too beautiful. With an air of haughtiness, Boa Hancock regarded Tobarama with disdain. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. As Tobarama performed his hand seals, the earth began to tremble, and countless saplings erupted from the ground. The spacing between the saplings widened, gradually covering the entire area. This was the first demonstration of Tobarama and Appo's wood release after mastering the technique. The wood release not only enveloped the area where Tobarama battled Boa Hancock, but also ensnared the nearby snake warriors who were spectating. As a renowned technique of Hashirama Senju, it could not only entangle foes, but also absorb their power to enhance its might. Despite the agility of the snake warriors, they were soon overwhelmed by the encroaching saplings, becoming ensnared in a matter of moments. Lady Snake Princess, help! Yet at that moment, Boa Hancock found herself in dire straits as this technique was designed to control her. Consequently, she bore the brunt of the attacks. Although her ability could petrify the trees, they had absorbed the strength of the snake warriors and relentlessly advanced towards her. Ultimately, she was outnumbered and captured by the very trees. How infuriating! I shall not let this go unpunished. Hancock exclaimed in fury. The hardness of the wood was such that even a pure taijutsu master like Garp could not break free immediately, especially as the trees continued to siphon Hancock's strength. Tell me your answer, or I shall not hesitate to annihilate the Kuja pirates. Tobarama began to threaten Hancock. The potency of the ninjutsu escalated, and several weaker snake warriors had already lost consciousness. Lady Snake Princess, save us. Boa Hancock turned to her compatriots, who were wailing in despair. She was not only the captain of the Kuja pirates, but also the empress of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. This was not the time for bravado. She needed to consider her nation. You are despicable. I shall remember this grudge. I consent to join the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock declared through gritted teeth. Had you agreed sooner, it would have been far better. Tobarama replied, releasing the jutsu. The trees receded, freeing them all. Tobarama then produced a communication device and dialed Sengoku. Beep beep. Tobarama here, what is the report? Boa Hancock has consented to join the 7 warlords of the sea. That was quick. Is the progress smooth? Fairly well. I employed a few subtle tactics. Boa Hancock shot him a glare upon hearing his words. You two can discuss the details. I must continue my mission. Very well. Tobarama handed Hancock a communication device. This is for contacting Fleet Admiral Sengoku. You can discuss the specifics with him. My role was merely to extend the invitation. I shall repay this grievance. Boa Hancock seized the device and glared at Tobarama with malice. Tobarama dismissed her words. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. He turned and returned to the warship. Let us depart. The mission is complete. Where to next? Tobarama inquired of the soldiers. According to our itinerary, the next destination is the ship of the notorious Thriller Bark pirate crew, led by Gecko Moria. Then let us set sail. Chapter 46. The Devil and Appo's triangle in the Grand Line. Tobarama sat on the deck of a warship, perusing the information on Gecko Moria. Once, in Wano country, Moria had faced one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, and suffered a devastating defeat. The loss of all his companions in that battle struck him profoundly, prompting his retreat from the New World and the establishment of the Thriller Bark Pirates, who frequently roamed the treacherous Devil and Appos Triangle. This area, a crucial passage of the Grand Line, witnessed the disappearance of hundreds of ships annually, with the few recovered vessels found devoid of crew. Consequently, both pirates and the Marines tended to steer clear of this ominous zone. Fighting Kaido is no small feat. Tobarama recalled his previous encounter with Kaido, reflecting on the latter's terrifying vitality and formidable defenses. Report, Vice Admiral Tobarama, we are about to enter the Devil's Triangle. Inform everyone to remain vigilant and alert. The warship reduced its speed, cautiously advancing. Soldiers scanned their surroundings with trepidation, weapons at the ready for any confrontation. Report, a massive shadow has been spotted ahead. A lookout soldier warned. Approach with caution, prioritize safety. As the vessel drew nearer, a colossal island emerged from the mist, dominated by an enormous pirate flag depicting Gecko Moria and Appos' signature hairdo and a skull adorned with flaming bat wings. The entrance of the island resembled a gaping mouth filled with jagged teeth. Upon confirmation, it was evident that this was the flag of the Thriller Bark Pirates, indicating Moria and Appos' stronghold. As Tobarama finished his thoughts, the island and Appos' grand entrance slowly creaked open. Oh, it seems they are aware of our presence. Let us proceed. The warship glided into the island and Appos' depths, while the soldiers, gripped by anxiety, clutched their weapons tightly, haunted by the rumors that scarcely anyone emerged alive from the Devil and Appos' triangle. Suddenly, a soldier collapsed to the ground, seemingly ambushed. Enemy attack. Quickly, locate the assailant. The soldiers swiftly formed a battle formation, commencing their search for the foe. Yet, despite their efforts, they found no enemy, and casualties continued to mount. What on earth is attacking us? A soldier exclaimed in panic. In a flash, Tobarama appeared before the soldier. With a resounding thud, he struck forward. A shadowy figure materialized, but the individual proved too feeble, swiftly knocked unconscious by Tobarama and Appos' blow. Utilizing his observation haki, Tobarama had already detected the intruder and Appos' presence. Bind him with sea stone handcuffs. He must be a devil fruit user, Tobarama instructed the soldiers. The soldiers compared the captured individual against their bounty posters. It's Absalom, one of Gecko Moria and Appos' subordinates, a user of the transparent fruit. Bring him aboard. We shall make landfall. The warship gradually approached the shore. Tobarama led the soldiers, escorting Absalom towards the central castle. Unbeknownst to them, a zombie lurked behind the distant trees, observing Tobarama and his crew. Inside the castle, a colossal figure with a hairdo reminiscent of an onion sat upon the throne, exuding a demonic aura. With two horns protruding from his temples and sharp ears and teeth, he bore the appearance of one stitched together, adorned in a bat-collared shirt and gothic attire. My lord, Absalom has been captured by the Marines. A zombie hurriedly reported to Moria. The Marines? Moria and Appos' eyes fell upon the dossier in his hands, revealing the profile of Tobarama. Vice Admiral Tobarama, a formidable shadow has delivered itself to us. Hee. Moria erupted into maniacal laughter. Chapter 47, The Shadow Fruit User. Moonlight Moria Tobarama cautiously led his soldiers forward, completely unaware that their movements had already been reported to Moria by the zombies. In the distance, a horde of zombies emerged from the ground, with the leader staggering ahead, directing the undead toward Tobarama and his men. Be careful, something is approaching. Tobarama was continuously using his observation haki to scout the area. At the slightest rustle, he was alerted. Prepare for battle. What is this? Zombies? A massive swarm of zombies charged at them, causing the soldiers, unfamiliar with such creatures, to panic. Dawn and Appos, be afraid. Prepare to fire. Bang, bang, bang. However, the bullets merely slowed the zombies down. They continued their relentless advance toward the soldiers. Why can Appos, we kill them? As the soldiers witnessed the zombies sustain their attacks without significant damage, fear began to spread among them. Everyone, retreat from the fight. Seeing his men start to suffer casualties, Tobarama was ready to intervene. Would release. Great tree prison technique. Massive trees entwined and grew into an enormous cage, trapping the zombies inside. Stay put here. It's getting more dangerous ahead. I will go alone. Tobarama instructed his soldiers to remain and rest, tending to the wounded, without the hindrance of his soldiers. Tobarama quickened his pace and soon arrived at the castle and Apos' entrance. "Are you the vice admiral that the master spoke of?" A little girl with pink twin tails, wearing a crown and holding a wine-red parasol, blocked Tobarama and Apos' path. "Udon and Apos, need to know. The master has ordered me to eliminate you." Negative ghosts. Multiple spectral clones surged toward Tobarama. What an odd ability again. Flying Thunder God technique. Tobarama swiftly dodged, appearing behind Perona, causing the negative ghosts to miss their target. "Huh? Where did he go? Look behind you." Bang. Tobarama and Apos' voice echoed from behind her as he knocked her unconscious with a single punch. Who gave her the audacity? Tobarama muttered in disbelief. He then produced sea stone handcuffs, restraining her before proceeding further. Creak. Tobarama pushed open the grand doors of the castle, revealing a large, grotesque figure seated upon the throne. How delightful to see you, Vice Admiral Tobarama. Since you know me, you must also know the purpose of my visit. Then let us fight, Navy. I must see the strength of the Navy. Tobarama thought to himself how everyone here seemed to share this peculiar trait. Do you enjoy being beaten so much? Val Navy, take this. Moria and Apos' anger was successfully provoked by Tobarama. Shadow Javelin. Moria and Apos' shadow morphed into a black spear aimed at Tobarama. Flying Thunder God technique. Tobarama evaded the attack and appeared behind Moria. This ability resembles the techniques of the Nara clan. Illusion technique. Dark walking. Tobarama created an environment of darkness, obscuring Moria and Apos' vision. In this realm, only Tobarama and his allies could see clearly. Curse you. What is this ability? I can and Apos' see anything. Moria began to panic, launching wild attacks in desperation. Flying Thunder God technique. Finger gun. Gale step. Tobarama exploited the environmental advantage, relentlessly assaulting Moria. The latter could only retaliate defensively, but how could he strike someone who mastered space-time ninjutsu? By the time Tobarama dispelled the illusion, Moria lay defeated on the ground, bruised and bloodied. Well, do you wish to continue? Tobarama brandished a kunai, pointing it at Moria. I don't want to fight anymore. I'll join. Fear flickered in Moria and Apos' eyes as he realized he never wished to experience such subjugation again. Tobarama handed Moria a Den Mushi, indicating that he would communicate with Fleet Admiral Sengoku regarding the next steps. By the way, I've captured your 2 subordinates and a horde of zombies. They are being kept on the island. All right, I understand. Please leave quickly. Moria was eager for Tobarama to depart, as he now regarded him as yet another nightmare. Following Kaido. Chapter 48. The giants. Tobarama departed from the castle to find Perona and liberated her from the sea stone handcuffs. This unfortunate girl, in her blind defiance, challenged Tobarama and was swiftly knocked unconscious by a single blow. She had yet to awaken. Brew. Admiral Sengoku. Moonlight Moria has consented to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Very well, I understand. There is no need to visit Jinbei. He has already sent word agreeing to join the 7 warlords. Indeed, he arrived at the Navy and Apos' temporary encampment and released Absalom and the group of zombies. They fled in a panic, terrified of being recaptured. Let us proceed to the next location. Tobarama called to his soldiers. Yes, Tobarama. Onward, our next destination is Alabasta. At last, we can depart from this dreadful place. The soldiers, who had been on edge in this eerie locale, were elated to finally leave. In the Grand Line, aboard the warship, Tobarama sat in the cabin, poring over the intelligence collected by the Navy regarding Crocodile. He was a user of the Sand Devil fruit, having vanished after a failed challenge against one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Recently, he had re-emerged in the kingdom of Alabasta. A user of the sand fruit? One who controls sand? My water techniques should counter him quite effectively. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, and the ship began to shake violently. What is happening? Tobarama rushed out to inquire of the soldiers. A blade of energy suddenly struck the warship. We barely managed to evade it. Any casualties? None. Whoosh. As he spoke, another blade of energy barreled towards the ship. This cannot be avoided. Water style, water barrier. Tobarama hastily defended himself. Boom. The blade clashed with the water barrier, resulting in a violent collision. There is a battle nearby. This energy is merely the aftermath of their conflict. We are merely innocent bystanders, Tobarama deduced. Are there any islands in the vicinity? He asked the navigator. Aside from a few deserted isles, There is only a small garden isle. Let us investigate the garden isle. The warship altered course towards the small island. As they neared the isle, the sounds of battle grew louder. Tobarama ordered the ship to anchor at a considerable distance from the shore. I will go take a look. You all stay here and wait for my return. Tobarama made his way onto the island and beheld two enormous figures engaged in combat. One was clad in warrior armor, wearing a helmet, wielding a gigantic sword in his right hand and a round shield in his left, his long beard flowing. The other, similarly armored, brandished a massive axe in his right hand and a round shield in his left, sporting a shorter beard. Is this the race of giants? Tobarama marveled. With the destruction of the giant kingdom of Elbaf by Charlotte Linlin, the giants had largely vanished, save for a few who had joined the navy. To witness two giants engaged in battle piqued Tobarama and Amp, Apos' interest. The giants and Amp, Apos, colossal forms created fierce winds with each clash. I am the captain of the giant pirate crew. You are full of nonsense. I am. As they exchanged blows, they continued to bicker, apparently vying for the position of captain. However, Tobarama and Apos' presence abruptly halted their conflict. They both turned to face him. The navy? Exclaimed the giant wielding the sword. Are you here to capture us? The axe-wielding giant adopted a defensive stance. After all, one was a navy officer and the other a pirate. It was only natural for them to be on guard. Are you two pirates? Tobarama retorted. We are the giant pirate crew, they proudly declared. The giant pirate crew? That organization has long since disbanded. Elbaf has been destroyed. What? How can that be? Are you attempting to deceive us? Since you are without a home, how about joining the navy? You vile navy. It must have been you who destroyed Elbaf. In a twist of fate, the two giants, misled by their emotions, turned to launch an attack on Tobarama. Chapter 49. Arrival at the Kingdom of Alabasta. A colossal impact resonated as two giants united their strength. You two truly are refusing the toast and opting for the penalty. Ultimately, pirates remain pirates. Off to impel down for some reflection. Toby was furious to see the two reject his terms and initiate an attack. Would release. Great wave technique. Boom. Toby's shield deflected their assault. This shield is remarkably sturdy. The two giants, realizing their combined might could not breach the shield, resorted to a new tactic. Would release. Birth of the forest. Before they could react, the ground trembled, sprouting trees that rapidly grew into a dense forest, ensnaring the two giants. However, given their immense size, the giants struggled against their restraints, temporarily evading control. It appears this alone is insufficient. Would release. Wood dragon technique. Witnessing the trees swiftly morph into a massive wooden dragon, Toby commanded it to strike at one giant, wrapping around him and siphoning his strength. Dory. The other giant panicked upon seeing Dory ensnared, just as Toby launched another offensive. Wood release. Wooden man technique. With a resounding roar, Toby conjured a gigantic wooden figure, even larger than the giants themselves, standing atop its nose. Boom. The fist of the giant collided with that of the wooden figure, sending the giant reeling. Bam! 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 The wooden figure followed suit, raising its fist to deliver a crushing blow, rendering the second giant unconscious. Toby then seized the phone to contact Sengoku. BRR. What is the matter, Admiral Toby? I have captured two giant pirates. Please send a prison ship. Giant pirates? How uncommon. I'll dispatch a prison ship immediately. Please hold on. Understood. Toby signaled to his soldiers to disembark onto the small island, securely binding the two giants with iron chains. After the prison ship escorted the two pirates away, Toby resumed his journey toward the Kingdom of Alabasta. The ruling family of Alabasta, the Nefertari family, was one of the 20 royal families that established the world government 8 centuries ago. However, they declined the privilege to reside in the Holy Land of Mariehua. Since then, the Nefertari family has governed the Kingdom of Alabasta. Admiral Toby, we are nearing the waters of Alabasta. Where shall we land? A soldier inquired. This? The intelligence did not specify Crocodile's exact location, and with the vastness of the Kingdom of Alabasta, where should they search? Toby pondered. Let us land at Alyabarna. It is the capital of Alabasta. He decided it would be prudent to investigate there first. Yes, Admiral Toby. The soldiers maneuvered the warship toward the harbor. Upon arrival, Toby led a squad of elite soldiers ashore, instructing the remaining troops. This operation does not require a large number of personnel. You shall remain here to guard the ship, and may move in small groups as you wish. With that, Toby and his team set off toward Alyabarna. Chapter 50. Nefertari Vivi Tobarama led his soldiers toward the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Al-Yabarna. The oppressive heat was unbearable. Half of the Alabasta Kingdom was engulfed in desert, stifling and arid. What was the intelligence department doing? Such a vast territory, and who knows where Crocodile might be hiding? Tobarama muttered to himself as he walked. In the distance, a little girl with blue hair was recklessly riding a duck down the street, pursued by a group of people. "Ah, please move aside. I can't control this duck," she yelled, gripping tightly to avoid falling. "Princess Vivi," the group behind her shouted, desperate to catch up but unable to do so. The little girl on the uncontrollable duck charged toward Tobarama. "Ah, sir, please get out of the way," she screamed. In the instant of collision, Tobarama swiftly caught the girl and knocked out the duck with a punch. "Ah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." The girl flailed in his grasp, eyes tightly shut. All right, it's fine now," Tobarama reassured her as he set her down. She opened her eyes, still trembling. "Oh, it's all right now? Thank you, Navy Uncle. I am Nefertari Vivi." She politely introduced herself. "Nefertari Vivi? From the Nefertari family? The princess of the Alabasta Kingdom?" Tobarama pondered. "Princess Vivi." The group finally caught up, revealing themselves to be warriors of the kingdom, confirming Tobarama and Apos' suspicions. "Princess, are you all right?" They hurriedly surrounded her, checking for any injuries. "Oh, I'm fine, thanks to this Navy uncle who saved me," she replied. At this moment, they all turned their attention to Tobarama. "We owe you our gratitude, Navy sir." "It was but a trivial effort, no need for concern," he replied modestly. From a distance, a middle-aged man rushed up, reaching Vivi and embracing her. "My dear daughter, are you unharmed?" This man was her father, King Nefertari Cobra, the 12th ruler of Alabasta. "Thank you, Vice Admiral Tobarama, for saving my daughter. If you would not mind, please visit the palace." Tobarama and Apos' image had spread worldwide through the Navy headquarters, so Cobra was well aware of him. Certainly, a procession made its way to the palace. In the palace and Apos' reception hall, King Cobra inquired, "Vice Admiral Tobarama, what brings you to the Alabasta Kingdom?" "To capture a pirate." "Oh, it seems the pirate who warrants your personal involvement is no ordinary foe." Tobarama presented Cobra with a wanted poster of Crocodile. "Your Majesty, have you encountered this pirate?" "The Alabasta Kingdom is vast, and countless pirates come and go daily. It is difficult to keep track," Cobra replied, expressing the challenge of the search. "Take your time, Vice Admiral. I shall dispatch soldiers to assist you." "Thank you, King Cobra," Tobarama acknowledged. "It and Apos' a minor matter. I am merely aiding my citizens." Indeed, King Cobra was a devoted and patriotic ruler. The following day, Tobarama and Apos' soldiers, alongside the kingdom and Apos' warriors, set out to search for Crocodile. Tobarama also intended to gather intelligence when a familiar blue figure ran out to join him. "Uncle Tobarama, are you going out? Can I come with you?" After the previous day and Apos' adventure, Vivi felt comfortable with Tobarama and had adjusted her address to him. Does your father know?" he asked. "Don't worry about him. Let us go." She reached for Tobarama's hand, eager to leave. "Karu," Vivi called out, and a little duck wearing a hat came running over. "Are you going to ride again? Have you forgotten yesterday's lesson?" Tobarama questioned. "It's fine. Yesterday was a different duck. Karu is my childhood companion." With that, she hopped onto Karu and set off. "Uncle Tobarama, hurry up." At that moment, Tobarama noticed a sneaky figure trailing behind Vivi. It was Cobra, the doting father. He shook his head and followed suit. Chapter 51. Crocodile. Tobarama led Vivi and a duck meandering through Al-Yabarna, with two dubious gentlemen stealthily trailing behind. One was Vivi and Apos' father, Cobra, and the other their steward. As they wandered the city, Tobarama and Apos' observation hockey and chakra sensing technique were fully deployed, yet lacking specific intelligence on Crocodile. They could only resort to a slow search. Thus, they ambled through the streets, purchasing delectable treats for Vivi, whose cheeks were stuffed and hands full, generously sharing her excess with Karu. Although they had yet to locate Crocodile, they uncovered several pirates hiding within the city, which Tobarama promptly ordered his soldiers to apprehend. Bring. "Tobarama, we have a lead that may pertain to Crocodile," a soldier reported via a Den Mushi. "Where is he?" "He could be in another city, Rain Base." During our interrogation of the captured pirates, they revealed a significant presence of pirates there, including formidable individuals, possibly Crocodile's hideout. "We refrained from acting impulsively and await your command." Have all the pirates here been dealt with? Most have been handled. Good. Once everything is resolved, assemble the team and head to Rain Base. I will scout the situation first. After ending the call, Tobarama glanced at a nearby corner. Cobra, no need to follow. Come out. Cobra emerged sheepishly, scratching his head and offering an awkward smile. Oh, so you noticed me, Tobarama. Father, why did you follow us again? Vivi glared at Cobra, visibly upset. Cobra, I have some matters to attend to. So I and Amp, Appos, LL leave Vivi in your care. Ah, Uncle Tobarama, are you leaving? Vivi and Amp, Appos, S eyes glimmered with disappointment. I and Amp, Appos, am sorry Vivi. I and Amp, Appos, LL come to play with you next time. Tobarama gently ruffled her hair. Let us make a pinky promise. All right. Tobarama turned to depart. Rain Base, the city of dreams in the Alabasta Kingdom, is also its wealthiest locale. Upon arriving, Tobarama noted the stark contrast to Alyabarna, as this city exuded an aura of affluence. Utilizing his observation hockey, he indeed sensed the presence of numerous pirates. Report, the encirclement is complete. Awaiting your orders, a soldier informed. Very well, I and Appos, LL enter myself. You all remain outside for signals. Tobarama had already sensed a powerful aura emanating from a casino in the city center. Crocodile was likely located there. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he arrived at the casino entrance. The establishment was bustling with patrons. Tobarama exchanged chips and found a table to play, although he was not adept at gambling. However, he possessed the skill to cheat. Chakra, a technique unparalleled in this world, allowed him to manipulate the odds in his favor. Gradually, Tobarama's table saw several players come and go, drawing the attention of the casino manager. After winning yet another round, the manager could no longer remain passive. Esteemed Navy officer, our casino's proprietor requests your presence, the manager said, adopting a deferential tone. Oh, then let us go? The manager escorted Tobarama to a more lavish area on the second floor, opening a door. Sir, the guest has arrived, he announced before closing the door behind him. A figure sat in a chair, facing away from Tobarama. Has the Navy taken to gambling now? Tobarama sends you, is it? How else could I find you? Tobarama replied, a teasing glint in his eye as he regarded Crocodile. Ahaha, truly, you are the monster among monsters, Tobarama. Now that you've come, you must know my purpose for this meeting. And if I say I have no interest in joining, then this shall be your fate. Tobarama had swiftly approached Crocodile, pressing a kunai to his neck. What astonishing speed! Crocodile exclaimed in surprise. Let us engage in combat. I wish to ascertain whether the government possesses the strength to invite us, Crocodile proposed. Is that the only challenge you seek? If so, I may require additional rounds. Tobarama mused, contemplating a request for a raise from Admiral Sengoku. Very well, let us fight in the desert. I have no desire to ruin my business here. Crocodile chuckled slyly. Then let us proceed. Tobarama understood Crocodile's intent, yet he had countless strategies to counter him. The two ventured into the distant desert. Ahaha, do you not know my capabilities, yet you choose to fight in the desert? Whether I know or not, you shall still be bested, Tobarama proclaimed arrogantly. You, Desert Dune Blade. Crocodile, realizing he was losing the verbal exchange, initiated the attack, transforming his arms into 4 massive sand blades aimed at Tobarama. Flying Thunder God defense. As he formed seals, the space before him warped. The 4 sand blades collided and vanished into nothingness. What? Crocodile could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Is that all? Then the battle is concluded. Water release, great waterfall technique. Tobarama summoned a deluge akin to a tsunami within the desert. This. Crocodile was rendered speechless. His sand fruit was vulnerable not only to hockey but also to water. It was a pure elemental counter. He had lured Tobarama to the desert precisely to avoid his water techniques. Yet he never anticipated the sheer power of Tobarama's water release. Water blade slash. Crocodile found himself relentlessly assaulted by Tobarama and Appos' water blades. Water prison technique. Ultimately, he was ensnared within a sphere of water, defeated without a hint of hesitation. Tobarama released the barely conscious Crocodile, slapping him lightly with the kunai. Still want to fight? No more, no more. Despite Crocodile's notorious reputation, he dared not resist in the face of such overwhelming disadvantage. Sign this. Tobarama produced the Warlords of the Sea agreement and thrust it forward, not daring to negotiate terms. Furthermore, as a token of your allegiance to the Warlords of the Sea, apprehend all pirates in Rain Base for my approval. Understood. Crocodile now found himself thoroughly at Tobarama and Appo's mercy. I shall return. Await your good news. Should you allow even one to escape, I will ensure your demise. Tobarama warned ominously. No, I shall not let any escape. Chapter 52. The Supreme Great Blade of 12 Masters. In the room of Crocodile at the casino, the door creaked open as he poured himself a glass of red wine, patiently awaiting the outcome of Crocodile's endeavors. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted outside, with the clashing of swords and gunfire, intermingled with anguished cries. After a period of time, the tumult subsided. Creak. Crocodile pushed open the door, his attire stained with blood, some of it his own, and some belonging to others. General Toby. The pirates in the rain have all been captured. Not a single one has escaped. Well done, Crocodile. You have temporarily preserved your life, Toby remarked, giving Crocodile a pat on the shoulder, startling him. Toby then took out a din-din mushi to summon soldiers to escort the captured pirates away. As he reached the doorway, he turned to Crocodile. Do you have any further instructions? In my winnings from today, I will deliver them to the warship shortly. Before Toby could finish, Crocodile interjected. After a moment of contemplation, Toby decided there was nothing more to discuss and departed. The moment he left, Crocodile sank down onto the floor, overwhelmed with frustration, smashing various objects in a fit of rage. Today had indeed been a disastrous affair. Not only had he suffered a beating, but his money, his capital for grand ambitions, had been taken from him. Crocodile lamented his misfortune. Toby, just wait. Once I locate the Dark King, I shall repay you for this indignity in double. He seethed. Upon returning to the warship, Toby observed the soldiers busily escorting the captured pirates aboard. General Toby, we are running out of space in the holding area of the warship, a soldier reported, underscoring the sheer number of pirates apprehended. Indeed. Let me think. Contact King Cobra and request a prison ship. Brew. General Toby. What is it? We have captured a number of pirates, and the holding area on the warship is insufficient. We would like to borrow your prison ship. Certainly. I will arrange for a ship to come your way immediately. Thank you for your assistance on behalf of the Navy. With the aid of the prison ship, they successfully accommodated all the captured pirates. To prevent any potential disturbances on the journey, Toby ordered most of the personnel aboard the warship to transfer to the prison ship, ensuring the safety of the operation. Thus, Toby and Appo's warship continued its pursuit of the warlords of the sea, while the prison ship headed towards Impel Down to deliver the pirates. In the Grand Line, Toby's warship aimlessly searched for the whereabouts of the warlords of the sea. Currently, Bartholomew Kuma and Jinbei had been invited into their ranks, while Moonlight Moria, Crocodile, and Boa Hancock had been defeated by Toby and forced into the organization. This left only Dracule Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo unaccounted for. As per Navy intelligence, Doflamingo was currently in the New World at the Kingdom of Dressrosa, while Mihawk and Appo's whereabouts remained elusive, necessitating a more gradual search. Mihawk had long been a solitary figure, drifting across the seas in a small boat, his exact location known to no one. Feeling exasperated, Toby reclined on the deck, the prolonged voyage having taken a toll on him. Nosa, if we fail to obtain any leads on Mihawk at the next island, we shall proceed to Dressrosa to seek out Doflamingo. Understood, General Toby. It was not only Toby who felt this way, the soldiers shared his sentiment. General Toby, we should resupply at the next island, which would also allow us to gather intelligence. Very well. Once the warship docked, aside from the soldiers tasked with guarding the ship, the rest disembarked to replenish supplies and gather information. Toby arrived in the small town and noticed a lively gathering taking place. He stopped a villager to inquire, "Good sir, what event is occurring ahead? There seems to be quite a crowd. I heard there is an auction for the Supreme Great Blade taking place." The Supreme Great Blade. Many pirates wield swords, and those who do aspire to possess a weapon of exquisite quality. Such weapons are categorized into 3 levels: Supreme Great Blade, and Good Blade, with the Supreme Great Blade being the most prestigious. There are only 12 of these legendary blades in the entire pirate world. It was hardly surprising that the revelation of one appearing on this small island would captivate so many. Toby followed the throng to the auction house, where a sea of eager faces awaited, all drawn by the allure of the Supreme Great Blade. Upon glancing at the stage, he saw an object concealed beneath a cover in the center. That must be the Supreme Great Blade, he thought. After a brief moment, the auction commenced, and a fearsome-looking pirate took to the stage. Silence, everyone. I trust you are all eagerly anticipating today and Appo's auction items. I can reveal that what you have all been hearing about is indeed the Supreme Great Blade. Now, let us unveil it. With that, he pulled away the cover, revealing a long box. Do not rush. This treasure is so powerful that it has been sealed within this box. He then opened a small crack in the box, and an aura emanated from within, suffused with a sense of brutality and bloodlust. Just a hint of this energy swept through the venue, causing the weaker individuals to faint from the sheer force of it. I lost many brothers in pursuit of this treasure. I truly do not wish to handle this and Appos, hot potato and Appos, any longer. The starting bid was set at 100 million berries. Toby felt the blade and Appos' presence resonate through the air. Truly, this was the supreme great blade of the 12 masters. Just this aura alone indicated that it was a weapon meant for the mightiest of warriors. Among the crowd were local residents, as well as swordsmen and wealthy individuals, all vying to place their bids. 150 million berries, 200 million berries, 250 million berries, 1 billion berries. In no time, the price skyrocketed to tenfold its original value. Toby stayed for a while longer before departing. He yearned for the blade but sought a way to acquire it without expenditure. Brew. General Toby, based on the photograph you sent, the individual you seek is the captain of the Magic Bear Pirates, Magic Bear Libe, a Zoan-type user with a bounty of 375 million berries. I have already forwarded his photo to the intelligence department. It is only natural for the Navy to capture pirates and confiscate their spoils. It is certainly not an issue if, amid the treasures, one happens to find a blade. If it suits him well, he may make use of it without any repercussions. Chapter 53. Encounter with Hawkeye. Tobarama instructed his soldiers to immediately seize the pirate ship belonging to the bear pirates at the port. Subsequently, he dispatched shadow clones to the auction house to monitor the situation, as his naval attire was rather conspicuous, easily attracting unwanted attention. According to the intelligence relayed by his clones, the Supreme Great Blade had been auctioned for 3 billion berries, ultimately purchased by a local magnate. Meanwhile, the bear pirates were hastily gathering their belongings and retreating to the port, determined to acquire the sword first before apprehending the pirates. Tobarama and Appos' shadow clone discreetly followed the wealthy man, who, being cautious, changed his appearance several times before returning to his opulent mansion. Were it not for the clone and Appos' vigilance, he might have easily lost his trail. Upon entering his lavish abode, the magnate dismissed his subordinates and carefully carried a box to his secret chamber, filled with his treasured collectibles. He admired his collection with pride, thinking that the addition of the Supreme Great Blade would make it flawless. However, unbeknownst to him, Tobarama's shadow clone was observing closely. In an instant, using the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobarama switched places with his clone. The magnate, lost in self-admiration, was abruptly interrupted. With a swift strike, Tobarama rendered him unconscious. When the magnate awoke, he was bewildered to find all his treasures had vanished, leaving him in a state of utter shock. But that was a matter for later. Having concluded his business with the magnate, Tobarama hastened to the port to capture the bear pirates. To buy time, he commanded his soldiers to sink their pirate ship. At that moment, a fierce battle raged between the pirates and the Navy at the dock. Retreat, bellowed Libe. The bear pirates and Appos, captain, realizing the Navy was intent on stalling for reinforcements. The pirate crew intensified their assault, gradually overwhelming the Navy, resulting in casualties. Just as the Navy's line was about to be breached, Tobarama arrived, capturing all but the captain, Libe. Damn Navy, Libe roared, transforming into a massive bear and charging at Tobarama. Would release, tree binding funeral. As Libe advanced, trees erupted from the ground, ensnaring him. How dare you? You want my riches? Libe struggled violently, but to no avail. Is it not the Navy's duty to capture pirates? Find him. Tobarama ordered his soldiers. He picked up a box that had fallen from the pirates, filled with berries. How are the casualties? Tobarama inquired of his men. A few are severely injured, but none have perished, they replied. Everyone has worked hard. Distribute this among the crew, and those needing treatment should recuperate here before we set off again, Tobarama instructed, handing a box to his soldiers. And the medical expenses will come from this. Let us rest for a while, he added, offering another box. Yes, Major Tobarama. The soldiers were deeply moved, tears brimming in their eyes. Tobarama made his way to the back mountain and retrieved the box containing the Supreme Great Blade. As he slowly opened it, a chilling, violent aura of slaughter surged forth. Even Tobarama, seasoned by war, felt a shiver run down his spine, momentarily transported to a battlefield drenched in blood, where the sky was a dark crimson. He gazed at the sword within the box, a katana with a dark red sheath adorned with black patterns. Grasping the hilt, he endeavored to draw the sword. But despite his exertions, it remained firmly sheathed. It is said that high-quality weapons choose their wielders, and it seems this was indeed true. With a fierce determination, Tobirama enveloped his hand with armament haki, while the sword emanated a menacing aura in response. "You think you can intimidate me with mere killing intent?" Tobirama declared, having participated in countless battles from the Warring States period to the First Shinobi World War, his own aura potent and formidable. As his killing intent surged forth, the sword and Appo's resistance weakened, gradually dissipating. With a swift motion, Tobirama drew the blade with ease, having seemingly conquered its spirit. The sword's body mirrored the dark red of its sheath, inscribed with the character for slaughter near the guard, exuding a terrifying presence. "What a magnificent sword! Fear not, for I shall ensure your legacy is not forgotten." Tobirama believed that weapons of such caliber possessed a spirit of their own. Coincidentally, the blade trembled slightly, as if responding to Tobirama and Appo's words. He sheathed the sword and began contemplating his next training regimen. Having just acquired the Supreme Great Blade, he resolved to focus his future training on swordsmanship. However, the only suitable mentor he could think of was the red-haired Shanks, and as a Navy officer, it was unlikely he would seek instruction from a pirate. This conundrum weighed heavily on Tobirama and Appo's mind. Chapter 54. Cultivating the sword path. Just as Tohira was grappling with his thoughts, a small sailing vessel resembling a coffin approached from the distant sea. Adorned with two flickering green candles, a figure sat atop the vessel, sporting short black hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle. He wore a black top hat trimmed with white fur, a wine-red patterned shirt, and a black trench coat. A crucifix knife hung at his chest, while a massive black sword was slung across his back. This individual was none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, whom Tohira had been searching for. Coincidentally, at the moment Tohira opened the box, Mihawk happened to be passing nearby. The black sword on his back trembled noticeably. It is said that each time a supreme grade sword is born, the remaining 11 resonate in response, a fact Tohira was unaware of. Mihawk had sensed this occurrence and had come to investigate, for anyone recognized by the supreme grade sword must undoubtedly possess formidable strength. Mihawk arrived on the island, guided by the black sword, and chanced upon Tohira practicing his swordsmanship. "Who goes there?" As Tohira concentrated on his training, Mihawk approached from behind, prompting Tohira to instinctively become alert. As he concealed his presence, he caught a clear glimpse of the man and Appo's appearance. "Dracul Mihawk!" Tohira exclaimed in delight. He had been searching the world for this legendary figure, and fortune had led him right to his door. "Are you the Admiral Tohira, frequently mentioned by Shanks?" Mihawk inquired, his gaze shifting to the katana held by Tohira. "The bloody blade, guts. This sword." Mihawk was taken aback. "Is there a story behind this sword?" Tohira questioned, noting Mihawk and Appo's astonishment. "The supreme grade sword, the demon blade, guts. It absorbs the user and Appo's killing intent to enhance its power, but conversely, if the user's intent is weak, it will turn against them. It is said that those who wield this sword are consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood. Hence its name, the Bloody Blade. Previous wielders failed to conquer its essence. Some went mad, others took their own lives, and many simply vanished. I did not expect you to have earned its recognition." Tohira examined the sword, and then looked at Mihawk, a new idea blossoming in his mind. "Teach me swordsmanship," Tohira exclaimed, having struggled to find a mentor in this discipline, and now the world's greatest swordsman stood before him. "I cannot teach you swordsmanship. Each person's sword style is unique, and the path must be comprehended individually. I can only impart some fundamentals," Mihawk coldly refused. "Fundamentals will suffice," Tohira insisted, having never previously engaged with swordsmanship and eager for guidance. Swordsmanship is classified into 3 realms: the swordsman, the duelist, and the sword saint. The swordsman is one who can wield a sword, while the duelist skillfully employs techniques in combat. The sword saint is further divided into 4 stages. The first stage is steel cutting, the foundational level of any sword saint. The second stage is soft blade, wherein one learns to harness flexibility to overcome rigidity. The third stage is the black blade, achieved through prolonged mastery of armament haki, where every battle forges and enhances the sword. Upon mastering the black blade, one is recognized as a true sword saint. The fourth stage, which I am currently striving to attain, is the ability to sever all things, even the hardest diamond. Mihawk earnestly elucidated the realms and insights of swordsmanship to Taira. In the days that followed, Mihawk remained to mentor Taira in sword training. As time passed, Mihawk grew increasingly astounded by Taira's innate talent for the sword. Under Mihawk's guidance, Taira's swordsmanship improved remarkably, evolving from a novice who could scarcely wield a blade to a practitioner who began to grasp his own unique sword path. Born in the tumultuous era of the warring states within the ninja world, Taira had been forged by the unrelenting chaos of war, cultivating a ruthlessness towards his enemies. Now, with the acquisition of the demon blade, Guts, he successfully comprehended the bloody sword path, where every draw of the blade promised bloodshed. He had fully conquered the demon sword, eliminating any threat of being turned against. All right, Taira, I can no longer assist you in your training. The rest must be understood by you alone. It is time for me to depart, Mihawk announced. Over time, the bond between Taira and Mihawk grew, though it could not compare to the friendship Mihawk shared with Shanks. Mihawk and Amp, Appo's solitary nature meant he had few companions. Shanks was one, and now Taira had become another. By the way, Mihawk, Admiral Sengoku has extended an invitation for you to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Taira recalled his mission. Oh, that? I have already consented. Did I not inform you? No, you did not. Since you have joined, that is well. Now only one person remains, Don Quixote Doflamingo. I have encountered him once and sensed his complexity. Proceed with caution, Mihawk advised Taira. Understood. I will remain vigilant. I await the day you challenge me. The world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk stated earnestly. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Taira concluded his training and returned to the port to assemble his soldiers for their journey to the New World. Admiral Taira, supplies are fully stocked. Shall we set sail? Set sail. With Taira's command, the warship departed the port, heading towards the Red Line, where they would enter the New World. Bang, bang, bang. The tempestuous weather of the New World struck. Moments ago, the skies were clear. Now hail began to fall. After days of sailing, Taira and his crew were swiftly educated on the unpredictable climate of the New World. Fortunately, the seasoned navigator aboard the ship skillfully maneuvered them through the storm unscathed. Taira held the dossier provided by the Navy regarding Don Quixote Doflamingo. The head of the Don Quixote family had evaded capture by Vice Admiral through numerous times and was known to possess the powers of the string fruit. He had been sighted operating within the Kingdom of Dressrosa in the New World. Chapter 55, The Kingdom of Dressrosa. As Admiral Toby observed Don Quixote Doflamingo's ability to elude Vice Admiral Fujitora time and again, he could not help but marvel at the man and Appo's capabilities. Fujitora, a chief strategist of the Navy, had been a stalwart alongside Sengoku and Garp since the era of the Great Pirates, possessing a wealth of experience and wisdom. Report to Vice Admiral Toby. We are approaching the waters near Dressrosa, an officer inquired. At which port shall we disembark? We will land at Greenbit Island, Toby replied, recalling intelligence indicating that Doflamingo had previously operated in that vicinity. Greenbit Island lay isolated to the north of Dressrosa, connected to the main island by a solitary steel suspension bridge. Originally, the local inhabitants traversed this bridge without concern, but 2 centuries prior, the waters surrounding it became infested with ferocious fighting fish, capable of overturning vessels with ease. Consequently, ships ceased to enter the area, and even the locals refrained from crossing the bridge. Suddenly, as their ship neared Greenbit Island, a violent crash reverberated, causing the vessel to sway perilously. Vice Admiral Toby, unidentified creatures are attacking our warship from beneath the surface, an officer exclaimed. I shall investigate, Toby declared, making his way to the deck. He beheld a monstrous sea creature, adorned with menacing horns, violently assaulting their ship. Though the warship was robust, it would not withstand such an onslaught for long. Soldiers opened fire on the creatures, but their scales proved impervious to bullets. Full speed ahead, and leave this to me, Toby commanded. The ship and Appo's engines roared to life as it retreated at maximum velocity. Toby leaped from the vessel, standing resolutely upon the water and Appo's surface. Let me demonstrate the fruits of my training, he proclaimed, unsheathing his sword, which radiated an ominous aura. The sea creatures hesitated for a moment before surging toward Toby once more. With a swift motion, he unleashed a dark red sword aura, cleaving the charging fish in two and staining the ocean crimson. The remaining creatures, terrified, turned and fled. Brulu. Vice Admiral Toby, what is your status? Our warship has sustained severe damage and is immobilized. Repair the ship first. I shall proceed with my mission. Maintain communication via transponder snail, Toby instructed. He retrieved a compass, aligning it toward Greenbit Island, and advanced in that direction. Upon reaching the island in Appos, S-port, he discovered a pirate ship docked, its flag bearing an abstract smiley face with a diagonal slash, consistent with the intelligence he had received. It appeared he had arrived at the domain of the Don Quixote family. As Toby prepared to venture deeper into the island, the vigilant soldiers at the port immediately took notice of his approach. Upon recognizing the Navy and Appos, S Justice Coat, they cried out in alarm, "The Navy has arrived." Their shouts echoed, alerting their comrades. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers raised their weapons and opened fire on Toby. In a flash, he appeared before the pirates, incapacitating them one by one. Having subdued the port's guards, Toby continued onward, merely knocking them unconscious. For he was not there to apprehend them, but rather to extend an invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea under Doflamingo and Appos' banner. Chapter 56. The cadres of the Don Quixote family. As Tofian walked, he suddenly sensed danger and swiftly sidestepped. Bang! The ground beside him erupted with a crack. Who goes there? Tofian turned to see a figure adorned with horns reminiscent of a Dreyfus fish, sporting fins on his back, and donning a cap emblazoned with the emblem of the Dreyfus sea creature. The individual, with yellow hair and an earring on his left ear, launched an attack at Tofian. Don Quixote cadre Deringe, allow the Navy to put an end to you, Deringe proclaimed arrogantly. A fishman? Tofian observed the horns and fish-like teeth adorning the man's head. I am not a fishman, Deringe exclaimed, visibly agitated by the term. Deringe was a half-fishman, the offspring of a fishman and a human, rejected by both species. He was taken in and raised by the Don Quixote family from a young age, fostering a deep-seated hatred for fishmen. Prepare to meet your end. With a charge. Deringe propelled himself forward, his horns aimed at Tofian. Swish. Tofian unsheathed his sword, releasing a wave of energy that felled Deringe with a single strike. Pathetic, Tofian scoffed, turning to depart. Just as he was about to leave, 3 figures appeared beside Deringe. These 3 were also cadres of the Don Quixote family, having arrived just ahead of him due to their slower pace. This Navy officer was formidable enough to dispatch Deringe in an instant. But they must prevent him from approaching the young master, referring to Don Quixote Doflamingo. The trio hurried towards Tofian. As Tofian pressed forward, he sensed an impending attack from behind and instinctively raised his blade. Boom! An explosion ensued. Did we get him? Gladius mused, doubting the effectiveness of their plan to eliminate him. As the smoke cleared, no figure could be seen. Where is he? Gladius exclaimed in bewilderment. Behind you. Tofian's voice resonated from behind him. Swish. A single strike felled Gladius. Gladius, cried an elderly man clad in a tight outfit. You too are a cadre of the Don Quixote family? We shall not allow you to approach the young master. Another man, wearing a baby cap and sucking on a pacifier, declared, we will not let you near him. The elderly man lunged at Tofian, employing various martial arts techniques while forming the letter with his hands. Meanwhile, the pacifier-sucking man burrowed underground to ambush Tofian from behind. Just as he was about to seize Tofian, the latter vanished. Ryoji, dodge. Yet, he inadvertently grasped his ally. Bang. Ryoji was knocked unconscious in a sudden turn of events. Damn it. Is Ryoji all right? The man, realizing he had harmed his comrade, fumed with anger. He delved back underground, preparing to launch another attack. Enjoy the soil, then. Earth release. Groundquake. The earth trembled, and the ground beneath Tofian began to sink, trapping him. What kind of person is Doflamingo to have gathered such loyal subordinates? Tofian pondered, filled with curiosity. Ahead, he spotted a structure, realizing it must be Doflamingo and Appos' stronghold. Chapter 57. Don Quixote Doflamingo. As Toby approached the encampment of the Don Quixote family, the pirates within sensed the impending arrival of the Navy and grew increasingly anxious. Lord Doflamingo, Lord Senior, Lord Gladius, and Lord Laoji have all been defeated by the Navy. Panic surged among them. Stay calm. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in a blanket-like garment adorned with circles emerged, wielding a scepter marked with the emblem of a plum blossom. He wore small sunglasses and had a runny nose, his hair styled in a fringe above and sticky strands below. A scruffy man with sparse teeth stepped forward to steady the pirates. Lord Treble. Upon recognizing the high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, the pirates erupted in cheers. Uncertain of the Navy's intentions, Treble assumed a combative stance and inquired of Toby. "What brings you here?" "I seek Don Quixote da Flamingo," Toby declared. "What business does the Navy have with the young master? Surely it must be to apprehend him." The loyalty of the pirates to Da Flamingo was unwavering, and their fear of Toby dissipated as they charged toward him. Such skill, Toby mused. Acknowledging Da Flamingo and Apo's ability to inspire such unwavering fidelity among his subordinates. Would release. Birth of the Sea of Trees. Observing the overwhelming number of pirates, Toby resolved to employ a wide-ranging technique. The earth trembled as countless trees erupted from the ground, ensnaring the advancing pirates. "Ah, what is this technique?" they cried. "Help!" Treble, a user of the sticky fruit, could generate a viscous, tea-colored slime from any part of his body, even converting his clothing into a sticky substance. He relentlessly shot slime to impede the growth of the trees, yet their rapid expansion soon overwhelmed him. "Ah, Lord Treble!" The pirates panicked upon witnessing Treble ensnared. Just then, Toby sensed someone approaching swiftly from a distance. Thread line. Swiftly, several slender lines shot toward Toby's trees, slowing their growth. Despicable thread. In an instant, a figure with golden hair, donning sunglasses and a pink feathered coat, appeared beside Toby and launched an attack. Boom. However, instead of blood, Toby transformed into a puddle upon being struck. Da Flamingo, unfazed, turned to rescue Treble and his subordinates. Da Flamingo, be careful. This Navy officer is formidable. Step aside. The rest is up to me, Da Flamingo replied, his voice low and resolute. Navy, what business do you have with me? Do you not know? I just agreed to join the 7 warlords of the sea, yet you have injured so many of my subordinates. How do you intend to address this? Da Flamingo had recently met with the Gorosei to discuss his inclusion in the warlords. Ha ha ha. You have harmed so many of my subordinates. You shall pay with your life. Though Da Flamingo was known for his arrogance, brutality, and cold-heartedness, he held a deep concern for his crew. Witnessing the injuries inflicted upon his officers by Toby ignited his fury, and his fingers began to contort into a claw-like shape as he entered a battle-ready state. Chapter 58. Confrontation with Da Flamingo, the 5 colored threads. In a sudden flurry of motion, Da Flamingo unleashed his assault, conjuring 5 nearly transparent, thread-like strands from the tips of his fingers, resembling the claws of a beast as they lunged toward Toby. Taken aback by this unexpected onslaught, Toby swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in an instant to reappear behind Da Flamingo, drawing his cursed blade for a strike aimed at Da Flamingo and Apo's back. With a swift slash, the blade tore through the air. Da Flamingo narrowly evaded the blow, retreating forward. Though he had already enveloped his back in hockey at the moment of the strike, the sharpness of the cursed blade still inflicted a wound. Damn it! Da Flamingo spat blood, then placed a hand on his back, utilizing his powers to stitch the wound together. Super Strangle Whip. With a flick of his wrist, Da Flamingo sent forth a barrage of attacks. Each strike was met with resistance, for although the threads produced by his string fruit were exceedingly tough, they fell short against Toby and Apo's supreme cursed blade. How is this possible? Da Flamingo was left speechless, encountering this unprecedented situation. What weapon is this? Why is it so resilient? Supreme cursed blade of carnage, Toby declared, positioning his hand upon the hilt in a gesture of drawing his sword. The cursed blade shimmered with a dark crimson glow. Break! Toby swung his blade, unleashing a massive wave of dark red sword energy. This was one of the techniques he had mastered in the bloodthirsty sword art. Spider and Apo's nest. Da Flamingo immediately erected a defense, unleashing countless tightly woven threads to form a protective shield akin to a spider and Apo's web, aiming to thwart Toby and Apo's attack. However, Toby and Apo's sword energy proved sharper than ordinary, effortlessly shattering Da Flamingo and Apo's defenses. The force of the blow sent Da Flamingo hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Da Flamingo, Treble, witnessing Da Flamingo and Apo's predicament, disregarded his own injuries and hastened to support him. Ugh! Da Flamingo coughed violently, clearly gravely injured by Toby and Apo's sword energy. Damn Navy! This technique was originally reserved for the 4 emperors, but now you shall witness its might. He cackled menacingly. Awaken, devil fruit! With a wave of his hand, Da Flamingo transformed everything around him into transparent threads, bending them to his will. Die! Raging white waves. He manipulated the threads with both hands, aligning thousands of transparent white strands to form a furious wave-like assault, surging upward from beneath Toby, eventually coiling into a massive, twisted torrent of white threads, intent on ensnaring Toby and crushing him. To think you could defeat a Four-Emperor. Navi, let me show you that there are beings beyond your comprehension. Wood release. Wooden man technique. The earth trembled violently as colossal trees sprouted forth, culminating in the formation of a gigantic wooden figure, with Toby standing atop its head, gazing down at Doflamingo. The myriad threads he summoned were effortlessly scattered by the wooden giant. What in the world is that? A sense of dread filled Doflamingo as he faced the enormous being. I refuse to believe this. Driven to madness, he shouted, "Ocean and Amp, Opos, S wrath, white waves." With a clap of his hands against the ground, the surface transformed into a tumultuous ocean of rolling waves crafted from threads, aimed at ensnaring Toby and Amp, Opos, S wooden figure. 16 sacred death bullets, divine execution. Following this, 16 strands of densely wound, armed threads surged from the ground, darting towards Toby at breakneck speed. This was Doflamingo and Amp, Opos, S ultimate technique, awakened from his devil fruit. Go to hell. This is the fate of those who underestimate me. Doflamingo envisioned Toby being pierced through by his relentless assault. However, fate had other plans. Toby commanded the wooden giant to stomp its foot, shaking off the entangled threads. He then raised his hands to block the 16 threads, but Doflamingo and Amp, Opos, S anticipated ultimate technique merely pierced the wooden giant and Amp, Opos, S palm, inflicting no harm upon Toby. As the wooden hand came crashing down, the impact reverberated through the air. Had Toby not held back, Doflamingo would have been obliterated. Now you and your subordinates share the same fate. Should you seek revenge, I await your arrival. Doflamingo, still clinging to life, pointed a trembling finger at Toby before his head lolled to the side as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 59. The Whitebeard Pirates. Tobarama retrieved the transponder snail and dialed Admiral Sengoku and Amp, Opos, S number. Brew. Tobarama here. What is the matter? Admiral Sengoku. The task of summoning the 7 warlords of the sea has been completed. Empress Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, Sir Crocodile, Dracule Mihawk, and Don Quixote Doflamingo have all agreed to join. Well done, Vice Admiral Tobarama. Please inform Doflamingo that a meeting of the 7 warlords will be held in Mariehua in 1 week, and he must attend punctually. He probably can. And Opos. T hear you right now. He has fainted. What happened? I knocked him out. He did not mention that he had already negotiated terms with the Gorosei to join the 7 warlords. He did. But he blamed me for injuring his subordinate and threatened my life before passing out. Oh, I see. Leave him a transponder snail. We can inform him once he awakens. Understood. I will return to headquarters promptly. Good. Tobarama then contacted the soldiers aboard the warship. Is the ship repaired? It has been fixed and is now heading towards Greenbit Island. Excellent. I shall await your arrival at the port. Tobarama boarded the warship and returned to headquarters. Throughout the journey, they were incessantly besieged by pirates, making the voyage exceedingly arduous. Ah, there lies the red line. Once we cross it and return to the Grand Line, we shall encounter fewer pirates. Tobarama, exhausted from the relentless battles, understood that the pirates of the New World were formidable. Relying solely on his soldiers was insufficient. Hence, he personally took part in most skirmishes to minimize casualties among his men. Up ahead, there are pirates, cried the lookout soldier in panic. It and Opos. It's not our first encounter with pirates, so why the alarm? It's the Whitebeard Pirates. In that moment, a massive ship shaped like a whale and Opos. S had appeared directly in front of Tobarama and Opos. S warship, seemingly intent on confronting them. Moby Dick. This is the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard must be aboard. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, was infamous as one of the 4 emperors, and his flagship carried the same legendary reputation. We and Opos, redoomed. We're doomed. The opposing force is none other than the man hailed as the strongest in the world, Edward Newgate. The Navy soldiers began to panic. Though they recognized Vice Admiral Tobarama and Opos' strength, the 4 emperors were beings whom even admirals struggled to defeat. As the Navy soldiers panicked, an individual soared from the Moby Dick. Indeed, flying through the air. A figure with a yellow punk hairstyle, resembling a large pineapple, landed on the deck of Tobarama and Opos' ship, enveloped in blue flames. Captain Marco of the 1st Division, second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, shouted the soldiers beneath him. Which of you is Vice Admiral Tobarama? Our captain requests your presence, Marco stated. Oh, what business could a pirate have with the Navy? Tobarama and Amp, Apos. S tone was laced with reluctance. Wooden and Amp, Apos, till you find out by coming along? Marco replied, crossing his arms and gazing at Tobarama. Interesting. Very well, let us meet this legendary figure, Tobarama mused, examining Marco. Wait for us on the ship, Tobarama instructed his soldiers. Vice Admiral Tobarama, please be cautious. The soldiers expressed their concerns for him. Do not worry, if they intended to attack us, would they have waited until now? Tobarama reassured them. Following Marco, Tobarama ascended aboard the colossal pirate vessel. Chapter 60, The Conqueror and Apos. S. Haki Tobikij arrived aboard Whitebeard and Apos' flagship, a colossal vessel reminiscent of a small island. Truly, it was a sight befitting one of the 4 emperors. Old man is right ahead. You may proceed. Marco gestured towards the imposing figure seated at the center of the deck. The man was enormous, adorned with a black headscarf and a crescent-shaped white mustache, occupying the central seat amidst a plethora of 4 drips and oxygen tanks. As Tobikij stepped forward, he was met with an overwhelming pressure, as if the very air around him was being compressed. It was no wonder Marco had advised him to approach alone. This was Whitebeard exerting his influence. Under the weight of this immense pressure, Tobikij instinctively released his killing intent to counteract it. Oh, quite clever, using killing intent for defense, Whitebeard remarked, intensifying the pressure upon Tobikij. Yet, the Conqueror and Apos' haki was not something that mere killing intent could withstand. Tobikij felt the oppressive force surge once more. Drawing upon the malevolent aura of his cursed blade, he found that the combination of the two allowed him to momentarily withstand Whitebeard and Apos' overwhelming haki. Is that one of the supreme great blades? What a fortunate young man! Whitebeard exclaimed, recognizing the weapon in Tobikij and Apos' grasp, which was indeed one of the revered swords. However, relying on external power still paled in comparison to Whitebeard and Apos' prowess. Tobikij was sent reeling from the clash. In that moment of being thrown back, he sensed something awakening within him, but he had no time to explore this newfound strength. Damn you, Whitebeard! What does it matter if you are one of the 4 emperors? I shall strike you down. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Tobikij unsheathed the cursed blade and charged at Whitebeard. With remarkable speed, Tobikij transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards his opponent. Gururara! I am Whitebeard! Whitebeard bellowed as he seized a nearby massive sword to counter Tobikij and Apos' advance. Clang! The 2 supreme great blades collided, creating a tremendous shockwave. Boom! The force sent them both stumbling back. Whitebeard merely swayed, while Tobikij staggered several steps. Gururara! That old dog carp has certainly found a fine specimen. The Navy is truly fortunate. Whitebeard laughed heartily. You may leave now, Navy brat. No matter the disparity in strength, the Navy never faltered in the presence of pirates. Nor would they accept any mercy. Come on, let me witness the gap between us and the world and Apos' strongest. Tobikij brandished a shuriken in one hand and the cursed blade in the other, assuming a combat stance. Gururara, you possess quite the spirit. Whitebeard twirled his blade. Follow me. He turned back to his seat and began speaking into a den mushy. Shortly thereafter, the Moby Dick began to change course. Tobikij signaled to his fleet to follow suit, then sat down on the deck to recuperate, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he was aboard a pirate ship. Gulp, gulp. Whitebeard lifted a jug of sake and took a hearty swig, glancing at Tobikij before tossing him a jug as well. What is the meaning of this? Tobikij inquired, puzzled as he caught the jug. Try some of my hometown and Apos' brew. You might not get another chance. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Then we shall see. Tobikij replied, raising the jug and downing its contents in one go. Gururara. Chapter 61. The strongest man in the world on a small island. The formidable Whitebeard arrived aboard his ship. Wahaha. We've arrived. Let's go, Navy brat. Whitebeard leaped first from the vessel, followed closely by Tobarama. The 2 men stood apart on the island. Wahaha. Come on. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Tobarama drew his cursed blade, gripping it firmly, and brandished a kunai across his chest, adopting a combat stance. He hurled the kunai at Whitebeard, who deftly tilted his head to evade it. Oh, what does this kid mean? Whitebeard pondered, perplexed by Tobarama and Apos' intentions. With a swift motion, Tobarama followed the kunai, appearing behind Whitebeard, unleashing a wave of sword energy. A commendable technique, but futile. Whitebeard countered, clenching his fist as a white orb of energy materialized. He swept his arm back, and the air behind him seemed to tear apart, shattering Tobarama's sword energy. Wahaha! I am the Earthquake Man. Curse it. This dual offense and defense ability is truly bothersome. Tobarama continued his relentless assault. He employed the Flying Thunder God technique to repeatedly unleash sword energy at Whitebeard. Yet each attack was effortlessly blocked by the latter's power. These were skills Tobarama had honed during his training in the bloodthirsty sword path, but they proved ineffective against Whitebeard. Whoosh! Wahaha! The kid and Amp, Appos, as swordsmanship is quite impressive. Whitebeard exclaimed. Would release. Birth of the trees. Tobarama, realizing his sword techniques were insufficient, resorted to his signature move. The ground trembled as trees began to surge forth, rapidly ensnaring Whitebeard. What an intriguing ability, Whitebeard remarked. Quakeblade, shatter. He enveloped his blade with his power and cleaved through the forest of trees, completely severing it and halting its growth. Wow. Tobarama was caught off guard by the backlash. Spitting blood. Damn it. How can he be so strong? I refuse to believe this. Would release. Would golem technique. Summoning a colossal wooden figure, Tobarama prepared for another assault. Oh, Whitebeard's interest peaked at this new technique. With a resounding crash, the wooden giant struck down at Whitebeard. Quakeblade, shattered jade. In a single blow, Whitebeard obliterated the golem's hand. Huh, not finished yet. Tobarama intensified his chakra output, and the shattered hand miraculously regrew, striking at Whitebeard once more. Boom. Whitebeard again utilized his power to smash the hand, which continued to regenerate in an endless cycle. Wahaha! The stubborn Navy is truly remarkable. Whitebeard marveled. Panting heavily, Tobarama felt the strain of his chakra. This ends now. Navy. Skyquake. Whitebeard's hands enveloped in his fruit power launched an attack against Tobarama's wooden giant. Bang! The golem was cleaved in two, sending Tobarama flying to the ground, incapacitated. Wahaha! Shall we continue? Whitebeard observed as Tobarama fell. Huff! I shall persist. Tobarama struggled to rise. I shall satisfy you. Ocean quake. Whitebeard struck outward, causing the sea to churn violently, invoking a tsunami that surged toward Tobarama. This is a power capable of obliterating worlds. Tobarama remained unfazed, declaring, but in the ocean, I am the king. As the waves rushed towards him, Tobarama unleashed water release, great exploding water colliding wave. His technique gradually dissipated the tsunami, converting its force into his own. The wave created by Whitebeard turned back to assault him. Wahaha! Truly impressive. Whitebeard remained calm, even praising Tobarama. With a thunderous roar, Tobarama's water collided with Whitebeard's power. While most of Tobarama's water was blocked, some managed to strike Whitebeard, causing him to be pushed onto the surface of the water. Though unharmed, he felt weakened by the seawater's curse. Tobarama, drained of chakra and battered from repeated blows, succumbed to unconsciousness. The watching Whitebeard pirates and Navy soldiers rushed to the scene as the battle concluded. Dad! The crew, witnessing Whitebeard and Appos' momentary disadvantage, prepared to charge at the Navy soldiers. Hold on. Cough, cough. Whitebeard awoke just in time to prevent his men from acting hastily. I didn't and Appos. Expect to be bested. You all may leave. His final words were directed at the Navy soldiers. The Navy has indeed found a promising talent. The soldiers hastily lifted Tobarama onto their ship, beginning urgent treatment as the vessel set sail back to the Navy headquarters. Chapter 62. Renowned once more during the period when Tobarama was unconscious. News of his battle with Whitebeard spread across the globe. This information did not originate from the Whitebeard pirates themselves. After all, Whitebeard had been thrown into the sea by Tobarama. Although he had not sustained serious injuries, it was not something to boast about. The source of this revelation was Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News, known for his insatiable appetite for sensational stories. He was always eager to unveil the latest headlines, even willing to risk his life to capture newsworthy footage. Thus, he kept a vigilant watch over the movements of the Navy and the four emperors. On this occasion, he happened to follow the Whitebeard pirates and witnessed the confrontation between Whitebeard and Tobarama, capturing the moment when both fell to the ground. After a while, the latest news edition shocked the world. The headline read, "Has Whitebeard grown weaker, or has the Navy become too powerful?" Accompanying this were the photographs of Tobarama and Whitebeard both lying defeated. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire pirate world. Who was Whitebeard? He was known as the strongest man in the world, and yet he had been bested by a mere rear admiral. Could it be that the Navy was about to produce another figure like Garp, who had relentlessly pursued the pirate king Joel D. Roger in his youth? Following the news release, the Whitebeard pirates refrained from issuing a rebuttal, seemingly acquiescing to the notion that Toberama and Whitebeard had fought to a standstill. This only deepened the mystery surrounding the event. On an island in the New World, the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, was docked at the harbor. Whitebeard lay in bed, and Fordrip attached, holding the latest newspaper. "Old man, are you not going to issue a statement to clarify? You did not fight the Navy to a draw," exclaimed the burly man, Jozu, beside him. "Gururara. Morgans, that scoundrel, loves to exaggerate the facts. After suffering such a defeat, we must teach that brat a lesson. Gururara. I could not care less about fame. Gururara." Whitebeard laughed heartily. On the island of Onigashima, in the New World. "Ah, Governor." Bang. A figure was sent flying by a spiked club. "It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that guy Whitebeard possibly fight to a standstill with a mere rear admiral?" Thud. Thud. Kaido grasped a jug of alcohol and began to drink. In Big Mom's territory, Whole Cake Island. Boom. A dark red aura emanated from the castle at the center of the island, causing some weaker individuals to faint from the sheer pressure. Toberama. How could he possibly be on equal footing with Whitebeard? Big Mom roared, clutching the newspaper, her conqueror and Appos' hockey uncontrollably spilling forth. In the East Blue, at Windmill Village, the ship of the red-haired pirates was docked at Windmill Village. Shanks held the newspaper, his expression grave. Has he truly become that powerful? Shanks murmured to himself. Ever since their sparring session in Windmill Village, he had kept a close watch on Toberama's movements. Aboard Toberama's warship in the Grand Line, after several days of unconsciousness, Toberama finally regained consciousness. The soldiers, upon seeing him awake, rushed in with newspapers in hand. Brimming with excitement. "Admiral Toberama, did you really fight Whitebeard to a draw?" they asked, pointing at the photographs in the paper. "Impossible. Do I look like someone who fought him to a standstill?" Toberama replied as he took the newspaper. "Has the Whitebeard pirates issued any statements to refute this?" "No. They haven't. That rascal Whitebeard is digging a pit for me." Chapter 63. Mary Geos in the ship and Appos' cabin. Tofian was engrossed in the latest newspaper. "Blub blub. Tofian, you are awake." "Ah, I am awake. You truly astonished me this time. To think you could engage Whitebeard in such a fierce battle." Sengoku certainly would not believe the claims made in the newspaper, but the photograph of Whitebeard falling into the water speaks volumes, leaving Sengoku in awe. There is still much to be done. The world and Appos' strongest truly lives up to his reputation. If he could be so easily defeated, he wouldn't and Appos' TB Whitebeard. "How are your injuries? Are they serious?" "Not too severe. The recovery is progressing well. After returning, you must accompany me to Mary Geos. The first meeting of the Warlords of the Sea is about to commence." "Hey, Sengoku, I just sustained such grave injuries. Isn't this a bit much?" "Are you really not going?" It would be an opportune moment to discuss the establishment of the 4th Admiral and Appos' position with the Gorosei. "Given your insistence, I shall attend." After several days of recuperation, Tofian and Appos' wounds had improved. Unlike the previous encounter with Big Mom, this time he had merely sparred with Whitebeard, refraining from delivering any fatal blows. Thus, his injuries were not as grave as initially feared. The naval vessel had returned to Marineford, and as Tofian gazed upon the imposing structure of the naval headquarters, he exclaimed, "Phew, we are finally back. The mission is concluded. All personnel are dismissed," he announced to the soldiers aboard. "Vice Admiral Tofian, Admiral Sengoku has ordered you to report to his office immediately upon your return," a soldier informed him. "Damn Sengoku," Tofian muttered, attempting to slip away but was halted by the soldier and Appos' call. However, rank does impose its burdens, with no choice but to comply. Tofian trailed behind the soldier to Sengoku and Appos' office. As the soldier began to report, Tofian interrupted. "Wait." With a forceful push, Tofian flung open the door to Sengoku and Appos' office, startling the admiral, who was diligently processing paperwork. "Who is it?" "It is I, Admiral Sengoku," Tofian replied with a tone of lamentation. "Oh, Tofian, you have arrived." "Aha." Upon recognizing Tofian, Sengoku ceased his other remarks, understanding that Tofian had just returned from a mission without any respite before being assigned another task. "Come, Tofian." We are headed to Sabaody Archipelago, Sengoku said, patting Tofian on the shoulder. The headquarters of the world government is situated atop the Red Line, where it intersects with the Grand Line in the sacred land of Mary Geos. The only access to Mary Geos is through the Sabaody Archipelago, located at the foot of the Red Line. And what of the 7 pirates? They are to assemble with us at Sabaody Archipelago. We must hurry to prevent them from wreaking havoc on the innocent. Sabaody Archipelago boom. Crocodile. You two have joined the warlords of the sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo remarked with a grin upon seeing Crocodile. Doflamingo. Crocodile roared in fury. The two had previously clashed over certain matters, and animosity flared between them. The shockwaves of their battle wreaked havoc upon the nearby residents, causing significant casualties. Help! Where are the Marines? Chapter 64 The inaugural meeting of the 7 warlords of the sea. Bang! Boom! The pirates of Don Quixote Doflamingo and Crocodile clashed fiercely on the Sabaody Archipelago, the battle raging with intensity. Bang! Amidst the fray, a cannonball exploded. Who dares? Doflamingo bellowed. Bang bang. Several more cannonballs responded to him. The Marines. It and Oppos. As the Marines. A sharp-eyed pirate spotted the distant warships. Zoom. Tobarama Senju appeared on the battlefield. Would release. Birth of the Tree World. The ground trembled as countless trees sprouted, ensnaring the battling pirates, including Doflamingo and Crocodile. Senju Tobarama. Doflamingo and Crocodile gritted their teeth. You dare to act recklessly under the world government and Oppos. Nose? If it were an and Oppos, T for your recognition as government-sanctioned pirates, you would have been apprehended long ago, Tobarama coldly remarked. Well done, Tobarama. Sengoku then approached, leading the Marines. However, we must release them. We have a meeting to attend. Understood. Tobarama commanded the trees, setting Doflamingo and Crocodile free. Yet the other pirates remained ensnared. The trees constricting the remaining pirates tightened further. Help me. Young master. Help. Boss. Tobarama Senju. What are you doing? Release them at once. Doflamingo demanded angrily. Doflamingo and Oppos' trusted subordinates were understandably anxious, while Crocodile and Oppos' crew, being mere lackeys, remained relatively calm. This is a lesson for both of you. Should such behavior occur again, it one and Oppos. Be as lenient next time. Tobarama shot them a glance. The massive tree was suddenly stained red. You. Do you have any objections? Tobarama challenged them. None. We dare not. The two, recognizing the futility of resistance, kept their silence, though their eyes glimmered with hatred. Moreover, you two shall bear the losses incurred from this battle. Now, let us proceed to Mariewa. Haha, Tobarama, you truly have a way with them. Sengoku chuckled as he approached. A good beating will suffice for disobedience, should they persist. Then 2 beatings it is. Haha. Sengoku led Tobarama, the soldiers, and the 7 government-recognized pirates aboard a bubble machine to the gates of Mariewa. Under the guidance of the CP organization, they entered Mariewa. The CP organization operates as a secret spy agency under the world government, tasked with safeguarding the celestial dragons and managing clandestine affairs. As Tobarama gazed upon the opulent decor within Mariewa, he thought, what a place of indulgence. Shoo. Speak less. Sengoku reminded him. The group, escorted by the CP, arrived at a conference room, where 5 elderly gentlemen sat awaiting them. The esteemed 5 elders. The Navy has brought the party. The leading figure in black respectfully bowed to the 5. One of the elders waved his hand, signaling the black-clad figure to withdraw. The 5 elders are hailed as the highest authorities of the world government, the supreme leaders of the celestial dragons, wielding ultimate power over the world. Sengoku, please take a seat. One of the golden-haired elders addressed Sengoku. The attendees settled into their seats, and the meeting commenced. Tobarama sat beside Sengoku, struggling to stay awake. His purpose for attending being to intimidate the 7 pirates, while Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, could not intervene directly. Ultimately, the 7 pirates signed an agreement with the government, marking the conclusion of the inaugural meeting of the 7 warlords of the sea. Just as Tobarama intended to depart, Sengoku called out to him, mentioning that the 5 elders wished to meet him. Chapter 65. The 5 elders. After attending a meeting at Mary Geos with Admiral Sengoku, Tobarama was summoned by Sengoku, who informed him that the 5 elders wished to see him and asked him to wait for a moment. While they were waiting, a figure clad in black approached Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, Commander Kong requests your presence. Let us go, Tobarama, to meet our former admiral of the Navy. The two followed the cloaked individual to the entrance of an office, where Sengoku knocked on the door. Come in. A resonant voice responded from within. Sengoku entered, revealing an imposing figure seated at the desk. This man, the former admiral of the Navy and current commander of the world government's entire military, was broad-shouldered. With a sun-kissed complexion, hair and beard resembling the shape of mountains, and adorned in a sleeveless black shirt embellished with medals. He wore a light yellow scarf around his neck and a white and dark gray coat. "Please, have a seat." Commander Kong warmly invited the two to sit down. "So, this must be the renowned Vice Admiral Tobarama Senju, who has recently captured the world's attention," Kong remarked, admiring Tobarama, having seen news of his battle against Whitebeard. As an elder of the Navy, he held a deeper understanding of Whitebeard's strength than the current generation of admirals. Tobarama is far superior to those three rascals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru. Sengoku lamented on the sidelines. Akainu was excessively aggressive, Akiji preferred to take it easy, and Kizaru was punctual but lacked zeal. This situation was a source of great frustration for Sengoku. Yet, it appeared that Tobarama's prowess was indeed on par with the three admirals. And while he was ruthless towards pirates, he adhered to his own principles, never slacking off at work. "If only all my subordinates were like Tobarama," Sengoku mused. Though his hair had long since turned white, he dyed it black for the dignity of the Navy. As the three engaged in pleasant conversation, a CP0 agent entered Kong's office. "Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tobarama Senju, the five elders request your presence. Since the five elders have summoned you, you may proceed. I shall remain here." The two stood to bid farewell to Kong and followed the CP0 agent. They arrived in a spacious hall where the CP0 instructed them to wait while he went to announce their arrival. Shortly thereafter, the CP0 returned. "Admiral Sengoku may enter first. Vice Admiral Tobarama Senju, please wait a moment." Sengoku stepped inside, and after an unknown duration, he emerged, casting a reassuring glance at Tobarama without uttering a word. Tobarama then entered the expansive chamber, where he had already encountered the five elders during the earlier meeting, so there was little suspense. The five elders sat comfortably on a sofa, with one standing behind them. As Tobarama entered the hall, he felt an immediate pressure enveloping him. Clearly, they intended to assert their dominance. However, Tobarama was undeterred. With a surge of energy, he summoned his full strength to confront their collective might. Activating his chakra sensory abilities, he sought to gauge the strength of his opponents. As he probed their powers, one of the five elders, wielding a sword, suddenly transformed his gaze into a sharp glare. Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished. Clang! When he reappeared, he was already behind Tobarama, drawing his blade to strike. Yet, Tobarama reacted swiftly. Unsheathing his demon blade to parry the attack, the sound of their weapons clashing echoed in the air. "Your weapon is also an ultimate supreme blade. Any blade of lesser grade would be severed or at least affected by the impact. Truly a fortunate young man," another elder commanded. "Were you summoned merely to test my strength?" Tobarama sheathed his sword. "Of course not. Would you be interested in joining the world government?" one of the elders inquired. "No, I prefer to remain with the Navy," Tobarama firmly declined. Seeing Tobarama's refusal, the elders remained silent. "Admiral Sengoku has proposed the establishment of a fourth admiral position and recommended you. Given your contributions, the rank of vice admiral is no longer suitable for you. This position has been specifically created for you." "Very well, I accept the promotion to admiral." "Excellent. Here is the appointment letter. Simply sign it, and you shall be an admiral." They presented a document for Tobarama to sign. "There is nothing further. You may leave now." After Tobarama departed, the elders remarked, "This Tobarama Senju possesses considerable strength. He shall be placed under close observation." Their voices gradually faded.